I'd like to go ahead and call this Quapaw Nation General Council meeting to order, July 4th, 2022 at 9:20 a.m.
Mr. Chairman, call for orders of the day.
The meeting agenda has been presented and set. If you could, bear with me as we go to the Lord in prayer. Stand if you are able. Ayantate wakonda jinke. Ganage with siko mi humpade. Uda awaton thea kansa. O-gah-pah nika shige zani. Awaton thea kansa. O-gah-pah dakwali jinka ji. Ganage and tate wakonda jinke. Awaton thea kansa. Dakwali O-gah-pah kisto. Uda humpade. Ganage with siko mi. Hoto miki. Ekohan. Ganage. Good morning and welcome to the 66th General Council of the Quapaw Nation. It's an exciting time. There's a lot of good energy and a lot of good spirit with the backdrop of our 150th Quapaw Powwow. It's been a wonderful celebration. Many thanks to the Powwow Committee, the Powwow Chairman, Mike Shawnee, and his committee. They've done a phenomenal job. Our employees, our staff, our grounds, our maintenance, everything has been wonderful this week. And it's just a really exciting time to be here and be alive, and a really exciting time to be Quapaw. If I could, I'd like to do kind of a timeline since the last time we met as a general council. And I'd like to welcome everybody that's come in, both near and far, traveled a great distance to be here today and help us celebrate and have this reunion of Quapaw people. And so just to highlight some of the things that's happened in the last year, in last July, we launched the Quapaw Post. And it's been amazing to see the progress. It's been amazing to see the development of that form of communications, to go to a monthly publication, ready and deliverable in your mailbox, highlighting elders, highlighting youth, highlighting all of the good positive things that our Quapaw Nation is doing at the moment. And it's been a wonderful experience to see that take off. And so this month actually marks the 1-year anniversary for the Quapaw Post, and you know it continues to grow, and it's a good thing. I like to see that as it progresses. Last August in 2021, we had our first ever STEAM fair for the youth. It was the Intertribal STEAM Fair, which stands for science, technology, engineering, art, and mathematics. And that was geared towards all of the intertribal youth in the area. And it was a digital format, so anybody could have participated from around the country. You didn't have to be present. You just needed to be a youth and a member of a recognized tribe. So that was really wonderful to have all of the participants and continue to build and develop on that program as well. In October, we hosted our second fall gathering there in the tribal campgrounds, Beaver Springs Park, and it was wonderful to have everyone come in. And it's a little different having the opportunity to meet and gather and dance and sing and break bread with one another when it's not 100 degrees out. And it's something that I've been looking forward to, and will continue to do that as long as people want to gather. We'll roll out the hospitality and make people feel welcome. And it's turned into a really great tribal celebration. We also met with Congress in Washington, D.C. in October of 2021. And there we had good conversations and good dialogue with our congressional delegates. And the whole goal of those meetings were to educate and advocate on behalf of the Bear Settlement Bill. That has been a work in progress, and as we continue to have those conversations with Congress and our congressional delegates in Washington, D.C., we'll continue to advocate and continue to tell our story, tell the Quapaw story. And we'll have more commentary on that later on in the agenda. But also in the month of October of 2021, a significant event occurred with the affirmation of our Quapaw Reservation. And so the reaffirmation of what ties back to our treaty rights within our treaties with the federal government were recognized under our Lawhorn case. And what that did was reaffirmed our tribal jurisdiction in the area of criminal law. And so that is an area that's exclusively federal authority, but there are avenues within and components within criminal jurisdiction where the Quapaw Nation, asserts certain levels of authority, certain levels of jurisdiction under the Tribal Law and Order Act, under the Violence Against Women Act, and it gives us, the Quapaw Nation, the authority to investigate and prosecute crimes happening within our Quapaw Reservation. And so that was a pretty significant event that was realized. And since then, we have poured our attention and our focus has been on developing our tribal court system, developing in all areas and components of the Department of Public Safety, Fire and EMS, and our law marshals to be able to respond to criminal activity within our reservation. In November, we hosted a veterans dinner here at DCR. It was a lovely event, and we had good participation, and it was good to honor all of the tribal elders and tribal veterans who served our country and represented all of us as Indian people. And in December, we had a successful refinancing of the Downstream Casino as well as the Saracen Casino. It was a total of $675 million debt restructure, and we experienced immediate cost savings overnight. Specifically with the Downstream Casino, there was $55,000 in interest savings experienced every day, and then that's how it's been since then, and it will only continue to increase as time goes on as we progress further. And we'll talk more about that later on in the agenda as well. In January, we swore in the former head of the BIA law enforcement. So all of Indian country, we had the former head of BIA law enforcement want to come and work for the Quapaw Nation in light of our reservation being reaffirmed. And so we swore him in as the chief marshal in January. And he's done a phenomenal job, and he's continues to address and respond to the needs of our community, and working with not only our own marshals and our staff, but also with community, people in the community, different law enforcement agencies at the state and federal level, as well as the county and municipalities, and those cross-deputization agreements. In order for us to achieve the level of success, those are necessary. And so he's done a really phenomenal job for us, and that's Mr. Charles Addington, former BIA law enforcement here in Quapaw Nation. So that's been wonderful. In March, we here at the Downstream hosted the Harvard University Graduation School of Design. And what that was a collaboration for the Tar Creek development that goes beyond remediation. So for several years, we've had an intergovernmental agreement between Quapaw Nation, the state, Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality, and then the United States federal government through the Environmental Protection Agency. And so for a few years now, we've had those remediation efforts, and as we continue to progress, we're moving beyond what that land, what our land can be, beyond pasture land or beyond agricultural land. And so we had a really great meeting. Just as an aside, the Harvard University Graduate School of Design dedicates an entire semester of study, of scholar to the Tar Creek Superfund. And so there are classes that go on, there's curriculum that goes on there at Harvard, and they come up with these ideas of what the Quapaw Nation and what we can do in partnership to develop that land. And it's a really great opportunity to have those interactions and to network and to bring in all of the best minds, the scientists, the engineers, and the technical knowledge to devote to where we want to go and what we see Tar Creek being in the future. So that's a work in progress, and I look forward to the development of that relationship. In April, the Native American Finance Officers Association recognized our Secretary Treasurer as the Executive Officer of the Year. This was a national award among all federally recognized tribes. So it was an honor to go and support our Secretary Treasurer in that moment, but it was also honorable because it was our opportunity, the business committee's opportunity, to go and highlight the achievements of the Quapaw Nation with our refinancing and our debt structure and all of the other programs and services that we're able to execute. And it was a great experience, and it brought a lot of national attention to our Quapaw reservation. So that was a wonderful experience as well. And also in the month of April, we continued our Easter egg hunt, and that was also at the tribal grounds there at Beaver Springs, and it was wonderful. I think we fed close to 200 people, I want to say, and just had a really good picnic, really great gathering. And of course, we had the Easter egg bunny, or the Easter bunny there hiding eggs, and it was a really wonderful youth event for our youth and our community. So we'll continue that and continue to grow. And in May, we had our inaugural academic banquet for honoring all of our youth and honoring everybody that's graduating from high school, undergraduate, graduate, and then vocational training as well. So that was hosted here at the Downstream Casino. It was a really wonderful event. We had a lot of participation from our youth, and it was good to acknowledge and honor the achievements of those graduates, our tribal graduates, who are going to go on and hopefully come back and work for our Quapaw Nation, whether it's on the tribal government side or the business enterprises. So we want to continue to encourage those academics and the educational path. And I want to give a plug right now for those of you who are parents, are guardians, or caretakers, or on your educational journey yourselves. I encourage all of you to stop by our education booth. Go visit Matt. He's got a lot of wonderful, wonderful information to provide to you. There continues to be new additions to our programs and our services and our education department. So please, please go visit Matt. Just stop by and say hello, and he'll be able to give you a lot of useful information for your youth or for you yourself. In June, we had the Sovereignty Symposium that takes place in Oklahoma City, and that's more of a regional symposium, but we got to talk about sovereignty, and the business committee was represented there. Quapaw Nation was represented there, where we sat on a panel and again got to highlight all of the good things that we're doing in the way of the Department of Public Safety, the response to criminal jurisdiction shifting back to Quapaw Nation. And that was a wonderful way to highlight what Quapaw Nation is doing and what we've been able to do with our pension program. Our pension program has become a model for all of Indian country. We've had several different tribal nations reach out to us from across the country, asking how they can start their own programs, and they're looking to us as a model. So that's been a wonderful experience, and I want to say a big thank you to Business Committee member Zach Turley for leading the charge on that. He's been instrumental in bringing that to fruition, and we'll continue to develop and continue to grow that as well. So just another way to honor, not just to honor, but attract and retain talent, whether that's fire and EMS, paramedics, marshals, all of Department of Public Safety. We want to be the leaders, and we are the leaders here in Ottawa County. There's a lot of different agencies and a lot of different tribal nations that look to us to lead the charge in that aspect. And so anytime we can provide information back to them, and we're happy to share that information with them. So it's been a good thing thus far. So that brings me to July this month, where we've hosted our second candidate forum. That was last week. It was a wonderful event. Last year was the inaugural candidate forum, and it was really put on by the communications department and the Quapaw Post, but it was developed as a way for candidates to get their message out and to get their platforms out to as many people as possible. A lot of times, previously we were limited, candidates were limited to only, a certain amount of time, maybe 5 minutes at General Council. And we realized that really wasn't enough time to present the ideas and the platforms of what they wanted to, what they wanted to do. And so we wanted to develop that. And again, second candidate forum this year. And it was really great. It was a good opportunity, and I thought it was well received. And our inaugural All Indigenous Art Festival, Quapaw Nation Presents from the Res and Beyond Festival, was June 30th, last Thursday. It was a really great experience to see an all Indigenous cast, an all Indigenous roster of artists come to Quapaw Nation and present their talents. So it wasn't just musicians. There was other live art demonstrations. There was an array of music, of course, rap, hip hop, blues, rock. And it was a really great experience to see that. And what I really enjoyed and appreciated was to see all of our youth interact with those artists and to be able to experience that. There's never been anything like that here, to my knowledge, and it's relatively new to Indian country to be able to bring an all Indigenous cast and roster for one night to perform and kind of display and to pay honor to indigenous culture, indigenous tradition, and performances. So we were really honored to be able to host that and to bring something new in honor of our 150th and to kick our celebration off. And so with that, as I began, I want to end with that as well and say that the 150th Quapaw Powwow has been a historic experience for myself personally, not just as chairman of the Quapaw Nation, but just Joseph Bird as a tribal member. To see everybody come together, to see everybody converge like this in numbers. Our arena was full. The campgrounds have been full, and it's a humbling experience to see these visitors, our guests, and old family and new friends come in and be able to celebrate with one another and break bread and fellowship. And it's been a really awesome reunion. And I look forward to another day of that as we finish here. And again, I want to thank and commend Mike Shawnee, our powwow chairman, and his committee. He's done a phenomenal job. They've all done an incredible job of making sure this festivity and all of the events have been facilitated. The hospitality has been top notch. And I just want to say thank you to him as well as the rest of his committee for welcoming everyone and making everyone feel special during this time. Our grounds crew, They continue to do a really great job of not only preparing our grounds, but also keeping them clean, keeping them ready and available for all of our visitors who continue to come in night after night, and just doing an above and beyond job of making sure everyone is good and taken care of. And so I want to say thank you to them. Donna Mercer, our tribal administrator, and her staff, of employees, our personnel, all of the volunteers that are working. We couldn't do this without them. We couldn't do this without all of the hands that go into making this event successful and what it is. And so it's really amazing to experience everybody coming together and working together for that common goal of making the 150th celebration impactful and memorable for this year. So thank you. And to our fire, EMS, and our marshals, they've also done a phenomenal job of keeping us safe during these times and ensuring our safety. It's gotten a little hot over the last few days, and so just to have them on standby and ready to address and respond any health concerns or health needs of our tribal people, our guests, and our relatives continue to respond. And I just want to say thank you and commend them for their service to our tribe and to our people. I want to make a special note to the Quapaw Nation. The Quapaw Nation, the chief cook, called me Tuesday and said, Chairman, the Quapaw tribe, in recognition of the 150th, would like to donate food rations to the camp and to the powwow. And so we were able to provide many boxes of food out to our people, and to be able to supply them with really top shelf stuff, top shelf rations that just went above and beyond hospitable to us. And that it wasn't just a practical thing, but the symbolic nature of that gift back to the Quapaw people. It's with the culmination of this 150th celebration, because that's the type of gesture that our powwow is based on, is the ability to feed people, feed our visitors, feed ourselves. And again, just want to say thank you to the Ottawa tribe. And if you see anyone from Ottawa, please thank them if you can. If you have the opportunity, thank them. Again, our communications department for setting up everything this week, and they continue to progress, and they continue to expand. They deliver exceptional service whenever we do these events, but they are starting to turn a corner and begin to document and archive all of the good, positive things that are happening with our community, whether that's youth with education and children, whether that is our employees, highlighting employees and their years of service with us. And they're starting to do elder spotlights and putting those together. And that was, kind of an idea. Well, it was an idea born out of Gracie Good Eagles, our tribal elder, who wanted to do that, who thought enough of this idea to archive and document stories, archive and document kind of the voices of our elders, and keeping our culture alive and perpetuating it, and leaving something for our next generation of youth that are coming up after us. And so to be able to document all of those things, our communications department has played a very integral role in bringing that to life. And just want to thank them for all of their efforts. And lastly, I'd like to thank the staff of the Downstream Casino Resort, from the hotel to the food and beverage to valet, to the guest services, to every employee that's here on property. Whenever our tribal people come and converge onto the property, their level of dedication, their level of service is top notch. And I just want to thank them for continuing to roll out the red carpet of hospitality and make us feel welcome at our mothership property. And it's a beautiful It's a beautiful day today at our property, celebrating the 15-year anniversary of our grand opening of Downstream Casino Resort. And it doesn't seem all that long ago that we were all meeting in the hotel lobby there. And the cars were backed up for miles and miles, and the highway was shut down. And to see the development and the progression of this property and where we are today, it's been amazing. It's been amazing as a tribal nation. It's been amazing as the business grows and we continue to see all of these good things, our ability to put more revenue towards tribal services, put more revenue towards all of these programs that we have to administer to every single tribal citizen. It's pretty amazing to see, and I'm really excited for the future of not just this property, but our Saracen Casino property, our Quapaw Casino property, and those developments as well, and then across the board on all of our business enterprises, as well as our tribal government. But with that, I want to say we still have much work to do. And overall, I'm very proud of our accomplishments as a tribal nation, whether that's on the tribal government side or whether that's on the tribal business side. We continue to grow and we continue to be able to respond to the needs of our people. And it's an incredible time to be alive here in 2022. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity and thank you for being here today and taking time out of your schedule and sitting with us. I think we're going to have a good general council session. I'm looking forward to a lot of good discussion and good information presented from all of our committees, our subcommittees. And I just want to wish a warm welcome and have a safe, happy weekend. And hopefully we can do this again next year. So thank you. Gunna Gay. And I'm gonna, as part of the welcome still, I guess we're still on this line item of the agenda. I would be remiss if I did not mention that over the course of a year, we have lost a lot of loved ones. We've lost a lot of tribal elders. We've lost a lot of good tribal people within our community, whether that's COVID or, what have you. I can't think of anybody that hasn't been touched in some part by the loss of some of our tribal people. And as we gather today, I'd like to honor their memory and their legacy. And even though they're not here in the physical, they're here with us in spirit. And they're looking down upon us, and I just want to honor their legacies. And if you could bear with me in a moment of silence for our loved ones that have passed on, please. Gonna get. Okay, moving on to the reading, correction, and approval of minutes. I would entertain a motion to approve. So at this time, if we could have somebody make the motion from the floor. John Landrum, motion to approve the reading, correction, approval of minutes. And do I have a second? Have a second by Norman Panther. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Any abstention? The ayes have it, and the reading, correction, and approval of minutes has been approved. Next up is the treasurer's report that are found. You can find those in your packets. All of the financials in the packet for the treasurer's report has been included in those. And at this time, I'll also take a motion to approve those. We have a motion and we have a second. Any abstentions, or excuse me, any discussion? Yes, sir. I have Mr. Mercer making the comment of thanking the people that put those together, and it's been the best financials that he's seen of any general counsel packet. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. A lot of hard work went into that, so thank you. That means a lot. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. The ayes have it and the treasurer's report is approved. Dropping down to the elections now. First up, we have the tribal princess. And at this time, I will take nominations for tribal princess. We have a nomination from Barbara for Crystal Glass as tribal princess. Any other nominations? Kathina Santacoy? Daylina Santacoy. Okay, Daylina Santacoy. If whoever is nominating could come to the front and either come to the microphone or come to the election committee table, just so we can get proper spelling and record the name of the nominator, that would be great. Thank you. I see you. Do we have another nomination? Melanie Shawnee nominates Emma Mckibben. If there are no other nominations, I'll take a motion to cease nominations from the floor. We have a motion to cease nominations. I have a second. Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Okay, the motions have ceased. And at this time, I would call Miss Crystal, Miss Delina, and Miss Emma to the stand, to the podium here, and to give a few words. I think go by nomination. No pressure. Do we have a mic for them that we can give them? Here we go. We got one. Okay.
Uga'xpa, Honike, Crystal Glass Sage Albany. We eat Kadabani Numba. Kadabani Numba, McBee Agoni. Kadabani Numba, Numba. Iwi Gide Andagani, Atiminke Andagani. Vita Itani, Sunny Indiana Glass. Itanke, Ashley Watson. We Itani Numba, Kihika Bajenke. Vita Witimis, Vicky Jones, and Kay O'Leary. We Uga'xpa, Chelagi, Ongwe, and Shada. We Shonka Akani Omanikacha, we Bide, Oklahoma State University. Hello, O-gah-pah people. How are you? My name is Crystal Glass. I am the current 2021-2022 Quapaw Nation Princess. I am glad to see everyone here, and I'm glad to be here. My parents are Sunny and Deanna Glass. I have an older sister named Ashley Watson. I am a direct descendant of Second Chief Pete Clabber. My aunts are Vicky Jones and Kay O'Leary. I am a member of the Quapaw Nation, as well as part Cherokee, Seneca Cayuga, and Choctaw. I am 19 years old and will be a sophomore this fall at Oklahoma State University, where I am pursuing a degree in business. My school activities include me being involved in the Native American Student Association and intramural sports. I am very proud of my heritage. I am proud to live the Uga'xpa way of life. I have grown up in the arena and danced as a Northern Jingle dancer. Ever since I was a little girl, I have always looked up to the princesses. This title is one I have always strived for. To me, it is one of the most prestigious titles one could hold for their people and their nation. It is an honor and a privilege. I would like to say, Weyashna. I am thankful for the Business Committee, Quapaw Nation members, and my parents for the opportunity and to allow me to attend the powwows and activities on behalf of the nation. During my travels, I was able to meet former Miss Indian World Cheyenne Kippenberger. I was also honored to be asked to be head lady for the Natchez Powwow in Mississippi. I have truly enjoyed representing the Quapaw Nation this past year. I am humbly standing here before you, asking for your support and vote for an additional year as your Quapaw Nation princess. Kokonan, Gunagay, thank you.
Gunagay Crystal, and if we could, Delina Santacoy.
My name is Daylina Santacoy. I am 15 years old and enrolled member of the Quapaw Nation. I am also of Kiowa descent. My mother is Jessie Bohe, and my grandmother is Karen Bear Bohe. My great-grandmother is Jessie Jean Quapaw Bear, and her parents are Jessie Quapaw and Martha Track. Their parents were Solomon Quapaw and Sigdon Anna Track. I am a sophomore at Anadarko High School, and I am a member of the Oklahoma National Honor Society and the Oklahoma Indian Honor Society. I am also on the Superintendent's Honor Roll. I play tennis, I play varsity tennis, and placed this year at the regional tournaments. I enjoy going to powwows and attending cultural events. I have danced Southern buckskin since I was little, and I recently learned to bead and sew. My mother has helped me sew this dress together. And if elected as your 2022-2023 Quapaw Nation Princess, I would do my best to represent my Quapaw people with the utmost respect. I appreciate your votes and want to wish everyone a safe trip home. Konehe.
Gunagay, Daylina, and thank you. Next up, we have Miss Emma Mckibben.
Awe Uga'xpa Nikashi Dadi Ena Jani Dati Pite Emma Lorena Mckibben Jaje Abadi iwiki de ondakani. Lebra ali shape o maika abdi. Da posca pahiuska etsi dabre, meina abrie, Anna Mckibben ina wita abdi. Jesse Mckibben witiko wita abdi. Solomon Quapaw apa witikope. O-gah-pah wajaji pani masishkibrie. Pahiusta dawaki da owadadli o minkshe. Away Quapaw people. It's good to be here with all of you, and it's good to see you here. My name is Emma Mckibben, and I am 16 years old. I go to Pawhuska High, where I will be a junior in the fall. I am the first daughter of Anna Mckibben. Jesse Mckibben was my grandfather, and I am a direct descendant of Solomon Quapaw. I am a member of the Quapaw Nation, and I am of Osage and Pawnee descent. I live in Pawhuska, Oklahoma, with my mother and younger brother, Jesse. In school, I've had straight A's since kindergarten. Last year, I was top of my class in science, history, English, and Osage. I am interested in learning languages. I've taken classes in both Osage and Quapaw. Earlier this year, I won the grand prize in the Oklahoma Native Youth Language Fair, and I was also chosen as the first speaker at the Dagihao Language Conference, which is here at Downstream at the end of July. I got my first Quapaw dress when I was 3, and I've danced since I could walk. Now I dance jingle. I've come to Quapaw Powwow every year since I was born. Last year, I had the honor of being Quapaw Powwow Princess. Friday night, I was happy to pass my crown on to Najoni Sosie Hamilton. I've also been around feasts since I was little. I enjoy learning about our traditional Quapaw foods and how to set the table. I'm very proud of my culture. Kasho o wiki minkse ia kashe na ekipse kombra ganage kashikada iwide da minkse. That's all I have to say, and that's all I want to say. Thank you. Safe travels home.
Gonna gay, Miss Emma Mckibben, and gonna gay for all of these ladies who come up today. It takes a lot of courage to come up and present. So let's give everyone in the room, give them another round of applause. So I'm going to attempt to know what you guys are thinking, the election committee, and we're just going to go down the line. The candidates 1, 2, 3. So 1 being Crystal, 2 being Daylina, and then 3 Emma. Is that right? Okay. And if everyone would get out their clickers, power them up, and cast your votes. If you are having technical difficulties or you need any type of assistance with your voting device, please raise your hand and a member of the election committee will come and assist you.
Right, we got used to it. Yeah. I've been trying to do better. Shaking the table. So. I think we were. I think we were supposed to. I don't see it. Good morning.
Okay, the election committee has informed me that the IT has split the room on the vote. So if you want your vote to be received, you need to come to the white chair seating area. And whenever you press send, the confirmation will say received on your device. So basically the range on the device won't reach to the very back of the room. So if you're back there trying to cast your vote and you haven't seen a confirmation, go ahead and make your way up closer to the stand. I'm being told we have 1 more minute before voting closes. 1 more minute. Okay, voting is now closed. If we could have the election committee present the results.
Who was it?
There's 538 checks in that we delivered. Yes.
Congratulations to Ms. Emma Mckibben, and congratulations to all of those who also participated in this. If we can, let's give everyone another round of applause.
Thank you for coming up. Thank you for presenting yourself, and thank you for gracing us with your
Presence. Looking forward to this next year of you representing the tribe and the nation and across Indian country, and just really honored to have you in this role, and looking forward to it. And whenever I put this sash and the shawl on, I'd like to pay special recognition to the maker, and that is Miss Carolyn Knott. So thank you to Carolyn for presenting our princess with this beautiful, beautiful shawl, representing our tribal colors, representing our tribal nation. So gonna gay.
I just wanted to say thank you for the votes. Crystal, you did a great job representing us. I've looked up to you. And Delina, I hope you run again next year. You did a great job. Gonna gay.
Yeah. At this time, I want to express a lot of gratitude for Crystal. These last few years that she served in this role, She's done a phenomenal job of representing us across Indian country, representing Quapaw Nation, representing her other respective tribes. And she has really gone above and beyond in this capacity. Just a really wonderful job, really wonderful lady, and many well wishes to her. And as she continues on in her educational journey and her future, she's got a bright future. So I just want to say from the business committee, gonna gay, and thank you. Okay, next up we have Powwow Committee Chairman. And so at this time, I will accept nominations from the floor for Powwow Committee Chairman. Oh, I have a nomination for Liz Tiger. Nomination for Liz Tiger, and I also heard Mike Shawnee. Have a nomination for Ben Waters. Yes, Ms. Carolyn. Have a Cricket Rice. You have to be tribal. You have to be Quapaw. He's not enrolled. Motion to cease nominations in a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? All right, the ayes have it, and motions have ceased from the floor. Nominations have ceased from the floor. And so if we could we please have Ms. Liz Tiger, Mr. Mike Shawnee, Mr. Ben Waters, and Mr. Cricket Rice. Do we have our nominees? Can we go ahead and get them to come to the podium?
Hello, everyone. How are you? My name is Benjamin Waters. I'd be honored to serve as your powwow chairman for the 2023 powwow. And I'd like to give Mike Shawnee a big thanks. He's done a great job over the last 10 years. So I appreciate your vote. Thanks.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to come up here and speak. And I just want to say also, it's very good to see all of our Quapaw relatives. O-gah-pah, appreciate that. If I was to go ahead and be voted in as powwow chairman, there's a lot of things I'd like to change. First and foremost, one of the things I like to do because one of my ideas that I had to pass was implementing our Quapaw night. Well, there's a couple other ideas that I have as well, and I just think that, it'd be, putting in more social dances, putting more dances like this, to where everybody can participate even longer, and just having a good celebration. But, just like my little brother Ben said, on the things that Mike has done and accomplished in the past 10 years. I've enjoyed coming back to the Powwow. Regardless of who the chairman is, I just like coming back and visit with relatives, friends, family, and you guys vote me in. I'll do my absolute best, but, just kind of give you a little bit of my background. I've served on the committee for the Red Earth. I've served on with the committee of the oil celebration in Poplar, Montana. Also with the Tunica Biloxi Powwow, and I also served with the American Indian Center in Chicago. So I've seen the best of as far as Northern goes and Southern goes, but one of the main things I like to implement is that, regardless of where we come from, we're always one. We're all one. So we're out there dancing for, our relatives who have gone on, and teaching our young as well. So if you guys vote me, I certainly appreciate it.
I'm Liz Tiger. I am a descendant of Solomon Quapaw, Secretarial Chapter. My mother was Jessie Jean Quapaw. We had her memorial dance the other night. Would be honored to serve as your committee head for the next year's powwow. I'm a dancer. I've been head dancer at several very large powwows throughout California. Been powwow head dancer over here in Oklahoma. I've been on committees that where the universities where we have annual powwows. We had monthly powwows. I've been on statewide committees for powwows. We've been the main organizer, so I have that experience. I was raised a large portion of my life in California. California is very diverse. We have the tribes from all over. So I'm very familiar with the Northern, the Southern, and even like the California tribes and the Navajo Nation. There's just all kinds of diversity, tribal diversity in California. And I've been able to watch and learn and listen. And that's valuable information because our people, we welcome everyone. This is not just for us. Quapaws are known for our hospitality, for our generosity, and that's what we want to continue in our powwow. It's not just for us, but they're coming to our home, and we want to give them that welcoming experience. And in order to do that, we need to be a little bit familiar with their ways. And I commend Mike and his committee for the years that they've put this on to get it to the level that it's at. And if I were to be your committee person, we would only want to follow that and increase it. But we also would want to make new, not so much changes, but to make improvements and bring new ideas, new blood, new ideas, new committee people, new helpers that can just make our dance even better than what it is. And we're very fortunate that our tribe, we have a committee, but we also have a business council that would support us and have our back. And so that makes it a lot easier to work with and to have, like I said, the hospitality, the welcoming to the visitors. When they come, they know we are one people welcoming them. And I would just like to say that if I'm your choice, I'm going to give it my all. And likewise, the committee, because it's not a one-person thing. It's not my job. It's a committee's job. It's a people's job. And we have to represent you, not us. So the door would be open that if there's something you want to see, something you don't want to see, then you would have that opportunity to come and talk to whoever committee member you're aware of and make your voice known. And that's who we're representing, you. It's not just the committee, it's you. So That's my thing, is that we want to listen to the people. Thank you.
Good morning. Don't really know what else to say. I mean, had this for 10 years, so we built it up and we keep trying to improve it every year. So that's all I can really say, is to keep progressing forward. Hopefully, if everybody's been taken care of this weekend, hopefully we can get more accomplished in the coming years. So that's all I got to say. Thank you.
If I could, let's give all of them another round of applause. Coming up here and speaking and talking about what they can do and what they've been able to accomplish for our powwow. We hold it in such high regard that it's important to us. It's an important position, and so a lot of hard work goes into that. And so, how do we want to? Have you already done the listing of them? Okay. Well, let's go ahead and open up the votes then. Yeah, the business committee needs some assistance because we can't see what you guys are seeing. Yes, can you please?
Do you prefer us to tell it to you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Or want IT to do something?
Both.
Got it. I'll announce it.
Okay, thank you.
Ben was Liz Tiger is 2. Ben Waters is 3. Cricket Rice is 4.
Okay. So for those of you who are having trouble seeing the monitor, number 1 is Mike Shawnee, 2 Liz Tiger, 3 Ben Waters, and 4 Cricket Rice.
Once again, if anyone's having any issues with their voting device, could you please raise your hand and one of the election committee individuals? Okay. You said. 1 minute remains. Please vote if you have not. Has ceased. Mike Shawnee, 271 votes. Liz Tiger, 98. Ben Waters, 63. Cricket Rice, 65. A total of 497 votes cast. The chairman for the 23 powwow will be Mike Shawnee.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, congratulations, Mike. Is there anything you'd like to say? Come back up here and address the crowd, address our people. I got something I'd like to say too, just on behalf of the business committee. Everything that Mike and his committee has done in anticipation of the 150th. This started, the planning for this and the organization for this started last year. It started a year ago because we knew that in anticipation of the 150th, there were going to be large crowds. There were going to be, because of COVID and us coming out of COVID, there were going to be more people that participated and attended this year's event. And so Mike stepped up to the plate and did a really incredible job of welcoming our guests, welcoming our tribal members, and much appreciation from the business committee to Mike Shawnee and his committee. Thank you.
Just to add some stuff to that, you know, all this wouldn't be possible without other departments within the tribal organization, starting with the business committee, the business office. You know, a lot of this couldn't happen. And like everybody else knows, it's not a one-person job, it's a committee. So that's what we try to do, is kind of spread it around. So I wouldn't be able to do all this by myself. I'm the first one to admit that. So, but you know, all the way down to our maintenance departments, our grounds crew who put in countless hours to get the powwow grounds to look as nice as it does. So, them boys put in a lot of hours. Yeah, we know we had some electrical problems. Try to resolve all of that before the powwow started, but sometimes things don't go as planned. So just bear with us. We'll try to get it all right one of these days. My rations committee helpers are volunteers. They've been with me. Most of them have been with me since I got the position about over 10 years ago. So I'd like to give them a big applause because, you know, when you're a volunteer, you don't get paid. They give them their time. Make sure that we can try to get everybody some substance for the weekend. So I'd like for you guys to give them a hand because they work very hard. So without all that being said, I'd just like to say thank you for voting for me. We're going to try to build and keep building on to what we've accomplished so far. It's a hard job to do because we're not the only powwow in the state of Oklahoma going on this weekend. A lot of tribal people stay with their own tribes, so we try to bring them in and try to welcome them and show them some hospitality and generosity. So again, that's all I'd like to say, and thank you again.
Okay, congratulations again to Mike Shawnee, and looking forward to working with him for the 151st Quapaw Powwow come next year. We hope everybody can make it back and celebrate with us. Next up, election for Grievance Committee. And at this time, I'll take nominations from the floor for the Grievance Committee. I hear a Jesse Mckibben. I heard a Cuggy Supernaw. Laura Rollins. Abigail Logan.
I nominate Lena McQuarrie.
Lena McQuarrie. Thank you, Gavin. The water's in the back. I hear Ben Waters. Kylie, did you have another one? Okay. Any other nominations? Going once. Going twice. I hear a motion to cease nominations. Do I have a second? We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? All right, motion carries, and we have a motion to cease nominations. So if we could we have a reading of the nominees, please, from the election committee?
For the Grievance Committee include 1, Jesse Mckibben, 2, Coogie Supernaw, 3, Laura Rollins, 4, Abigail Logan, 5, Ben Waters, 6, Lena McQuarrie. And you will vote for up to 3.
Top 3?
Yes.
Okay. Would you mind explaining how that one works before we get started? Or actually, thank you, Linda. Let's have the nominees come up and speak on their nominations for the Grievance Committee. So if we could have those individuals come up and address General Counsel.
Laura, Abigail, Ben, Lena.
Nancy, take this. Good morning. Morning. Oh, flip the switch. There.
Good morning, people. I've been on the Grievance Committee now for 2 terms, and I'd like to. Okay, better now? Okay. Good morning. I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to serve you all for the past couple of terms, and I'm really appreciative that you had that kind of faith in me to serve you all. Hopefully in the near future, we can get some grievance amendments and kind of revise it to give the Grievance Committee back their power, like things in the past that they've been kind of hit some roadblocks, and hopefully this revision to our resolution can happen in the near future. It can even give the Grievance Committee some legal counsel to consult if they need to. So that's one thing we hope in the near future that can happen for the Grievance Committee. Again, thank you all for letting me serve you all in the past. I'm going to decline this at this time. And like I said, I believe we should have some term limits on some of our committees in the near future. Maybe that can be something that can be brought up. Like I said, I've served 2 terms and I appreciate you all, but I think it's also good to get new ideas and new people involved so that they can learn processes and kind of do some things to, new fresh ideas are always good for growth, I believe. So thank you all.
This on? Okay. My name is Uga'xpa. No, I didn't run for this office, but I would accept it. I think the Grievance Committee is a part of the Quapaw government, and government's purpose, in my opinion, is to distribute assets and manage assets in a method that does the greatest good for the greatest number of people. And the decisions I make there would try to be impartial and fair. I think that's the main goal of the Grievance Committee, and appreciate your vote. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Laura Rollins. I'm the daughter of Carolyn Knott and the granddaughter of Charlene Button. I have served on the Grievance Committee this past term, and while it wasn't always easy, it has helped us know, like Man said, that we do need some processes and procedures as moving forward, especially as much growth as we have had over the years. I think it would be highly beneficial for me to remain on the Grievance Committee, as we have many new faces who are joining not only the Grievance Committee, but many other committees and the things that will be coming in our future. So I would highly appreciate your vote, and I would love to keep serving you. Thank you.
I'm Abigail Logan, and I would appreciate your vote for the Grievance Committee so that I can help bridge the gap between our people in the Business Committee and the grievances they have. Just something I like to do anyways, regardless if I'm on a committee. Thanks.
Hello again. Like I said, my name is Benjamin Waters. Be honored to serve in this capacity as a member of the Grievance Committee and to address any concerns that might arise from any tribal member regarding any matter in our tribal government. I'd appreciate your vote. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Lena McQuarrie. I am a descendant of Fanny Good Eagle Richards. My mother is Mary McCarty. My grandfather is Charlie Wheeler. I've worked here at Downstream for the past 12 years. I currently hold the role in HR as the director. I had just received my psychology degree in 2020. I'm currently enrolled in Liberty University. Well, I will obtain 2 dual MBA degrees under human resources and strategic management. And I also want to say that I'm very honored to be part of this amazing tribe. We've done so much for not only ourselves, but the community. And I would be honored and I would be very thankful for your support if I could be a part of this grievance committee and do the best that I can to uphold ethics and morals for all tribal people. Thank you.
Thank you to our nominees. At this time, before we get into the vote, I would like to recognize Mans Mckibben, as well as Laura. Mans is a former BC member, served in the position as vice chair, and he's currently serving as on the Constitution Committee as well. And so he's still a service to our nation and to our government. Did a really great job this past year of serving on the Grievance Committee role. Laura, former tribal princess, and she orchestrated and facilitated our golf scramble that we held at Eagle Creek yesterday. And I heard nothing but good, positive things come from that. So thank you to Laura. And also I want to recognize Henry Ellick in his service on the Grievance Committee. He's a distinguished service veteran and also a world champion boxer. So if we could give these 3 individuals a round of applause. It's not an easy task. It's not an easy position to be in oftentimes, but they did an incredible job of serving. And they highlighted and mentioned something that is necessary at this point in our continued growth and development as a tribe, and that is specific policies and procedures and processes that the Grievance Committee is going to be working towards, as well as having legal counsel representation. And so those are all things that are going to be happening in the near future. And with this next Grievance Committee, that's what they will be tasked with, carrying out and facilitating on top of their normal responsibilities that are already existing in the Grievance Committee. So I'm going to turn it over to Linda now.
Okay, so this one is a little bit different since there is a vote up to 3 people. You will press the number of the individuals that you would like. So for example, and I'm just tossing this out there. So 1, period, 2, period, 3, send. Because if not, it will only count the 1. So once again, select your 3 with dots in between the 2 and then hit send so that we'll get the total of 3 counts.
And just so we are clear and everyone is on the same page, and mainly for my own personal sake, can you repeat that again?
Okay, here we go. You're going to vote for up to 3 people for the Grievance Committee. Select your 3 numbers of the individuals that you would like to vote for. For example, 1, period, 2, period, 3, send. Okay, does anybody have any questions on that before we start? Oh, well, it's rolling.
Yeah, it's very solid on that. Yes. sending online. Yeah, mine too. Good call. Thank you. Honor and privilege. Yep. You set the bar. She's got a good support crew too. Yes, sir.
Zach getting sunburned. Do what?
Someone said I'm looking like I'm on that.
Attention, please. If I could have your attention, there was a cell phone left on one of the back tables around the T-shirt table. If you could come to the front to the admin. Is that who has it? Miss Donna Mercer has your phone. We were told that there were some not so great photos, some not so great text messages on there. So whoever wants to claim that, please step right on up. Their search history wasn't looking too good.
Not smiling enough, huh?
2-minute timer on the votes.
2 minutes. Oh, let's all do it. Let's all do it. That's why that meeting request was Cindy Belcher last night. Okay. Okay. As we're waiting for these results for the Grievance Committee to come back, I'd like to make the announcement for our gas cards that were included in each of your packets. The value on those cards are typically $50. However, this year we wanted to increase it because we know that their gas prices are continuing to rise and we're all feeling it at the gas pumps. There's a $75 value on those cards. And I'm also being told there are no expirations and they can be used at either of our convenience stores. So Q Store and Quapaw Casino convenience store.
Hey, what about it?
So
We have the results in. The Grievance Committee is Laura Rollins, Lena McQuarrie, and Coogie Supernall. Gonna go.
Use that random number, and you can just call on it.
when do you want to do it? After Sarah's presentation?
say 10, do it, or you can go all at once. Totally up to you. I'll just go tell him to get something.
Okay. If any of the newly elected grievance committee members would like to come up and say anything, they're more than welcome to. And do all 10. Do a two more.
I'd just like to thank you for your vote and assure you that for the next term in 2 years, with everything we have going in the Constitution Committee, that I'm going to be more than willing to advocate for our members as well as everyone around us and my fellow committee members. And so I thank you, and I'm looking forward to serving you again.
Thank you all so much for your support. I appreciate your vote and your trust that you have in me, as well as Laura and our other candidate. I truly appreciate everything that we've been able to do, and I'm thrilled to be a part of it. Thank you so much, Kanagay.
Her phone is there, yeah. No, they're doing a random number generator. The election committee is. She's supposed to confirm. Jamie, are they able to do a random number generator? Okay. Okay. Okay.
He's gonna come up with something. Did you guys figure it out? It's, like I said, there's a list of just active device numbers. White sticker. Yeah. Let me, I can come over there and try to pull it.
Yes, you can.
It's 193.
So if I could have your attention again, please. If I could have your attention at this time, in really in conjunction with the added value to the gas cards that we've distributed to all of General Council, we also understand that it's getting more difficult to put food on the table. The grocery prices are going up, and we wanted to do what we can at this moment. So the business committee put together food baskets, put together grocery baskets, and our vice chair, Callie Bowden, as well as our BC member, Michelle Newton, were instrumental in taking care of this for us. And so we wanted to do a random drawing for these. And so these are all going to be based off of your voting devices. And if I could, Callie, would you mind speaking a little bit about what's contained in these, the items that are in these baskets, please?
I sure will. I want to go ahead and thank the Quapaw Mercantile, Michelle over there and her staff for getting it all together for us. This food basket right here, we just wanted to go with a theme of a traditional theme. So what we have in it is some hominy, some stew meat, dried corn, some pork, pinto beans, squash, flour, grape juice, sugar, coffee, and a mug. So that is what our gift baskets are going to be today, and we're going to have 10 of them. The white sticker on your voting device is going to be the number that we call.
And so whenever we call the winners up, would you like them to come up front or have them go to Donna so she can get their names?
Yeah, you can go see Donna over here at the administration table, and we'll have her orchestrate getting you the bags. We've got them in the back. We're keeping them cold.
Yeah, we can't come. Would like to come and present them to you, but they're literally in the back in the refrigerator, staying cool. So without further ado, let's go ahead and do 2 now. The numbers are 175 and 222. 175 and 222. You are the lucky winners of the Quapaw Nation General Council food baskets. Yay, there we go. Congratulations. If we could, please go see Donna. Cassidy Graves. And all right, Deborah Van Heest. Thank you. All the way from Washington, D.C. or Maryland, Virginia area, East Coast. Yes, there we go. Also an artist. Congratulations to the both of you. We'll call a couple more winners after our next item of business, which is the election committee. So take it away, Linda.
I want to welcome everybody today, and I'm thankful for the turnout. My name is Linda Davis. I'm currently serving as the chairperson for the election committee. And I just want to give you guys an update. Right now, we have 2 elections running concurrently. And with that being said, the annual election, and you will hear those candidates speak later today or on the agenda, but that election is Saturday, July 23rd. And the voting will take place at the Quapaw Tribal Complex, otherwise known as the Powwow Grounds, from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Absentee ballots are accepted until 5 p.m. Friday, July 22nd. Just a friendly reminder to make sure you have your photo ID, red voter registration card, or the new tribal card that has a registered voter across the bottom the day you present as a walk-in voter. And the special election will be held on Saturday, September 17th, and the last day to file for candidacy is July 15th. The first mail out has been sent out. We will be meeting this Wednesday. We've had our first candidate file. And if you are not a registered voter, or if you are seeking an absentee ballot request for the annual election, please see Carrie Sisson. And Carrie, could you stand or raise your hand, please? I'm not, okay. Carrie is in the back by where you signed in for the registration packets. And just a courtesy reminder, if you have just the red card, and I apologize that it's kind of hard to see up here, but you will still have to have a voter or a photo ID. Now, also keep in mind, if you have the new white card that says registered voter across that, there are some that are still out there that does not have the picture on it. So once again, you will have to have some sort of photo ID. Just another courtesy reminder, we do have some people that have requested absentee ballot packets. In the event that you have requested an absentee ballot packet and you elect to come in to walk-in vote, you will have to return that packet in its entirety. That includes the envelope that it was mailed out in. Does anybody have any other questions? On the special election, the request will have it in bold or highlighted and in bold across the top for an absentee ballot request. We will also differentiate with the color of items going out to keep those separate, special election and annual election. Gunna Gay.
Gunna Gay, Linda, thank you. And thank you to all of the election committee for all of your hard work. We really appreciate it. There's a lot of organization and planning that goes into that. So just want to say thank you again. So just want to reiterate that the date of the special election is September the 17th. And the last day to file for candidacy is July 15th. And this is for the vacant BC member position. 2 more grocery basket winners, please. 138 and 145. 138 and 145. Winner, winner. Miss Abigail and $138 and $145. 145. 145. We may have to go to the next one. 145 going once. Oh, we got 145. Okay, my apologies. Oh, 138. 138. 138. 138. 138. Let me give it another chance. 138 going once. 138 going twice. 138 going, gone. Okay, we're going to move on to the next number here. The next number is 302. 302. 30. Oh, okay. We got a winner. Miss Dorothy Cantrell. No need to get up. No need to get up. Just, we got her name. We got her information. All right. Congratulations. Congratulations. Next up, next item on the agenda is the Constitution Committee. So if we could have the Constitution Committee, Mr. Roman Cahiga, Chair of the Constitution Committee, come up and present to our General Counsel. That would be wonderful. Yeah. Mic. You got the mic, okay.
Test, test. God, I get nervous as soon as I stand up here. Forget what I'm going to say, especially with Amy right here looking at me. My name is Roman Cahiga. I'm the chairman of the Constitution Committee. Today, what we would like to present is a report to you because this is your governing documents. So we want to keep you abreast of where we are right now and some of the things that we're going to be moving towards. Okay, so a little bit of background. For those of you that don't know, the Constitution Committee was voted on by this body in 2018. In 2020, 5 members were appointed to serve on the Constitution Committee by Chairman Byrd. In April 2021, the committee sent out surveys to the general membership to get your feedback on and input on what is most pressing for you right now as a citizen. The direction, or actually at last year's General Council, we presented those results back to you. And at last year's General Council, we received direction from you for the next steps to be taken. In November of last year, I'm sorry, let me back that up. I skipped one. We sent surveys to the business committee, just like we did with the general membership. Different questions concerning more of the civic responsibilities around being a business committee member. In November of 2021, we received a letter from the BIA superintendent that affirmed Section 14 of our governing resolution, which gives us the power to amend our own governing resolution without permission from an outside agency. I'll get into that more. At that time, the Constitution Committee decided that it would be more beneficial for our nation to amend our current governing resolution for multiple reasons. The first thing is that we're able to expedite some of these decisions faster than going through what's called a secretarial vote. And Lloyd, maybe you could correct me if I get this wrong. The secretarial vote requires a full document to be passed by our body and then submitted to the Department of Interior to approve. And the amount of time that takes, and if they find something that they don't like, they send it back to us to rehash and rewrite in that document. Does that sound right? Okay, got that confirmed. So as we all know, that process could take a very long time, and we have things that are more pressing to us. So in January 2022, we started our search for legal counsel. We're looking for lawyers and professors who have experience taking on this task that we're taking on. And we found a handful, and we started to narrow them down. And by March, we had our eye on somebody that we really were impressed by. So we did our due diligence on them. And then it was a couple of month-long process to secure that individual to be our assistants. And so as of last month, we've officially retained him as legal counsel to help us with this process. So last year, we presented five options. So what we received from the feedback that we got from everybody was that ethics were important to us. Separation of power was important to us. Oversight was important to us. Rights, personal rights, individual rights, those were important to us. Election ordinance was very important to us. And there were a handful, there were enough to be concerned about enrollment. So we presented this question back to you last year and asked, what direction do you want us to head first? We can take some big steps here, but we need to know what's most important to you. And overwhelmingly, it was how our government is sort of structured right now and getting those powers checked and balanced, right? And then a very close second to that was the ethics, accountability, and transparency. So what the Constitution Committee has been doing has been really focusing on where we can beef up our current governing resolution, where we can make suggestions to modify or to amend some of our processes right now. One of the things that we needed to stay away from during this process is anything that looks like reorganizing our government. And if we attempt to reorganize our government at this point, what that would do is that would trigger a secretarial vote. Okay, so there are some things that we just couldn't touch right now until we took care of some of these bigger items. So what we're going to see here is the results for the survey that we submitted to our business committee members. The surveys that were submitted had very little identifying information. If they identified themselves, that's the only way that we knew who submitted these. For the sake of anonymity here, I don't know if that's the right word, for keeping them anonymous, we're going to, I limited some of the stuff that would be visible here so as not to point fingers or anybody, because this is more important than pointing fingers at any one person. The survey was completed by 6 sitting business committee members. The business committee member that didn't get this, survey, we later found out was because the emails that we were sending were getting trapped in another folder, so they didn't even know that they existed. And then for a sample, we also asked 2 other former business committee members to participate in this survey. The goal of the survey was to obtain a civic sense and sense of basic knowledge from our trusted servants. One of the questions that we asked has directly to do with what we asked in our survey to you. And that was the question on term length. And then we asked another question on term limits. Last year, I shared that I believe that I did a disservice to everybody here or everybody who participated in that you didn't have enough information based on what we were asking you to give us feedback on. The information that we needed was here what the business committee gave us. We asked them, how many years do you believe are necessary for a term in your position and why? So overwhelmingly, it was our business committee believes that 4 years are necessary for this role. And from what we have seen in logs, what we have seen in other tribes, and our committee agrees on this, but what we're going to do, we're not crossing this bridge yet. We're just disclosing to you what was disclosed in this survey. Then we asked about term limits. We said, do you believe that term limits are appropriate for members of the business committee and why? So in the why, I have to let you know that some of the numbers that you're seeing on the screen there are a little misleading because we asked a 2-part question. Some said that if we were moving to 4 years, then 2 terms are appropriate. If we're keeping it at 2 years, then 4 terms are appropriate. But the math still works out to about the same amount of time that what they believe is appropriate for a position. We asked the business committee about compensation. This is a very touchy subject, okay? I'd like to highlight that out of the 8 individuals who took the survey, 4 of them skipped it. All right, we're not knocking them for doing that. Some of the reasons given were that we don't feel that this belongs in the realm of the Constitution Committee. Others were that we don't believe that we should be the ones setting our own compensation. But I just want you to know that what we were asking for was just general feedback of what you believed it was. And I wasn't as clear as I could have been on that. So in my notes here, I highlight that, this topic is sensitive. It's sensitive for all of us. The 4 that skipped this question are all current sitting business committee members. And there's just a lot of information that needs to be considered in this topic. The compelling comments that were made along with this question referenced their status as a taxpayer and how that affects them today. And the personal use of the use of their personal property and things that need to be considered in all of this that we don't have we're not privy to that information of everything that's involved in that. Another noteworthy consideration is that their compensation should reflect equivalence to their stature among their colleagues, right? So when they're sitting at the table with other tribal leaders, we want our government, our leaders, our elected officials to have the same stature as them. And I'm not saying that that's identified monetarily, but we all know it can be, all right? And it needs to be considered. We had basic questions on accountability, and this was a little concerning. On the left, it says, if you've been found in contradiction of your oath, should you be subject to legal proceedings? Everybody believes that they should. The concerning part is this next one. If someone is in violation of their oath, does the nation have an adequate procedure to address it? Half don't believe that we do. And if I took this, I would be in that half also. I don't believe that we have an adequate procedure, which also speaks to the note down here that it says that we have a lack of confidence by our trusted leaders to hold each other accountable. And even though we see that coming out in different forms, we don't have a good procedure for it. And it's not clear on how we need to operate inside of that. We asked, should the secretary treasurer position be divided? Majority don't believe so. And there weren't any comments on this. I wish this is one that we were. I think in the future we could talk about this some more and get some more feedback on this. Then we asked, in your opinion, does the business committee have enough members? Most believe yes. Some don't believe that we do, and some are unsure, right? Because we're in the middle of a transformation right now that they don't know what's coming down the pipe and if what we have is adequate or will be adequate. We sought opinions on ethics, roles, and transparency. We said, do you believe in your position should adhere to a legal code of ethics established by our nation? They all do. The one no texted me and said that that was an accident. They didn't mean to put that, but it's recorded. We asked, do all members of the business committee have the same or similar roles and powers? If no, please explain some of the differences. As you can see, there's some confusion here. You know, I think this is one of the questions that you would want to see everybody aligned and knowing what each other's roles are really supposed to be. But I think that this speaks to a lot of what we see in what was inherited here and what we see going forward inside of and how our meetings operate. We asked, can the business committee improve its transparency to the nation right now? And if yes, how? I wish I could show you the comments here because there were some really great comments that we're going to be working with the business committee on to see if they could implement outside of what we're going to be asking them to do. But your business committee does believe that they can be more transparent to you. Other questions that we couldn't really measure were, what does being transparent to your constituents look like to you? Again, some really great feedback from everybody on what they believed they could do individually to be more transparent. We asked, how do you determine if something is confidential? Where would you like to see our nation's government in 5 years? Where would you like to see our nation in 5 years? And everybody on that said that they want to be debt-free, right? Everyone said debt-free as their number one answer. When asked about specific roles for each position, this kind of highlights what I just talked about a second ago. We asked, is there power or authority any business committee member has that is not explicitly stated in resolution, ordinance, or charter? And some said not sure, and some said no. Another question that we asked that we couldn't really measure was, we asked each business committee member where they derived their authority from for their specific role. Everybody said the governing resolution, everybody. They quoted the governing resolution, they gave the number of the resolution, which is fantastic. But that compared to this statement here, this other question is saying that we know what the governing resolution says, but we're not quite sure what it means applied to everything else across the board. That's just the way it reads, all right? That's not necessarily the truth. But as we look at other documents that we are guided by the DDA charter and other commissions, it's clear that we don't follow our own documents that we're supposed to. So this ambiguity here makes a lot of sense. What is the committee's next steps? So today we're going to be presenting a resolution to the Business Committee requesting a special general counsel to make amendments to the governing resolution. If you haven't gotten a copy of this, please feel free to stop at the table in the back. There were a couple individuals handing these out. But this is we'll talk about this a little bit more later. Registered voters can expect to see a voter information packet mailed to them in the next few weeks. Packets will contain a basic explanation of what a yes vote means on this and what a no vote means on this, what the governing resolution will look like if amendments are affirmed. You could expect to have 2 information sessions where we will answer questions and flow ideas around and meanings around on what we actually meant in writing what we wrote. If we need more, we will have more. A special general council meeting on a date to be determined by the Business Committee. Our governing resolution states that we need to have 30 days notice and that a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council can be called, and we have to be specific on what that meeting is being called for, and that's the document that we've been circulating. Next slide, please. After the special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council, the Constitution Committee will be working towards outlining roles and responsibilities of the Business Committee members. We want something to be a little more codified inside of our governing resolution on what we can reasonably expect of our Business Committee members. The Constitution Committee will be exploring possibilities of term lengths and term limits and presenting those back to you. The Constitution Committee will be working to refine our election ordinance of 2004. There was a lot of feedback on changes to be made with the election ordinance and some things that people wanted to revisit altogether. The Constitution Committee will explore meeting rules that are streamlined and simple for all citizens to understand. And what we're talking about there is how this meeting operates. We say that we operate by Robert's Rules of Order, but as we've seen through our previous survey, there's about 8 out of 10 people sitting in this room that don't really understand wholly how Robert's Rules of Order operate, and sometimes the Business Committee is a part of that 8 out of 10, right? So we want rules that are streamlined that everybody can understand at the same time. If you have any questions, this is the email that the Constitution Committee could be reached at. It's constitution.committee@quapawnation.com. The question was just asked for those of you that didn't hear, is this resolution being voted on today? No. What is happening today is we are presenting to the Business Committee a request for the Business Committee to call a special general counsel so that we can, for the specific purpose of addressing some of these changes that we would like to make in the governing resolution. So by our current governing resolution, we have to give at least 30 days notice. We need adequate publicity throughout the communities. And we also, the Constitution Committee wants to take some additional time so that everybody is informed as much as we can. Everybody is informed on the changes that are being presented. So with that being said, everybody's invited to follow along. What I'm going to do is read aloud and make a formal request to the Business Committee on what we are proposing. Proposed to the Quapaw Nation Business Committee by the Quapaw Nation Constitution Committee on behalf of the Quapaw Nation Indian Council. Resolution calling for a special Quapaw Indian Council of the Quapaw Nation to amend the governing resolution. Whereas the Quapaw Nation is a federally recognized Indian tribe and is governed by a governing resolution that was duly adopted by the Quapaw Indian Council on August 19, 1956, and approved by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs on September 20th, 1957, hence the governing resolution. Whereas the governing resolution delegates authority to the Quapaw Tribal Business Committee to speak and act on behalf of the Quapaw Nation, and whereas the governing resolution, Section 10, permits a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council to be called at the discretion of the chairman and shall be called by him at the written request of the majority of the business committee or by written request of 30% of the members of the Quapaw Indian Council. And whereas the 2018 Quapaw Indian Council voted to create a constitution committee to create a constitution for the Quapaw Nation, and the Constitution Committee has explored the needs and wants of the Quapaw Nation membership by way of surveys and open meetings. And whereas the BIA Superintendent Rodney Lofton affirmed in a letter dated November 24, 2021, that Section 14 of the governing resolution permits the Quapaw Nation to amend the governing resolution by majority vote. And whereas it is the intention of the Quapaw Nation to observe and make all amendments to the governing resolution by honoring Section of the governing resolution. And whereas Section 14 of the governing resolution states that it, quote, may be amended by a majority vote of the qualified voters of the Quapaw tribe of Indians of Quapaw blood. This is a quote directly from the governing resolution, even to include its grammar. Blood and on the approved Quapaw rolls voting at an election called for that purpose by the chairman of the Quapaw of the Tribal Business Committee. It shall be the duty of the chairman of the Tribal Business Committee to call such an election for referendum at the request of a majority of the Quapaw Tribal Business Committee, or upon presentation of a petition signed by at least 30% of the qualified voters, members of the Quapaw tribe, provided not less than 30 days notice of such meeting, and proposed amendments shall be given to the members of the tribe directly by mail, if feasible, and by appropriate publicity throughout the communities in which the tribal members reside. Now, therefore, be it resolved on behalf of the Quapaw Indian Council, the Quapaw Nation Constitution Committee does hereby make formal request to the Quapaw Nation Business Committee and Chairman Joseph Byrd to call a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council on August 27th, 2022 at 9:00 a.m. to create a secretarial rule for ongoing non-substantive edits, to hear proposed amendments, discuss the amendments, and vote on the proposed amendments to the governing resolution stated herein. 1, by majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council give authority to the Constitution Committee of the Quapaw Nation to make non-substantive edits to all governing documents. Non-substantive edits, substantive edits are to include numbering of paragraphs, consistency of terms, syntax, consolidation of documents, and reconciliation of said documents effective immediately and until such time the Quapaw Indian Council decides to disband the Constitution Committee. 2, by majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend Section 1 to add subsections C and D to provide all proposed resolutions shall be made public at least 10 calendar days prior to a business committee vote and posted on the official Quapaw Nation website. All past resolutions and minutes shall be posted within 10 calendar days of enactment, posted on the official Quapaw Nation website. In the event of an emergency, the chairman of the business committee may request a phone poll or email poll of business committee members to take action regarding an issue. The proposed emergency resolution will be posted immediately on the official Quapaw Nation website with the reason the action taken was deemed an emergency. D, the business committee will conduct all Quapaw Nation business using Quapaw Nation issued technology and assets. Examples: telephone, email, address, computer, networks, software, etc. 3, by majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend Section 1 of the governing resolution to add subsection E to provide Any enrolled tribal member over the age of 18 may submit in writing a Freedom of Information request. However, personal identifying information, medical information, unaudited financial information, or pending litigation may be redacted or denied. The Business Committee shall respond in writing to all Freedom of Information requests within 30 calendar days of receipt of the request. The Business Committee has authority to provide by duly adopted resolution additional exceptions for redacting information not mentioned above. However, the Business Committee must include a written statement with the redacted information to any Freedom of Information request explaining the reason for the redaction or denial. The Business Committee shall create a process for Freedom of Information requests. By majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend the governing resolution section 4 to add section 4A and B to provide all business committee members are to be compensated fairly for their work as an elected official of the Quapaw Nation. All compensation is to be presented by the Business Committee and will be approved annually by the Quapaw Indian Council, provided that the voting membership has had proper notice, 30 days, to review the proposed compensation and the method for its determination. It will be the Business Committee's duty to present any and all proposed changes of compensation to the Quapaw Indian Council for approval, and that adjusted compensation shall be effective beginning the next term of office for each position. B, the Quapaw Indian Council reserves the authority to suggest and vote on additional compensation for immediate implementation by motion from the floor. 5, by majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend the governing resolution, section 4, to add section 4C to provide compensation to the Business Committee members will be paid solely and directly from the Quapaw Nation. Compensation from any other tribal entity is prohibited. If compensation is not approved by the Quapaw Indian Council, the Business Committee members' compensation shall be computed as follows. 1, the individual median income, this is all based off the same metric. The individual median income, also known as the per capita income for Ottawa County, Oklahoma, as reported in the most recent United States Census by the U.S. Census Bureau. Median income shall be multiplied by 6 for the chairman, median income multiplied by 5 for vice chairman and secretary treasurer, median income multiplied by 4 for other Business Committee members. 6, by majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend the governing resolution, section 4, to add subsection 4D to provide. Unless changed by vote of the Quapaw Indian Council, the Business Committee shall oversee all Quapaw Nation commissions, agencies, instrumentalities, and entities, and each Quapaw Nation entity charter or organic document is hereby amended to include the provision that no Business Committee member may be a member of those entities' governing boards. This section and section 4B shall be effective 6 months from the day of passage of this provision. 7, by majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend section 5 of the governing resolution regarding resolutions involving approval for membership by the Bureau of Indian Affairs to strike. And so long as the affairs of the Quapaw tribe are under the general supervision of the federal government of the Commissioner of Indian Affairs or his authorized representative. To speak on that really quick, I think it reads better and you will have what the document will look like after some of these edits. So just bear with us on that one. You will be able to see that in a visual sense. By majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend section 6A of the governing resolution regarding the Grievance Committee by striking the language consisting of 3 persons of Quapaw Indian blood and replacing it with consisting of 5 enrolled members of the Quapaw Nation. 9, by majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend section 6A of the governing resolution to provide elections for the members of the Grievance, this is paraphrasing or a continuation, elections for the members of the Grievance Committee, unless a vacancy is being filled, shall take place at the Quapaw Indian Council meeting of the Quapaw Nation and shall be held by nominations and votes from the floor. 3 members will be elected in even number years and 2 members will be elected in odd number years. 10, by majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council replace subsection B and add subsections C through E to provide to section 6.1 to provide, the Grievance Committee shall investigate all complaints of professional and personal misconduct regarding business committee members. C, the Grievance Committee may have access to information from all nation commissions, agencies, instrumentalities, and entities related to a grievance. D, Grievance Committee members may serve 2 consecutive terms and must take 2 years off between serving in the same capacity. E, Grievance Committee members shall adhere to the Quapaw Nation Code of Ethics. 11, by majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council and add subsection F through H to section 6.1 to provide a vacancy of the Grievance Committee occurring during a current member's term of office will be filled by the next candidate in line based on the votes cast for the Grievance Committee member from the most recent Grievance Committee election. If no replacement is available, the Grievance Committee will continue to operate independently and the position will stay vacant until the next Quapaw Indian Council. If more than one vacancy occurs, a special Quapaw Indian Council election shall take place the first Saturday following 60 days from the last vacancy. G, grievances must be written and signed by an enrolled member of the Quapaw Nation. Grievances may be sent via email or mailed to Grievance Committee members. A statement of facts, including dates, times, witnesses, allegations of wrongdoing, and the remedy requested must be included in the grievance. H, the Grievance Committee may seek the assistance of or work with the Ethics Commission as it deems necessary. 12, by majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council add subsection I through L to section 6.1 to provide. The Grievance Committee may obtain legal counsel for assistance and advice payable by the Quapaw Nation. Approval from the Business Committee shall not be required. J, if the Grievance Committee finds cause for a special Quapaw Indian Council meeting, the Grievance Committee shall request the chairman to call a special Quapaw Indian Council meeting. Should the chairman fail to call the special Quapaw Indian Council meeting, then the Business Committee may call the special Quapaw Indian Council meeting. It goes on like this. Should the Business Committee fail to call the special Quapaw Indian Council meeting, the Grievance Committee shall have the authority, after acquiring legal counsel's supporting opinion, to call a special Quapaw Indian Council meeting for the purpose of hearing and acting upon grievances or complaints, so long as 30 days' notice is given to the members of the Quapaw Nation directly by certified mail and appropriate publicity by social media, print, and broadcast media to the major neighboring communities. A, the Quapaw Indian Council will give the accused notice of the allegations and an opportunity to explain conduct related to the grievance and present witnesses in his or her defense. The accused may retain a lawyer or at his or her expense. The Quapaw Indian Council shall have the power to remove the members from office or clear them of the grievance. The Quapaw Indian Council's decision is final and not appealable to any court or tribunal. The Grievance Committee may submit a grievance complaint and relevant information to obtains to the tribal prosecutor for prosecution. 13, by majority vote, shall the Quapaw Indian Council add subsection M through O to section 6.1 to provide. The Grievance Committee is empowered to request and receive any documents or information from every tribal entity related to any complaint, so long as it is directly related to said complaint. If in the course of an investigation, the Grievance Committee finds additional unrelated evidence of misconduct, then the Grievance Committee shall investigate said misconduct. In obstruction of the Grievance Committee's investigation is punishable by tribal law and or the Quapaw Nation's Code of Ethics, which may include removal from office by the Quapaw Indian Council. O, the Grievance Committee shall create policies and procedures for the Grievance Committee to be submitted to the Quapaw Indian Council. The Grievance Committee shall have the authority to request amendments or changes. Thank you so much. The Grievance Committee shall have the authority to request amendments or changes to its policies and procedures subject to approval by the Quapaw Indian Council. We're almost there. 14, by majority vote shall the Quapaw Indian Council rename Section 6 to Section 6.1 to establish Section 6.2 to provide an ethics commission shall be established and be comprised of 5 Quapaw Nation members and shall be elected by nomination from the floor at the next Quapaw Indian Council and shall not include any member of the business or grievance committees. 3 members will be elected to serve a 2-year term and 2 members will be elected to serve a 3-year term. The 2 members receiving the most votes in the initial vote will be the 2 serving the 3-year term. 15, by majority vote shall the Quapaw Indian Council adopt a code of ethics to be administered by the Ethics Commission and amend the governing resolution to add subsection 6.2, B, C, and D to provide. B, the Ethics Commission shall prepare a code of ethics to be approved by the Quapaw Indian Council at the next Quapaw Indian Council meeting. After enactment of this provision, so Quapaw Nation members can have confidence in their elected and appointed officials. The Code of Ethics must contain provisions for conflicts of interest, procurement, illicit and prohibited conduct, abuse of power, retaliation, gifts received, undue influence, violations of the Ethics Code, and penalties. Ethics Commission procedures for complaints, resolve, exceptions, and confidential information. B, the Ethics Commission will have the authority to amend or change the Code of Ethics subject to approval by the Quapaw Indian Council. 16, by majority vote shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend Section 9 of the governing resolution regarding account of receipts and disbursement to strike the language and shall forward copies of the minutes of meetings to the area director and to the Commissioner of Indian Affairs. 17, by majority vote shall the Quapaw Indian Council amend Section 9 of the governing resolution to replace the language, the accounts and records of the Quapaw Tribal Business Committee and General Council shall be open at all times for inspection and audit by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs or his authorized representative, and provide the accounts and records of the Quapaw Nation Business Committee and any account the Secretary Treasurer is a signatory or agent of shall be open at all times for inspection by the Grievance Committee, and when necessary, a third-party agency selected by the Grievance Committee. Expenses incurred for said inspection are to be paid for from the Quapaw Nation General Fund. With that, Chairman Byrd, Business Committee, the resolution, we believe that we've done what we've been asked up to now by General Counsel, and I believe that it's in your hands now of what the action that you would like to take on that. I would like to reiterate to everybody here, I hope that you hear that what we are attempting is to bring more power back into your hands. We want your voice to be louder. We want you to have more control. And we believe that we are checking a lot of these boxes that you've asked for us to address here in balance of power, in allowing our grievance committee to be able to do what we want it to do, right? To hold our officials accountable. So with that being said, I guess I'm done. Thank you.
Hey, Roman, if I might.
Gunagay, Mr. Roman Kahiga. If I could, if I may, I would like to express there's a lot of work that went into this from you, from the rest of the Constitution Committee. I know it's not an easy thing to do to present, but also to compile all this information. And, you know, we witnessed the timeline of the formation and the creation of the committee, all the way through all those different milestones that you've achieved along the way. And to present this here in this forum, it's been a lot of dedication and service to this. So I want to thank you and thank your committee for all the hard work that you've put into this. And I want to give you another round of applause for this.
I'll do it.
Go ahead. Mr. Buffalo.
Mr. Chairman, I may want to address one issue that reflecting back on the slide presentation, submittal of packets to registered voters. That is in direct conflict to the present resolution. The present resolution requires qualified voters. Registered voters are voting in elections. I would recommend you change that and send it to all qualified voters as per the resolution. Thank you.
Roman, you good? You agreeable? All qualified voters?
We don't have an issue with that.
Okay. Okay. Well, and if it hasn't been, it was alluded to, and I think it was kind of implicit, but to make this explicit as to why we're not taking any votes on this today, it's important to remember the kind of the history and the timeline of where we are today. And from my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, there have been two other constitutions drafted, and two other times they have been presented to General Council and they've failed. Those draft constitutions died on the floor. And so in an effort to inform our citizens and to inform all of General Council to really soak in this information and all the draft of the changes that the Constitution Committee wants to make to our governing resolution, to allow time to soak all that in, to allow time to ask those necessary questions and be able to give you an opportunity to mail into them, email into them, and all part of that process, this due process. That's why we're not taking any votes today, and we want to set the meeting. They want to set the meeting later next month. And so I am going to, in my authority as a Quapaw Nation chairman of the business committee, call a special meeting of the Quapaw Indian Council on August 27th, 2020 at 9 a.m. 2022. Sorry, traveling back in time right now. August 27th, 2022 at 9 a.m. and it'll be here in the pavilion of the Downstream. So again, I want to thank all of the Constitution Committee for presenting their ideas. I know it hasn't been easy, but I see a lot of progress and a lot of development here to all work towards the same goal of reorganizing our tribal government. So thank you for that, Gunagay. And with that, we're going to call a couple of other grocery basket winners at this time. 411 and 188. 411 and 188. You are the lucky winners. Way in the back, the lights are shining. I can't see. Is it 188? 188. You got her, Donna? I can't see. I'm sorry. The lights are in my eyes. Oh, okay. Kathy Brown. So did we get the two winners? We're good? Okay, okay. I also want to make the announcement that lunch is being served in the back. For those of you that want to, it is ready now. And next up on the agenda is the Compensation Committee. So if we could, members of the Compensation Committee, and we have the chair, Dr. Alan Kaufman.
Hello? Is it on? Okay, great. I'm just going to wait for them to pull up the slides. First and foremost, I just want to say thank you to the IT department, doing a fantastic job. I was not able to get my presentation off my computer, and so it's actually back with a camera pointed at my computer.
Alan?
Yes.
I think because there's so much noise, we should just break for a second.
You want to?
I think so. Okay. Because I want to be able to hear you, and I want them to hear you as well. I want the focus on you.
All right, let's break for a little bit.
10 minutes? 10 minutes? Okay, thank you. Thank you. 10-minute break. Round two, round two. Yeah, yeah. It's good. Yes. Yes.
I'll go grab one. Unless you go bring them all up.
Freezing, freezing. You?
What counts? Yeah. Yeah, doing great.
Hey, buddy. Okay.
guys able to hear everything up here just fine?
Well,
that's what I was coming from. Restrooms only. Restrooms only for the left. Restrooms is for the left.
Everybody gets it. Give it to everybody.
If that's the case. Today was. We used to be 18 and 12. I think it should be 18 all night. I'm trying to be good. Hey, guy, that was a good election. Good effort. I don't want to get into discussion either.
If I could have the business committee members start making your way back. Thank you. And if I could have everyone in the back of the room, please make your way and find your seats, and we'll get started in a couple of minutes. Thank you. If we could, I had a few people come up to me in this, before this intermission and during, to say that they're having trouble hearing. So for the folks that are talking in the back of the room, could you please be respectful of the presenters, be respectful of those who are presenting the business on the floor, and we'll keep going. And also those that are still eating, please continue. Just chew softly.
Hello? Okay.
Yes, sir. We're ready.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm Alan Kaufman. I'm the grandson of Charlene Leading Fox Button and the son of Carolyn Knott. For those that don't know me, there was about 5-6 years ago, there was a bunch of semi trucks that came and dropped off a bunch of paper towels and household goods down at the Powwow grounds. That was me, working with Procter & Gamble. That doesn't do it. Today's my birthday. So, hey. So I'm here to present on behalf of the Compensation Committee. In doing that, I do want to shout out to the IT department. I came in this morning. They've been working really, really hard to get this presentation. I couldn't get it off my computer. And so it's actually in the back with a camera pointed at it. And my sister is back there pushing the buttons. And so, we're getting by. So this is a topic that's obviously on everybody's minds. It's been on everybody's minds for some time. And we want to say that it's a very important topic. And we did do this work and we took it very, very seriously. But as I was sitting here thinking, about this, I was kind of reminded of that saying, you can't make everybody happy, because you're not a piece of fry bread. And I hope that there's fry bread in these boxes because that means everybody would be happy. But we're going to take you through some of the rationale. We're going to take you through some of the evolution of this committee, the details on how we arrived at where we did. And then we're going to put it all in perspective for you. Put it in perspective of everything that we saw, because it was eye-opening to us as we looked through the numbers, as we looked through the data, and as we compared the Quapaw Nation to other nations. So next slide, please. So we're going to take you through the introduction and the adjustments. We're going to do a review of the information that was presented at the May 2022 Business Committee meeting. We're going to understand the proposal a little bit, and then we are going to hopefully answer some questions. So the committee members are here and we can take any questions. Next slide. So committee introduction. Next slide. I've already told you who I am. The other members of the committee are Dr. Derek Jennings, who is an endowed professor at the University of Washington, and Rodney Spriggs, who's the CEO of Vintage Stock. Next slide. So why are we here? You know, if we go back in time, you know, there was a revelation that leadership was approving their own pay. Now, regardless of what anybody believes, this is what was happening. You know, they were being compensated in excess of $2 to $3 million annually, okay? And that was without an independent evaluation. It was without oversight. And I think to the points that Roman was making in the Constitution Committee, you know, some of those controls were lacking. And so, you know, and to that point, you know, this was all discovered, you know, and kind of put in context when the new administration came in. They reverted back to the last known public known compensation structure. That compensation structure was 15 years old. However, while that is righteous, you know, it still lacked that independent oversight. It still didn't have that controls mechanism that we need, right? And so in the special general council of 2020 in October, there was a motion that was made to create and establish a compensation committee. And that then, for the first time, actually provided the oversight of our business committee's pay, okay? Which is awesome, okay? So the next slide. Now, as far as the committee goes, I just want to say up front that we feel that we have done the job that we were set to do. And you'll see that kind of as you go through this. Now, there may be some things in here that we don't agree with in terms of details or numbers of how we arrived at things, but we can have that discussion, right? We were operating in the framework that was given to us, okay? And that framework, I encourage everyone here to go to YouTube and listen to this whole conversation that happened in the 2020 Special General Council, okay? I have verbatim typed out the motions, the clarification of the motions, and at the end of this, what was voted on was a compensation committee that was created and established for the purpose of recommending and setting compensation for the business committee. Recommend and set. And so we have recommended and we have set it. So that is not up for a vote. It is what it is. So if you go to the next slide, this structure will remain in place until 2023 General Council. Now, with that being said, and you'll see this in a lot of the words and the improvements that we want to see happen, this committee does not sit above General Council. It is a committee that's in service of you. And so if there's anything here that you do not agree with or that needs changed or optimized or whatever, that is within your power to do. This is not like me or Rodney or Derek doing anything personal, or there's no, you know, side conversations or anything. This is for you and what we see as value to the Quapaw tribe, because I think we can all agree that we want the best for our people now and in the future. Next slide. So as we did this work, we know that there are needed adjustments. And if you go and watch the video and you understand that the convoluted way is where we got, we need to have clarification on the approval and implementation mechanism. That's up front. The second one is that we seek to also give the majority of the representation of this committee back to General Counsel. So we would propose that 3 of these positions in this committee be elected by General Counsel, similar to how we do with the Powwow Committee Chairman, how we do with the Powwow Princess, or the Grievance Committee even, right? We need to have your voices being the majority on this committee. And then we also want to ensure that we have 2 from the Business Committee to ensure that we have like the right skills or capabilities, or if there's anything needed in that time to be able to be on this committee. But regardless of all that, oversight is always needed. I think Roman, they've done a great job in kind of addressing that in the Constitution. But we also feel that this needs to be a critical piece now and in the future as part of that. So we definitely want that oversight to maintain. So this is up to you. This isn't up to us in terms of how these changes get implemented. And so I just wanted to leave that there, right? Next slide. So the compensation structure itself. This is verbatim the same that was presented at the May 2022 Business Committee meeting. And so I'm just going to read and kind of go over the highlights of this, right? And then as I go through this, then we're going to go into the data because I believe that we've also had a lot of really good conversations with people around concerns, where did you get this from? How did you do this and why and where? And putting it all in perspective. I hope that we are able to do that. And if there isn't anything that it needs clarified, please ask. We are open books around the how and the why. So when we think about compensation, I mean, there's a lot of different inputs and outputs that have to be considered in terms of the legal structure. I'm actually just going to do this, because I can't see my own slides. The structure of the government itself right now, and we heard some of that in the Constitution discussion today. Effectively, we have dual hat roles that are looking over both the tribal aspect, but also the business aspect. Those are combined. The roles and responsibilities, the size of the nation, the size of the assets, the size of their liabilities. And when I say liabilities, I mean the things that can happen that would then impact you, right? They're sizable. The value potential for the Quapaw Nation, where are we going? And then the various compensation sources to the members, right? It's not just money, it's not just cash or salary, it's also fringe benefits like medical or use of tribal property. These also have to be considered as compensation. Next slide. And so generally what we found was that when we looked at the we broke it down into 2 different buckets. The data that was public. So if you get on Google and you search up Osage Nation, principal chief salary, you may be able to find it. We did a lot of that. We went through and we got as much data as we could get with nations that have comparable operations. That's the public data. And then there's the data that's been aggregated from multiple different sources, but it's all anonymous. And so we were using these 2 buckets of data to then kind of help gauge, what's appropriate. We found that the chair and the secretary treasurer in their current capacity are significantly undercompensated. When we look at the vice chair, if you look at the aggregate data, overcompensated. But then when you look at the public data, they were undercompensated. If you look at the general members of the business committee, it was pretty close to where we were right now. And then when we looked at things like fringe benefits and bonuses and things like that, it was kind of a mixed bag. And I'll show you, I get really detailed in this, but some offered medical, some did not. Some had bonuses, some did not. Some allowed uses of tribal assets, some provided stipends, some did not. And so we tried to make sure that we were calibrated properly. But it wasn't uncommon that these things were there. Next slide. And so if you look at the before and after, so I want to focus on the after, because this is the number that typically people, this is the change, right? I think everybody knows where we are right now. Right now, our business committee does not have medical benefits. They do not have appropriate access to use of tribal assets. They're using their personal property for the benefit of you all. They, don't have bonuses. They don't have a retirement. They are, just getting a salary. Now, after we proposed a change and augment almost all of that. And so these are very significant shifts in salary, right? So, and so we totally understand that, and we're going to show you why and the data, because we didn't just come up with these numbers from nowhere. So we proposed and have set the chairman's salary, annual salary, to $362,000, a retirement contribution of 20%. There is a bonus schedule that's a defined structure. That bonus schedule per our resolutions is up to you. It's up to you whether or not they get that after an annual review. So that is not a guaranteed thing. They get full tribal employee benefits as far as medical, dental, and vision, and they have the approved use. When we say approved use of tribal assets, it is not up to us, the compensation committee, to dictate what is appropriate. So we have requested that the business committee put in a policy and a procedure for the appropriate use of the nation's assets. And so we hope that this request will be heard and brought to the business committee soon. Similarly, if you look at the vice chair, we have increased that salary to $250,000. Everything is the same. Secretary treasurer, $300,000. Everything stays the same. And we can talk about why. Okay, next slide. The general member compensation was $125,000 annually before. We've changed that to a schedule. And there was a couple of reasons that we did this. Number one, we want to ensure that the tribe in the nation is getting the value from these positions in terms of the hours worked, but also this opens up a lot of different options for various people in various stages of life to get involved with our nation at this level in terms of the time that they are able to commit. And so if you want to commit fully, and work and be available for that 40 hours, then guess what? Nothing's going to change. But if you're not, and you're not accountable, then that can change. And it's with this schedule that we see this. So hopefully that's clear. Okay, the next slide. Okay, so now I'm going to get into, I said we've talked a lot with various different people, even as soon as like me going up in the 10-minute break, answering questions, talking to people. We've heard a lot of different questions, and they've come in as common themes to this committee. And so I want to address some of them now proactively, and then kind of help with that. I'm going to share the data, the rationale, and then also talk a little bit about forward-looking things as to why this is important. I want to put it in perspective for people because this is a really big deal. So next slide. The biggest questions about the proposed pay and compensation structure is, will this mean less for tribal members? Okay, or could this money be used for something else? Okay, that's been a big one. That's actually been number one. The second one is, why this amount? This seems like a raise. It seems like the business committee just wants to pad their pockets. Okay, so that's been a concern. Where did the committee get data to justify the proposed pay structure? I will talk about that explicitly. And then why is it important to pay leadership this amount? Okay, so I'm going to tick through each one of these, as we go. So number one, next slide. Will this new pay structure mean less for tribal members? Can this money be used for something else? No. This money that we're proposing to use for their salaries cannot be used for anything else. This does not mean that anybody will receive anything less right now. Flat out. I'm going to tell you why. Next slide. So it will not impact that at all. Oh. No. And it cannot be used for anything else. Let me tell you why. Okay, so that's good. And by the way, I can't hear you, so if you want to, yeah, maybe we can pass a mic around. That'd be cool. I want to make sure I'm answering your question right, so. Yeah.
So the question I asked, it says that this money can't be used. I get that the raises are necessary, but an extra $200,000, which is paying the chairman $25,000 a month. Okay. My question is, how can this money not be used to affect the tribe as a whole and as like raises in our medical benefits or our utilities benefits or things of that nature? How can it not be used for those things?
All right, definitely. So if this money that we're proposing were to be taken out of the general fund, so there's two different mechanisms for funding this, right? One is through the general fund. That's what funds your utilities. That's what funds our social services. This money is not coming from that. So next slide. I'm gonna tell you. So what people need to understand and what y'all need to understand that these casinos, these businesses that we're sitting in right now are not fully paid off, right? You're right, okay. So we can utilize the money from the tribe, or I'm sorry, the money from the casinos because they're different business entities. Because these business committee members are not tribal employees, we can utilize this as a line item within those budgets. We are not allowed to take more money away from Downstream or Saracen and give to the tribe than what is already allocated in that financial packet that was everybody's given to. I think, what is it, $10 million? So that $10 million is what we can get from the casinos, okay? We cannot get anything else from these properties until they are fully paid off. This is very important. But it's the same mechanism, yes. And hold on. The difference between what he did and what's happening now is that there is an oversight mechanism in the form of this committee. So this committee you formed to be able to oversee and approve and set the compensation. They cannot do that anymore. Excuse me, sorry. Okay, well, I'm gonna get to there, yes. And if I don't answer your question, please.
If we could have a point of order, please allow Dr. Kaufman to finish his presentation and then ask your questions whenever he's finished.
So I'm gonna be the first to say it, okay? Because I speak my mind and I wanna be honest with you. What John Barry did was clever, right? But it was wrong in terms of unethical, in my opinion, right? I'll say that on record because the data that we have seen shows that it is much less was needed, right? So there was too much, maybe, and in terms of the data, and you'll see that. Now, however, we do have this oversight mechanism as a part of this committee. This is the first time that we have, as a general counsel, had oversight of business committee pay. And what we're doing is we're providing them the competitive pay, but we're not taking it away from you. That's the goal, right? And we can do that now. Now, as soon as the casinos are paid off and those entities kind of fold into the general fund, that's a different conversation. But right now we are where we are. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. Okay, is that clear to everyone? I just want to make sure that that's clear. Okay. Yep. Okay. Okay. Next slide. The raise and the patting the pockets question. So I will be the first to say that we had zero contact with the business committee until after the resolutions that we passed were final. And only after they were final did we present them to the business committee meeting on May 2020 and to the business committee themselves. Okay, so there was zero contact. And I will say, above board, you have a really good set of business committee members. They are very ethical, and they did not want to be a part of this process at all. And that was explicit. So I commend them in terms of this whole process, letting it get to where it is now so that we can be sharing this to you right now. So they did not have any hand in any of this process, no numbers, no nothing. This is not a raise, okay? This is an affirmation of what we should be paying our leaders. And I'm gonna show you that in the data. I keep saying that, I'm gonna get to it, but it is an affirmation of that. So this is just what it should be based on where we are as a nation right now, in terms of like the size and the operations and the responsibilities and things like that. So next slide. Okay, the data and information. So hopefully everybody can read this. I was talking to my family over there and they're like, I hope you don't have any boxes with small letters in them because we can't read them. And I couldn't change it. So I'm sorry. So I'm gonna read through it. We obtained most of the data through an external report. This company does a lot of consulting through the tribal governments, the operations and things like that. And I'm gonna dig into the details of that, but it is a reputable company. It is used across many nations in Indian country. And so we took this report, we got a benchmark assessment of what is true now. We aligned that report with the roles and the responsibilities of the business committee as we understood them. And then we overlaid the confidential tribal information in terms of operations, our fiscal position, our obligations, and what it is that those roles and responsibilities are really managing in terms of money, in terms of services, people, things like that. We then went to what we could find publicly. And so we overlaid that onto this, right? We then took all that together. We drafted a resolution which had our structure. We reviewed it, we revised it in our committee, and then we presented it to you on May 2022 in the business committee meeting. And now we're sharing it here. So that's the process. That's the high level process of where we came from. Okay, next slide. So this report is, again, a reputable company that provides benchmark assessments on various positions, tribal leadership positions, and the data that's in that report, it comes from 45 tribes across 18 states. Oklahoma is included. 78% of these tribes are rural, which is Quapaw inclusive, right? The EBITDA range, so if you want to think about in terms of revenue, was $28 to $525 million a year. And so we fall somewhere in the middle in terms of revenue. The employee range for each one of these 45 tribes was 100 to 670. And right now, Quapaw, in terms of all of its businesses and entities, has 2,400. So if we were to estimate, the numbers that we received were based on a 75th percentile, which means that, we're somewhere way ahead of this curve in terms of employees. We're somewhere closer to the middle of the curve in terms of revenue. And so I just wanted to say, that's what we gauge, right? So we estimated that we're probably around 80 to 90 percentile of all these tribes, which I was looking at this and I was like, this is awesome. Quapaws are doing really, really well in terms of their size and how much they're bringing in. It's exciting. It should be exciting to you. I was like, this is awesome. Okay, so then next slide. So if you look at the numbers in the report, a council chair is compensated at that amount. Just a council chair, okay? A council chair that is not looking after complex business operations. Okay, that is the next one, which is the executive director. That's a separate position with separate responsibilities. Our government and our operations combines them into two. That's Joseph. Okay, so that's the number that compensated there. So you add those two together and you're over $300,000 already. That's at the 75th percentile. Now, in terms of the vice chair, it was benchmarked at $97,000 approximately. So like I said, we are a little bit overcompensating, right? Secretary treasurer, same deal. The report dictates and lines out the roles and responsibilities for a treasurer and a secretary. These are two very different roles and very different positions with various different responsibilities. So you have to add those two together. We're getting a 2-for-1 basically, and Guy. General members, again, they were about $100,000. Okay, so that is from the report directly. So if you add those numbers up and you say, well, how did you get to these numbers? Okay, so with the chair, we had to increase it because we were at the percentile, right? So that's going to increase it a little bit. In terms of the vice chair, how did you go from 100 to 250? I'll explain, right? Because it's not just about this report. The secretary treasurer, again, similar. We were obviously undercompensating, but not to that degree. But there are other factors, okay? Again, this percentile will increase it a little bit. Next slide. Okay, so then we start getting into the public information, okay? And I wanted to highlight some very big facts. These are facts of things that we found. Very simple things like we have 1.4% of the membership of the Navajo Nation or the Cherokee Nation, but their budgets are huge, okay? And we have a budget that's 20% of that, okay? We are in a good position in terms of that dynamic, okay? Next slide. But if you look, okay, so that's what this slide says, right? So we broke out every single piece of publicly available information that we find across various different tribes and nations. So we looked at Quapaw compared to Cherokee, compared to Choctaw, Mohegan, Chickasaw, Osage, Navajo. You can see our budget, annual budget. You can see their annual budgets. You can see our employees, our casinos. Do they have other businesses? Do they report their revenue? And the closest one really in terms of operations, but not necessarily employees, is the Mohegan, okay? So we started overlaying this information, right? So we dug into this deeply. Next slide. But out of those, maybe you knew this, I'm not sure if you did, but we definitely found out that with the exception of one of those nations, the Quapaw Nation pays their leadership the least. Okay, and that's a fact, because when you look at it like this, next slide. Post 2020 at $150,000, okay? The Navajo pay theirs $55,000. They're chief. Everybody else is significantly more, okay? And if you want to look at Quapaw pre-2020, that number's up there too. So you can kind of get the perspective of where we are right now. In terms of vice chair, we said that they were overcompensated in the private data, but undercompensated in public. That's where this number came from. Also to reflect that the vice chair is a very important position. And I think it's one of the positions that we should really pay attention to, as if Joseph, happens to have some misfortune or anything like that, Callie is going to be the person that steps into that role, and she needs to be able to lead in that capacity. And that's a very important position to be able to learn from. And so that needs to be compensated appropriately, and that's where this public information is helpful.
Dr. Allen, if you don't mind, just as a correction, my salary is at 125 and the chairman is at 150. So as we're going through these, it's just a correction.
Okay.
But thank you.
You're right. Thank you. Which is even worse when you think about this number. Okay. So, but then again, I said, as far as fringe benefits, medical, all these other things, you can see that some do and some don't, right? And we just wanted to make sure that it was equitable for our leadership to be able to have access to these things, okay? This is all public, with the exception of our stuff, because we don't publicly, share all that. Next slide. Okay, so getting to the question, why is it important to pay tribal leadership this amount? So leaders with the right experience and capability have consistently brought organizations value in excess of their pay, okay? Now, regardless of what anybody believes, the prior administrations brought in Downstream, they advocated for Saracen, good front-end people, without all of those groups of people, that administration, those folks, we wouldn't be sitting where we are today. Now, does that justification for the pay? No, but they did bring value, and that's what I'm saying. This is the value that they bring. Now, in terms of where we are right now, I'm going to show you where the value needs to come from, but in terms of paying, you can see the value of paying leadership well, getting good things for your value. And you have to ask the question to yourself, and this is why we're putting it back to you as to, is this appropriate or not? Going forward, are you getting the value to you personally from the pay that we are providing leadership? Okay, and if that answer is no, then that's your vote, right? If you are, then it's yes, and that's just as simple as it is. So there is a safeguard here, okay, in terms of this committee, to the man's point over here. Without this, it could be fraught for corruption. It could be fraught for whatever we've seen before in the past. No oversight. So this committee does have some oversight that helps ensure that what we're providing is fair and equitable. Next slide. Okay, this is the value of where we are right now, paying folks with the right experience and the right capabilities. After the casinos are paid off, it is very clear that every year the revenue brought in will be more, way more than a bear settlement for everyone. So I want to put that in perspective. Every year, $200 million back to the tribe. Okay, so that's if we pay off the casinos, if we get to a debt-free position, and Roman's data highlighted it. Debt-free position is an important thing. This is why. Next slide. It has taken 17 plus years for the bear settlement to be realized, and it still is not there yet. Okay, that is bringing back $137.5 million back to tribal members. 17 years. If we look at the first year of being debt-free, from 2020 when we paid the first cent in principal on these casinos to what's projected in 2026, that's taken 6 years. And after that, that's $200 million. You see the value, where we're going? 5 years after that, we're talking billions, okay? $1 billion over 5 years. That is huge. So what we're saying is you pay the leadership that have the right expertise and the right capabilities well to provide you this value. If this is not valuable to you, then you don't pay the right amount of salary. You don't get the right person with the right experience, with the right expertise, because there has been several different other examples of where leadership has run tribal operations into the ground. The Mohegans are the classic example of that. If you want to go and look up something, go up and look up the Mohegan Sun Casino. They do, but they got a lot more. Yeah, they got a lot more. And so that's what I'm saying. Go look at it. So I'm just saying, this is what we wanted to present to you. This is the why. Yeah, they do. So I think I just wanted to kind of share this. This is the data. That's a different topic. Yeah. We're just compensation. We're not enrollment. Okay, so we just wanted to present this to you, okay? And we wanted to do it in a way that you had all the information. This is the data that we looked at. This is what we poured over for the past 6 months. And like I said, if we've put this into place, but it's up to you on going forward, past today. If there's anything that you see that you don't like, this is up to you to change. You can do that at this point, right? But we would argue that this is both fair, equitable, and is going to provide the tribe value. Now, we also propose that we have this annual review, right? If things aren't going right, or we're not getting that value back, then we can adjust this as well. So that's the oversight mechanism that's into this. So I just wanted to stop there. I'm going to bring up Rodney, Derek Jennings, Dr. Jennings. Where's he at? Hey, there you are. You're going to come up or no? It's okay. And open up the floor for any questions. Okay, like we said, we're open books, and we want to make sure everybody has. And feels good about this. It feels good about it as we do, because we really feel that we're in a very good position. Thank you for allowing me to speak today.
I guess we're going to open up for questions. I'll run around the mic, because I'm sure there's a ton of questions here. So start here.
If you could please state your name too as well, so we have it for the folks on the phone.
Yes, my name is Betty Gadke. My question is, how did you determine the 4 members, how their salaries were going to be? Because what I thought I saw was that some of the members might not be required to put in 40 hours. I don't want anybody up there that's not willing to give 150%. So I don't want anybody working 20 hours. We're an $800 million entity, and we need to act like it. And these people deserve compensation. Every one of those guys have the same vote.
Yes.
They're all equal. So my question is, how did you?
Okay,
come up
so
with that?
what we'd say is that this should be explicit. So just so we know that this is not effective for any of these members right now, right? This would roll into, as soon as somebody new is elected, they would fall into this structure, okay? So, you know, folks like Michelle, Zach, and Lloyd, this is not applicable until I think Lloyd, your term ends, and then, you know, there's an election. So the new person or Lloyd coming back in would be into this structure. Now, this should be explicit in somebody's campaigning. This is somebody's promise to you as the people, right? Of what they are willing and committed to do. Like if I were to come in and say, I live in, you know, this state and I'm only going to be present for Zoom meetings, you know, 5 hours a month, but I can bring like really sound financial advice, and I've been on 10 boards of XYZ, you know, or I know the president of the NIGC, you know, whatever. That might be valuable to some people and it might not. So I think just being very clear with where you're going to be and holding people accountable in our elections, right?
This was something I had pushed for. Like, I just don't believe in paying somebody a straight pay. I think it's, you know, you reap what you sow. So it's also not fair that the people that are up here weren't under those rules before for us to just pull it away. Now, I would assume that this gets passed, it happens, that the people that are currently serving would adhere to these rules. You know, if they're being honest and they're working for you, they would follow through with what these guidelines are. And this has gotten so big. I mean, it's amazing what the tribe's accomplished. Like he had said, you know, previous administration, I agree. I think they did some things and the pay, it was bad. You know, should they have been compensated? Absolutely. But we wouldn't be here today without the things that they did. You know, with what John and what J.R. Matthews did. I mean, this was their ideas. Now, the pay stuff, that's another area, and we'll see where that lands. But going forward, we do have to have the right people that have the skill sets to be able to do these type of things. And I had said, you know, people may boo me or like me or whatever, but I am going to be dead honest with you about everything. You need to vote for people that these people have a very difficult job to do. There's a lot of businesses, and it will keep getting bigger. And there will be more businesses because the tribe will grow too. So you want that. Everybody talks about, you know, getting per diem and all that. If you want to get those type of things, you've got to protect those businesses and you've got to grow them. So please vote for people that have the skill set to do the job, and do not put people in there because they're your friend, they're a family member or anything like that. I mean, I got family members I wouldn't want to run business. They got great skill sets and other things that they're good at, but I wouldn't have them run a business. So there's committees and things like that, and the money is what's going to help continue the programs and everything that we have in this tribe. Her question was, her statement was, you know, there's not job descriptions yet for the people that are serving up here. And are we going to get our value out of them? I will argue that right now this group has done an amazing thing. They saved you hundreds of millions, $400, $500 million over the next few years just by restructuring the debt. That's amazing. You know, I'm a CEO of a company that we're now publicly traded. And so I've been through restructuring deals, mezzanine finance, bank financing, and what they accomplished is amazing because it's Indian country gambling. Gambling itself is on a little shaky ground because the inflation's up. It's very hard to get the financing for that type of stuff. When you mix Indian gaming in, and then the idea of sovereign immunity and things like that, lending institutions are not real comfortable loaning to Indian tribes. So to get a traditional bank loan and to save that kind of money, amazing. So I'm not advocating for anybody elections or anything like that. I'm just saying that they accomplished something that is very amazing, and they do need to be recognized for that, for the job that they've done.
And I will say too, so the report that we use does have descriptions of roles. Those roles aligned with the numbers that we shared today. And we know what they do. You know, we know what this committee does in terms of, you know, what they're responsible for, their duties and everything. We overlaid that. So this is a very objective, it was very objective, right? In terms of if it's not this set of folks, it's going to be a different set of folks. And is that still right? And yes, I mean, it was a very objective. It doesn't matter who it is, you know, but if those people are getting that amount of money based on the data and they're not giving you the value in terms of like what's being brought back to you culturally or monetarily or whatever through services or programs or whatever, then that's how you use your vote.
I will say that, you know, you've got three people that do more, and that's why they're paid more, honestly. The vice chair off and on is an important position with this tribe, but that is one of the things that we are trying to look at in the future is you want this to be something that can go on and not have to be changed and altered all the time. The vice chair needs to be able to step into that position. You know, God forbid something happens to the chair, they've got to be able to step up. And there are so many things with going to Washington and going to the state capitol and all these meetings that there's times that there's overlap, and that's where the vice chair steps in. So that's why there is more of an increase actually in the vice chair than the other spots.
I'm sure there are others. Yes, Rob. Oh, no, I'm sorry.
My name is Virginia Mouse. I have several questions. One of the last things that you said was there will be an annual review. Who conducts that annual review?
So this is the compensation committee. So per the resolutions that we passed as part of the mechanism of this, we would provide recommendations for change. Those would then be presented to the general council. Okay, so those would be up or down in terms of what needs to change.
Secondly,
So yes,
you said that the numbers were based off of Cherokee Nation, Navajo Nation. You're aware they have over 300,000 citizens. We have 5,500. That's a big difference. I think you need to look at those numbers a little bit better.
so in terms of, so this is why we threw up the data, right? What we're saying is that those tribes, yes, they're bigger, right? But their budgets and their employees, the amount of operations that they manage are like not proportionate. It would also be worth pointing out too that the Cherokee Nation is divided as a principal chair, and I don't know what the other one's called, but executive director maybe. Those two people are.
That's my next question.
Yeah.
You said that the chairman, chief, whatever the tribe calls them, makes 150. I said 154, I believe, and then the executive director was right around the same number. So with that kind of logic, because they do not deal with employment issues, our executive director does, and our HR
So
staff.
executive director in the report.
No, I'm not finished.
Okay, go ahead.
Your slide said, and it was a statement that you made, you can explain in a moment, but let me have my say. If that, they don't manage the 2,400 employees. So if that's the case, then we don't need an executive director. And Donna, I mean no respect. I'm just making a point.
I can show you on the report, the executive director. So it was kind of, we could put CEO also, executive director, or there's another definition, but it's like all the same thing in the report, right? But it's more as opposed to like what that is defined in the report as. So in terms of, I'm not sure what we call executive director and what they do, but what this is more of a CEO. So if you want me to say CEO instead of executive director, then we can make that change, but that is what it is.
The last thing I want to say is they have done an amazing job in the last 2 years, and they do deserve a raise. But I think that your numbers are, okay, I have something else to say besides this. I do think that your numbers are skewed based on multiple things, and I just mentioned 3. The other thing that I want to say is with their compensation, you said that our chairman deserves 20% donated, matched to his 401. Why?
That's just, well, I mean.
I think that's a bit excessive also.
That is, so the bonus structure, the retirement structure is a piece of confidential information, but I will say that there are employees of this nation that have more in those than that right now.
They're not getting 20% matched.
We don't know if it's a 401k. We didn't define the mechanism.
I know they're not getting a 20% match.
So the bonus structure and that stuff is matched up exactly what the executives are of the casinos. So if that changes, that's one of the reasons we said we wanted this committee to stay intact, is to be able to evaluate those type of things. If those structures change, then the structure for them would change, just like they're being allowed to get employee insurance and stuff, which should have happened a long time ago. Those type of things, it's just matched up to exactly what the businesses are that we have. That's where all that extra structure came from.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that's just not something that I want to put on a PowerPoint slide for YouTube, but that is a true statement, yes.
And remember, you got to be careful when you're looking at numbers. I can always make something look better than it needs to or worse than it needs to. If you want to do a graph and you want it to look like it's got slow growth, you put a 10-year and you stretch it out this far. Or you squeeze it like this and it goes like this. What you got to look at, it's not the number of people we have in the tribe, which is 5,000 and some. There's a term that's been used that we box above our weight. You should be amazed at the value and what the tribe owns and what's going on, because we have far more than any tribes our size. So it's about managing the businesses and the volume of the businesses in those. It's not about the number of tribal members. It's good that we have a small tribe because we're making way more money than the other tribes are. And guess what that's going to mean? Someday, here soon, you'll get stipends. It will come.
I don't have that detail.
We can't answer that one. I mean,
I'm sorry, but that's outside of the scope of our committee. We were only tasked with the business committee and leadership compensation. So that's something that needs to be taken up with operations of the tribes and the businesses themselves. Sorry, I understand, and I do understand where you're coming from.
you don't own the casinos right now because you have debt. If it is mismanaged,
Can we do a point of order? Can we do a point of order? And if you have a question, please step up to the mic so we can all hear what you have to say. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Anna Mckibben, and I worked here for 10 years up until about 2020, after I gave my notice and the business committee told me that I could just leave and I didn't need to be here anymore. So I was made to feel way less than Quapaw when I left and very degraded when I left by HR. And I work for Osage Nation now and make more starting out than I did after 10 years of working here. And it's very sad that we have the top people making more than anyone. I qualified for food stamps when I worked here. I qualified for low rent housing, and that is not right for our tribal members not to be underpaid. We need to be paid more as tribal members and not the BC from the top up. And non-Indians, we walk into Osage country and you see nothing but tribal tags in that parking lot. They do Indian preference, first of all Osage, second of all Uga'xpa tribes, third of all other tribes. And we don't do that here. We've got non-Indians making more money than any of us Quapaws, and it is not right, y'all. It is not right, and it needs to start from the top down. And this place has gone downhill. There's wallpaper peeling off of the, are you not gonna let me talk, sir? I'm just saying that we need to have some apples to apples. You're comparing compensation with Navajo Nation, the largest tribe in America. I don't see how that even compares to Quapaw. And they say rural areas. You need some people that aren't employees of the tribe to do this kind of thing. You need someone who's not compensated by the tribe to do this kind of thing. You need somebody who's been a federal employee and to see what, we got to compare the same thing. Tribes that are like us with the same number of employees, not Navajo Nation that has like 1 million people. We've got 5,000. There's no comparisons.
So real quick, I want to point out a couple of things because this has also been a misconception. We, the committee, have not received 1 cent to do any of this work. We are not compensated to do this work by anybody. We're doing this on our own. So that's a common misconception. Now on the other, totally understand where you're coming from. This is the value equation that we were talking about. What we presented was the potential value of our assets in 4 years and what that means to tribal members. If you want to think about raises for tribal employees, where is that money going to come from? We cannot get it from Downstream right now because we are capped out on the amount of money that we can pull. $10 million a year per our loans, covenants, and restrictions. If it comes back to the tribe through the debt-free position, that's when things can change. I mean, we're just throwing it out there that that's the value that you need to understand in electing people that are, so, yep.
Point of order, for respect, will you please, if you have a question, please stand in line. If you're unable to get up and get to the microphone, we will bring one to you. But that's the only way we're going to be able to get through this meeting. So thank you.
And I did wear red in case there were tomatoes thrown, so.
And also to clarify, Ms. Mckibben's remarks, when she put her letter of resignation into the BC, we were happy to provide her a letter of recommendation to Osage Nation. And we sung her praises for everything that she did for Quapaw Nation. I wrote the letter personally. And also we do Indian preference. We have Indian preference now for all of our tribal businesses as well as the tribal government. So thank you.
So iterate real quick what Alan's already said. We are the compensation committee. We were created to look at these salaries. That's it. That's it. So all these other things, I'm agreeing with the majority of the things that are being said, but that's not what we were charged with, and that's not what we have the authority to even look at. So I want to make sure we stay focused, and if you disagree with the amounts, that's great. You are the general counsel. So we were charged to look at this and this only. And that's what I want to make sure. I think we're kind of spinning off a little bit here with some important things, but we're just the compensation committee that was created by this body. So
I do want to stress again, there's a little bit of a misconception. And I know, again, if you've had economics background or not, there was a comment she just made going back to, well, we only have 5,000 members. You're comparing us to Cherokee Nation has 8 gazillion. I'll make a big number because they're big. But it is about the business entities. It's about the money that those generate and the oversight of those businesses. So, you can, but it's not fair to compare what the workload and the abilities and the people that are running these businesses to that. Because, a tribe that is our size, there's plenty of tribes our size that have nothing. I know, go back 25 years ago, this tribe was basically broke. We have been forever. So now we're in a great position. But we did that, and there's a lot of tribes that haven't been able to do that. So please keep that in mind when you're thinking about this type of thing. So there's a lot more to manage, a lot more money to manage. All those things are great. It's great for tribal culture. The only thing that keeps any of all this stuff going is money. People can sit here and say the money doesn't matter. It's not true. I mean, I think that's why there's some arguments and people getting very adamant about the money and taking from us, taking from the tribe. If somebody told you that you could get $1 million in a year if you gave them $1,000, would you do it? Absolutely, you would do it. You do it over and over. Somewhere between $1,000 and $900,000 to get that million, you would give it to them. So all we're saying here is that you're talking about something that's going to be creating hundreds and hundreds of millions annually. What do those people deserve to be paid? And we have the data that backs it up, and we're not at the top. So we just put that information together and came up with numbers to present. That's where they're at.
Hold on, Abigail, were you going to say something? Or you did say something. Can I comment on it though? Was the representation of the committee? I think it's important, right? So yes, Joseph did appoint all the members of the committee as it stands. We want that to change, honestly. Like I never even wanted to be here right now, honestly, but I am, because we had one committee member that disagreed so vehemently with the business committee that they quit. I'm not going to speak any more about it because they passed on. We had one of our chair we lost contact with. And so we stepped up to be able to provide this to you guys and complete what was asked of us, right? I didn't vote for anybody up here, and I'll tell them that. I think I have told them that, but so I have zero conflicts of interest in this whole thing. I'm happy to be voted off tomorrow, honestly. I'm just here to present to you what we found and what we believe is fair and equitable. That's the data, and that's what has been shared.
My name is Benjamin Waters. I want to thank the Compensation Committee for their time and their diligence in putting together this presentation, this information. We can agree to disagree on several things, but I am in favor of giving the President Committee the raises that you guys suggest. However, with those raises, I'd like to see them undertake a little more hands-on responsibility, specifically with tribal members, tribal employees, tribal hiring. Under their administration, jobs have been cut. There's been entities that have been put under non-tribal management. So with these suggested pay raises, I would like to see, there's more tribal members getting employed. There's been quite a few let go, tribal caregivers, which should never happen. And so, with these raises I think should come more responsibility, as holding our people more closer to the chest than putting them off. I think they should be more hands-on with the casinos, instead of hands-off, letting the hired people, executives, make all the decisions. I think they should step in and play a major part in the decision-making regarding tribal members. And that's it, really.
So I want to talk. Yeah, no, thank you very much for saying that. So as a committee, we need to just go ahead and that, yeah. So I will say this, that, our committee is very diverse in terms of our backgrounds and our current, where we're at. Dr. Jennings has been, obviously there's a lot around the cultural aspect, right? The tribal wellness. There are many different metrics as to how it's not just business, right? It's not just numbers. We have a culture, we have ceremonies, we have ways, and we have an obligation to take care of our people. That is very difficult to measure, but we are committed to doing that as a committee as this goes on as a part of the annual review. It cannot just be numbers and EBITDA and business and dollars. It has to be, how much did we put towards higher education? How many people, are employed in the tribe, and have these metrics available to be able to guide some of that, because it is equally, if not way more important. So thank you for those comments.
Yeah, my name is Kagi Supernall. I'd like to compliment the Compensation Committee on gathering all the statistics and data, but I respectfully disagree with your conclusions. I think that the current business committee is adequately compensated. The only criteria for being on the business committee is not currently having a felony conviction and get more votes than your opponent. That's all the qualifications are. There's no real good job description. The suggested amount that you have come up with for the chairman is enough money to give 72 families a $5,000 raise. I've seen guys in the back, I've talked to them today. They show up to work every day, worked for years. They need $5,000, a whole lot more than a guy that's already making $150,000. So I strongly disagree with this. I know one example you gave is probably our cousin tribe, the Osage, maybe the second best tribe in America. They pay their chairman $150,000, but that is only done in the last year. They've got 5 times the population that we have. They've got 100,000 acres of land that they bought within the last 10 years. They've got a sophisticated judicial system, 7 casinos, yet their chairman gets $150,000 a year, and as I understand it, he's pretty satisfied with that. So I just hope you all will think about this. One trick, I've been in tribal politics 40, 50 years. One of the tricks that they use is that they will go through committees to make these recommendations, and maybe ask for $350,000, hoping that they'll at least get $200,000. It's an old negotiating trick. I just hope that you all agree that these people are adequately compensated now, and they don't really need more money at this time. It's the people that need the money.
So like I said, I will always be honest with you. If you want to vote me off this committee, you can vote me off of it. I'm not making a penny, and I am a very, very busy person. But we keep going back to other tribes, and we took that data and we presented that data. This tribe makes significantly more money. Do you want to protect that money that is coming in? If you don't pay anything. Leave it the same, and you're going to get what you pay for. I mean, I will argue that in politics, that's why Washington, D.C. is such a mess. You don't have the best individuals on the face of the earth. There's some, I guarantee you, there's some that are great people that have the best intentions and work their butts off. But in general, a lot of attorneys that failed, they can't make it in private practice. That's why stuff didn't get accomplished, because they're attorneys and they want to fight all the time. They always got to win. So there's no, we're not going to come together and make a deal. So it's up to you how you want to handle this. But you've got to pay properly for what is there. I mean, we're doing a lot of money is going to education, which is a great thing. Education will make you money. It will get you out of poverty. It will. It always does. So you make that choice of how you want to do it, but I would advise that you pay, because we've got a lot of people. You look at all the people that are in the Quapaw Post or graduating with the great degrees, but you're competing against every business out there. Everybody can believe that people are going to do the right thing, and you're going to serve just because it's the right thing, but you've got families to take care of. It's the same thing everybody's arguing about, whatever side you're on. But you've got to pay properly to get the best talent. And I want the best person up here serving the tribe, whoever that is. Altruism is great, but it's a theory that is probably not real. So 1 second, and I will. But all I'm saying is that you pay the right people. If I want brain surgery, I'm going to get the person that is the best, and honestly, they're paid the most. And that's what you want running companies. And you want them to be ran well.
You don't know my name. My name is Abigail Panther Logan. And I'm going to tell you just like this. We are one people. We are more than money. The problem with our people is money. Yeah, we need it. We all need it. Every single one of us needs it to survive. Yes, we need it. But that doesn't mean anyone is better than the next. Doesn't matter what degree you hold. We all gonna end up in the same box, in the same hole. And we're gonna have the same guys burying every single one of us. If it's not them, it's gonna be somebody from their family burying us. You wanna fight about money? You need to start from the beginning. We are a people with power inside of us. A God-given power that we were born with, a purpose. And I don't know where my people lost their identity and thought using money to control their people was what their people really wanted. What their people really needed. You want a Constitution Committee, you want a Compensation Committee, you want a Grievance Committee, you want all these committees. We talk about sovereignty. We talk about sovereignty, but I'm telling you something. You have a business committee. They're a government body. When they go before Washington, D.C., they are your government officials. We should have our own Congress. That's what we should be doing today. We should be making the changes that our people really need. Instead, we're in here talking about who deserves to be paid what. Are you freaking kidding me? Seriously? You're worried about what somebody's getting paid? Aren't you? You're worried about what you need, right? How about your mother, your dad, your grandma, your aunt, your cousin, even the ones you don't like, even the sides of your families you got a problem with? They deserve everything you deserve. Why? Because we're living and breathing in this day when our people were supposed to be wiped out a long time ago. I don't understand a lot of you. I don't understand your mentality. I don't. I truly, truly don't. Because I've always grown up knowing I'm Quapaw and Shawnee. I never knew I was anything else. And I was raised that my people, Quapaw, Shawnee, and every other nation has the most power within them. We were born with it. We were born healers, warriors, protectors. We took care of one another. If we had more, we gave to them who did not have it. We fed them, we clothed them, we prayed for them, we healed them. That's what we are. We are not these damn casinos that you all are fighting about and worried about. It's great for a future investment. Yes, that's right, it is. It's great for a future investment, but you people are not paying attention. We're fighting here. You got nations all over the United States. They're fighting state government. They're fighting federal government for our people to stay our people, to keep our ancestral rights, to keep our sovereignty, to keep who we are. July 4th, Independence Day, you celebrate it as American people. But American people are allies to the Britain. The same damn people you ran away from. You fought for. Come on. Are you in it? Or what? Huh? No. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of what it's done to every single one of our families. Every single one of our families has been damaged by what this has done to our people. You talk about change. You don't want to make changes because you're squabbling over money instead of, you know what, our people need to be taken care of. Our people need this. We have homeless tribal members. We have tribal members who can't put food in their homes. They don't have electric. Who cares what their struggle was? Who cares what their problem was? We have it. We should be taking care of them. That's what we are. We are to take care of our people. So no disrespect to the compensation committee because it has nothing to do with you. I promise.
So, thank you, Abigail. So just want to say thank you for all of that. We're here because you told us to do this, and so we did it. Okay, and we hope that we've shared it in a way that was both transparent, but also shared to you also a little bit about why it's important, and that is all we're going to say. Hopefully, if we need to have any more questions, please, I'll be around. It is my birthday again. So, I mean, I celebrate it because it's my birthday, right? Please feel free to come up and chat with us. And, you know, I can give you like personal email and stuff like that if you want to chat further.
And then one other thing, we're saying the same things. I mean, that was very forceful and it's saying the same things. You know, we don't need to fight about money. You want to protect the money and the revenue streams because that's what makes all this go. That's what puts roofs over people's head. You know, once we get clear of this debt, all that money coming in, you know, I wouldn't expect, you know, you said it's more than a bear settlement. Don't expect $25,000 a year to come to you, but will you get 5 or 10? Maybe. And then there's more housing and more towards the education, all that. There's going to be some numbers and it will happen. We're saying the same things. We're just saying it from 2 different directions. So the tribe's in good shape. We're saying that you should compensate people for doing the work and you guys make the decisions.
I may have inadvertently cut off all the folks that are lined up here, so I'm sorry for that.
Thank you. I do have a couple of questions. My name is Weena Supernaw. Couple of questions and then an idea to move us forward. One, did I understand the slide correctly that we are not expected to vote on this new salary structure today? And that would not occur until July of 2023. Is that correct?
So partially correct. So based on the wording of the motion that was stated, clarified, please watch the video. I couldn't get it. I was going to show the clip, but I couldn't because of my computer issue. Please watch it. To recommend and set. It is effective. We have passed a resolution in the committee. Okay, now some of that can be redacted, but most of it can be shared, right? And I think we will do that as well as our bylaws. And you will see that many portions of that resolution also come back to the Quapaw Nation General Council in terms of annual performance reviews and things like that, and anything that needs to change. But it is set, and that is something that we have no power from. That's just the way it is. So it is set. However, again, to the point that we made on the slide, all of you have the power here. Like, it's not the compensation committee. It's not the business committee, right? It's you, the people of the general council. So if there's anything there that needs to change or wants to be changed or whatever, up to you. We just wanted to present the data and the rationale.
Thank you. So my next question is probably for the BC. Who is the designated parliamentarian today? Because I would like to make a motion.
Definitely not the designated parliamentarian.
We were unable to get one for the holiday. Everybody was out. We were unable to get an attorney to be present, to be a standing parliamentarian. The 4th of July, we called maybe 14 people. Nobody was going to work today.
I mean, I'm not a lawyer. I only play one on TV. But new business, is it open forum that those motions can be made? because otherwise
Yes.
we are out of agenda.
The agenda is set for business in open forum.
Okay, so no motions until that time. Okay, thank you.
My name is Jessica Mason, and my question was, who is the reputable source that you were quoting?
REDW.
What is our tie to them?
I'm not sure other than the fact that we get the report. So they're a consulting agency. Their expertise is in tribal affairs, compensation. They also manage I didn't know this until we started digging in, benchmarks for other large nations as well, but they are the ones that aggregate the data, anonymize it, and then send it out.
So they specialize.
They are specialists in this space, yes. REDW. I think they do a lot of different things, I'm not sure, but they do consult on tribal leadership compensation.
Dr. Alan Kaufman, I just have one question, please.
Yes.
Were you telling us that this is already set? You are sticking with that conclusion? Because if so, I would just like to speak on it, but I
Sure.
wanted to make sure I heard you correctly.
That's what we said in the slides.
Okay, so may I have the mic? May I jump in line here? Okay, last year, and I thought we were going to have the clip for all of you to play, and I guess we do not, but last year, from my understanding, the Compensation Committee has the authority to conduct the research and make recommendations to the General Counsel. It does not have the authority to make decisions on behalf of the General Counsel because it was not empowered. It was not empowered, it did not empower the Compensation Committee to act on behalf of the General Counsel with those specific instructions. The General Counsel created the Compensation Committee. They are a standing committee, and they were given just the authority to bring the recommendations back. So in open forum, when we start discussing whatever motion's going to be put out there, I just wanted to put that out there. I'm not sure if anybody else recalls what the video is, but like you said in the slide, please feel free to take a look at it. Thank you for your time.
I'd like to go ahead and request from our IT personnel, if there is any way that video can be played, now would be a great time to bring it up.
And just so everybody is clear, this is not a personal thing. It is not a personal view. We are operating in the framework that was given in terms of the clarified motion. So I did put it up there, and you can put up the slide too. Again, this council has the ability to overturn this structure. They can keep it. They can change anything about it. It is not up to us in terms of what happens next. It's just that we're operating underneath the framework that we were given. Also, I'm not sure if this was explicit, the Compensation Committee and the Business Committee sit at the same level. Okay? We do not report to the Business Committee, we report to you. And so it is up to you.
One of the things that this came up is this did cause us a little bit of heartburn. So Robert's Rules of Order, whenever you make a motion, there can be consequences of that. And this is the way the motion was passed. So the way it reads is that it's supposed to, we put it in place, that we set it. Whether now, you can go into the discussion, because I've watched that over and over and over. I don't necessarily think that the discussion that was had during that 30 minutes is what was intended. Maybe it wasn't. And I think that's what Callie's alluding to, but you can't interpret rules. It's what the motion was. But like we said, we'll go with that. Your GC, if you don't like it, you can change it.
I'd like to real quickly add, sorry, Linda, that The interpretation, again, is not our job. And for a reason, I'm here with this committee where I think is very ethical. And we've disagreed on numerous points, but we've come together and to present with you. And I encourage people to look at the video and interpret themselves or figure out how to fix. Again, it's just about.
Derek, put the mic up back. They can't hear you in the back.
So this to fix the problem. There's a problem and then the interpretation of how we were created for people who don't know. And how we were created and what our authority is. And so we're going by what we've been told our authority was by that motion. Like Rodney said, that motion more than likely could be interpreted different ways and probably made in the wrong way. But that's what we have to, that's the kind of one of the sticking points. It's the amount and what authority we have. And this is what we were told we have. We set the amount. So, and again, we're here because of you and you get to decide.
And I know the Constitution Committee, when they were going over that, you're reading, there was a part in there that talked about compensation that, and it went right back, if I'm mistaken, tell me, but it's like the Business Committee will bring forth what they think they should be paid again. We have said that this committee, a compensation committee, whether we're on it or you appoint other people, it should stay intact. And that's that arm's length that I'm very uncomfortable. I don't want to tell, which I work for a company now. I used to own the business, but now I work for them. I don't want to tell them what I want to be paid. So, I mean, I think the business committee is the same way, and that's why this was done, is to have an impartial group come up with the numbers, and then you guys thumbs up or thumbs down.
Okay, more questions? Hopefully answers.
My name's Linda Kay. I think most of you all know me. I'd like to thank the committee for all their work. I know you've been in a lot of time and effort. And this is a problem that none of us are going to be real happy about. It's going to require a compromise to get things done and keep us going. But the question I have is, we're talking about compensation for the business committee, but we also have other tribally elected officials who are the grievance committee and arguably have oversight over the business committee. So are we going to pay them too?
So I think there's a difference in this committee versus grievance committee. Am I incorrect? I can't see the business committee. I'm hoping that they would answer in terms of like the pay of a grievance committee or a powwow committee or something like that. I just know that it was not the scope of what we were asked to do. I do know that there are subcommittee bylaws that dictate stipend, but in our bylaws, since we do not go with its bylaws, we have our own bylaws, we explicitly say that we will not be paid. So that, I don't know about the other committees.
And when you talk about volunteering for positions, I always view those committees as that is where you're giving back and volunteering. Like I said, we chose to not be paid. Committees, there is a structure that you can be paid a stipend for meetings and things like that. We chose to not do that. When people want to do something for the tribe and get in on that and cultural stuff, that I believe that is absolutely where you should give back and do those type of things and give your time. But these people that are running your businesses need to be compensated. That's the way I look at those.
Having been somebody that has sat on a grievance committee against a business committee that was being paid and paid very well, and our committee did not have funds. As I said, there were grievances filed against business committee members, and our committee had responsibility to resolve those and bring them back to the general counsel or do away with them. The grievance committee is also responsible for the well-being of our tribe.
There's a point I'd like to make too. These special positions that we have within our general council, tribal princess, powwow committee chairman, grievance committee, they can also be compensated too by a vote of general council. You can set their compensations. We have no authority to set those compensations. And there are other tribes that pay their tribal princess $2,000, $3,000 towards education scholarship, or their grievance committee is also compensated. So that's perfectly allowable from our governing resolution, but the authority rests with general council and not with the business committee to set those. So I just wanted to make that clear.
My name is Larry Mercer, and just for your information, I get my lineage from the Coosaw side. But I just wanted to clarify, I worked 37 years with Michelin Tire Company, North America. My job was to oversee all the new tire development in Tuscaloosa, Alabama plant. So I was on call 24/7, 365 days a year. So I know what the hours that are required. I know some of these members here, they don't put in 40 hours a week. They put in 50 hours a week. And then they're called at all hours of the night, on the weekend. So I know they need a just compensation. I'm not saying yay or nay for the dollar amounts, but just remember, they don't do as a whole a 40-hour work week. And I don't know that we would want them to just be available 40 hours in a week, because situations comes up. I want to give a special thanks to I guess we're dead. I must have said too much. But they put in a lot of hours and dedicated their time, and we need to appreciate what they did. And they're not responsible for the figures. The numbers speak for themselves. I handle multi-million-dollar budgets, and it takes a lot. But these guys, they're just giving us the numbers. That's it. And for us to try to jump all over them like I think that has happened, that would be very inappropriate and unprofessional. But we need to take the information they've given us, and we can go during open forum, like we said, and we have the power to adjust those figures by our bylaws, and that's the way we need to handle it instead of everybody bickering over this. I wanted this 150th to be a year of healing for the nation, because we need it. We've gone through a lot, COVID, everything. So let's take what they've given us. Let's really think about it, and think about the hours that are actually put in, not just 40 hours a week. That'd be like asking our general manager at the casinos to do 40 hours, go home, and don't worry about what happens next X number of hours during the week. Just let it run on its own, and then we'd see where we're at. And more than I needed to say, but I appreciate you listening. I appreciate our business committee, especially our casinos now are going to be paid for. We're not going to be running 15 years and still own all those millions of dollars on these properties. They're going to be ours in just a few years. We will own them at that time. And so everything needs to be taken into consideration, not just one little bitty thing. And thank you for your time.
So it doesn't look like we have any more questions. Are we good here? I mean, figuratively speaking, we have one more.
I motion that we move on. It's getting late in the day and I'd like to go home.
All right. So thank you everybody for your questions and engagement. Gonna get.
Thank you once again to the compensation committee for their hard work on this. It's not an easy job. It was not an easy job. And they were not compensated either. And as they mentioned before, I never even knew those folks before this it was even created. And I appreciate your honesty and your integrity in putting this together. and appreciate all of the questions and the lively discussion. Honestly, it's a conversation that should have happened 10 years ago, 15 years ago. So the fact that we're having it here today, although it's in light of the 150th, it needed to happen. And we're doing it out there with everybody, with that knowledge, with the data. So again, as was mentioned earlier, we can agree to disagree on a few things, but that's okay. We're still Quapaw, we're still one. So to kind of ease the tension, I'm going to go ahead and call the next two numbers for the grocery baskets. 272 and 161. 272 and 161. I see one winner. And I think we have another one in the back. 262, 161. Oh, I'm sorry, 272, 161. Yes, sir, there we go. Okay, now we have the winners recorded. At this time, we're going to move into the candidates forum on the agenda. So we need all Quapaw Nation candidates to make their way to the front so they can present. And I believe how we normally do it is each candidate gets 5 minutes. Is that right? 5 minutes. 5 minutes to speak, present their platforms, and we're going to start with business committee member candidate, moving into secretary treasurer candidate, and then chairman candidate.
Say what you took last time. Oh, sure will.
Working. Hello, I'm Lloyd Buffalo, seeking re-election as a business committee member. It kind of disheartened me, the last discussion, because, you know, I grew up that never do for yourself what you don't do for others. That's always been my philosophy. We've read it in all my letters. And to argue about pay, I've never had this position for pay. You got to come from your heart, not your billfold. The people are now concerned about money, and I disagree with that totally. You got to have ethics, and above all, you got to have compassion for the people. That's why you're elected. I don't disagree with the comments the compensation committee made, but I, for one, don't desire those salaries. I never did, and I never will. I just want to help the people. And I made the statement on May the 20th meeting that I didn't really need the money. I don't. I got a good pension. But I also disagree with that's the first time they talked to the committee, because that's not true. Anybody on Zoom know they talked a few months prior to that and told those salaries and that kind of stuff. So, you know, do you believe what they say or do you not believe what they say? I can only tell you that my only thing is compassion for the people. The only votes I ever cast is what I think is best for the majority of the people, not a select few. If you ask me a question, I'll tell you what I know. You may not like it, but I'll tell you like it is. And, you know, I hate to come to meetings like this simply because arguments about nothing. And that's what it is. If you don't have a compassion for the people, you don't need to be sitting there. That's the way I feel. And all I ask is you vote for people that's got experience, ethics, and compassion for the people. That's all I said because I was getting a little upset about that prior discussion. Thank you.
I just want to say, please be respectful for those that are speaking, the candidates that are coming up. So please, those in the back, and if you're speaking, if you need to speak, please step outside. Let's be respectful for the candidates. Thank you.
Is Mike Shawnee here? Melanie, did you say he was not here? Okay, Mike is on his way, so we can go ahead and we'll move on to the secretary treasurer position, and we've got Wina Supernaw. Thank you.
My name is Wina Supernaw, and I'm running for the Quapaw Nation Business Committee Secretary Treasurer position. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with the Quapaw people and humbly request your consideration in the upcoming July 23rd election. I'm uniquely positioned to serve the Quapaw people due to my education, my 30+ years of business experience, my board experience, my involvement with the Quapaw Nation, including many GC meetings and powwows, monthly BC meetings with active participation, monthly BC summaries to hundreds of Quapaws to keep everybody informed on a timely basis, active team membership in launching the Bear Proceed Distribution Equity Resolution that resulted in 09-1821A, and advocacy for language changes to the Bear Authorization Bill 4715. Joined the Constitution Committee in December, just a few months ago, with active participation since then, and completed a catalog of all BC resolutions to support research. And last and most importantly, my incredible enthusiasm for our future as a nation. This is what I think we need as a nation. We need a 10-year strategic plan that requires significant tribal member input, improved communications, sensible government reform, and we heard about some of those that Roman shared with us earlier today. In addition to that, I also believe in additional items such as all material transactions coming in front of the General Counsel as opposed to those decisions being made exclusively by the Business Committee. It's about time we value the Quapaw people's input in major decisions that impact all of our futures. We also need affordable safe housing, diversified business development beyond gaming. And I've got lots of new ideas on that, and new focus on healing our environment through our traditions, our culture, and our business enterprises. I believe all Quapaws deserve to be treated equally. I believe all enrolled Quapaws, as of 9/27/19, still living at the time of distribution, deserve a full and equal share of the Bear proceeds. I believe all Quapaws deserve respectful and honest treatment by their government. I believe all Quapaws deserve a voice in material decisions by our government. I believe the Quapaw people deserve full-time attention. And most importantly, I believe our best days are ahead of us. I'm ready to listen to you and serve the Quapaw Nation by applying everything I have learned to the best of my ability. Gunniga.
Kagite. My name is Guy Barker, and I am your current Secretary Treasurer. It's been an honor to serve you the last 2 years. I am the son of Martha Moore Barker, the first Miss Indian USA, the grandson of Ardina Moore, our tribal historian, and the great-great-grandson of Victor Griffin, the last chief of the Quapaw tribe. To say that I'm proud of what we've accomplished in the last 2 years would be a wild understatement. We have been able to address issues of government reform, as well as plaguing financial issues that we had amongst our business enterprises, as well as our programmatic benefits throughout our tribal government. These 2 years, we've managed to get a lot of things done, whether this is increase in education, financial aid, elders assistance, as well as being able to navigate a global pandemic. Maybe one of the most trying financial times that we have ever seen, and many of us will ever see. That being said, 2 years wasn't enough to get done everything that I would like to get done. I think that I'd like to stick around a little bit longer. We have good ideas. We have great things that we can do. And I'd love to be there from a position of continuity, be able to get those things done for all of you, and give back to a community that has given so much to me growing up here. Now, we were able, obviously, and this has been a discussion, to be able to refinance this property as well as our other larger resort property in Arkansas. I was able to successfully raise over $725 million worth of capital in order to refinance both of these properties. And in a 20-year projection, we will save over $1.52 billion in interest expense alone. We paid over $800 million in interest since 2008, and not a dime of principal. I can tell you that I'm very proud, extremely proud, that we've been able to successfully pay off over $100 million in principal just since December in the last 6 months. We have been doing all of this during one of the most tumultuous financial times that we have ever seen. Times have been rough. They are rough right now, and there are even rougher seas to navigate in the future. I would love to be at the helm in order to help get us through these times, to make sure that we can provide financial stability for our people, all of our younger generations to come, so that they can be taken care of. And so that our elders, those that are needing assistance in their later years, so that they can get that. But this all starts, unfortunately, with the purse strings. I have personal work experience, mostly in the oil and gas industry, but most of what I did was be able to build financing packages for drilling units all over the country, assets and figures far larger than the building that we're standing in right now. But it was that perspective whenever I came here to change the way that we do things, change the way that we look at how we pay for things, and frankly, hold lenders, banks, financial institutions across the country accountable, because I know what kind of treatment other people get. We deserve the same. There's absolutely no reason why we should be paying penalties simply because we are on native land. We are people deserving of respect. We are professionals deserving of respect. And this is something that I have firmly put my foot down over the last 2 years to make sure that we get. So much so that we've been able to receive national recognition. Both of these transactions were nominated for the Indian Country Deal of the Year. And I'm honored to say that I was the proud recipient of the Executive of the Year with the Native American Finance Officers Association amongst all 573 federally recognized tribes. I would like to take this record, the record I have of sticking up for all of you, planning for your future, planning for your stability, putting your parents, grandparents, and children first, putting Quapaw first, putting Quapaw businesses first, Quapaw members as employees first. We employ more Quapaw citizens now than any time in history. In history. I'd love to keep this going. I'm not done yet. We've got another round to go. We can get a lot more change, a lot more benefit, and a lot more progress.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Weena, and thank you, Guy. I just saw that Mike stepped in. Mike, would you like to come make your speech, your 5-minute speech?
Good afternoon. Damn, it is afternoon. My name is Michael Shawnee. I'm running for the Business Committee member position. I'd just like to reiterate stuff that was brought up in the candidates forum last Monday. You know, we're still in debt, and I want to get that paid off. The quicker we get that paid off, the more it benefits the nation as a whole. You know, refinancing is great, and yes, I do agree with what they did, and I'm glad to see it happen. That should have happened over 10 years ago, but it didn't work out that way. But yes, we do have a processing plant. There are government contracts out there for supplies of meat products with the federal government through their Federal Bureau of Prisons, as well as the military and other branches of the government. So, you know, those are some of the things, there's avenues to pursue with that processing plant. But yes, I do believe in paying down the debt first, and I am for this to go to the people with any profits. You know, we all could use the help. You know, I don't work for the tribe. I work from home for a Fortune 500 company doing government contracts. So yes, just like it comes back to me with the Powwow committee stuff, I get calls from people all over the country, and they ask me questions. I said, well, I'm on the clock right now. I can't answer. I'll call you back after I get off. So I do put in my work and try to do other things on the side. So just rest assured that I'm definitely working for the people, and I want to see us to prosper and move forward. That's all I've got to say at this time. Thank you.
Next up, we have the chairman candidates. Buddy, would you like to come speak first?
Good afternoon. My name is Buddy Schaap. I grew up in Quapaw. I graduated from Quapaw High School. From there, I obtained my bachelor's degree in criminal justice administration from Missouri Southern State College. After that, I began a 26+ year career in federal law enforcement. The first 10 years was as a police officer and criminal investigator with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And then I got hired as a special agent with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and spent 16+ years with them. I retired last year after 26+ years in federal law enforcement. During that, well, before that, I got married. And during those 26+ years, my wife and I had 2 children, 2 grandchildren. We lived in 5 states. I visited 48 states and worked with federal, state, tribal, and local officials in many of those states. I also was able to visit 5 foreign countries. I worked with officials in one of those countries, and I also worked with officials in 3 other countries, which I have not visited, including the Philippines, Brazil, and Mozambique. I decided to run for chairman because I think we can do better for our people. I think we need better communication. Instead of the business committee talking to us, we should be able to have a dialogue with the business committee more than just at the monthly business committee meetings. I would like to do more for the environment, and I think we can do better for our tribal members and our tribal employees. You can get more details on what I would like to do for the tribe at my campaign page on Facebook, which is Buddy Shap for chairman. And if you have any questions, you can reach out to me there, or I'll be here and at the powwow this evening. And I would appreciate your vote. Thank you.
My turn? Away, agite. We huda jutse. O-gah-pah nikashige. Hello, my name is Joseph Bird, and I've had the honor and privilege of serving as chairman now for 23 months. And 2 years ago, my elder came to me and asked me to run for chair against a 20-year incumbent. And every day that she called me while I was on my spring break, I said, well, I'll think about it. You know, I'll think about it. And on the 6th straight day when she called, I gave in. Because it's hard to tell Flossie Matthews no. And now here I am. And we don't have Flossie with us. We don't have a lot of elders that were with us 2 years ago. This round, this campaign, it's been totally different. I'm not running against a 20-year incumbent. 2 years ago, our community was divided. Our people were divided. There was a lot of turmoil, a lot of angst for what was happening. And the fact that we don't have the elder that I'm speaking of, and the fact that this year was a totally different race. You know, there's been several people ask me, why aren't you campaigning harder? Where are all of your signs? Where is your Facebook page? Why aren't you more active on social media? Because I've been doing the job as chairman, day in and day out, to the best of my abilities, using my brain power, using my willpower to continue what we've inherited, the good and the bad, making the bad better. I could get up here and talk about tribal sovereignty, our court system, all of the things that we've been doing for the last 2 years. Culture, reigniting our language program, repatriation of our funerary objects and our ancestors. Our business enterprises are positioned now better than they've ever been before in the history of our tribe. But there's still much work to be done in terms of our services. Survivors of domestic assault, mental health wellness, affordable housing, making it easier for our tribal members to become homeowners. Those are the things that I like. Those are the things that I'm interested in, and being able to put our best foot forward and achieving those goals. Making utilities better for us, more achievable, passing on utility savings to others. I'm proud of what we've been able to achieve in this short amount of time. And we can do better. It's been an honor and a privilege to serve with my fellow business committee members. We don't always see eye to eye on things, but our hearts are all in it for the right reasons. I feel that. We want the best for our people. All of the programs and all of the services and all the businesses that we're over, we want the best. And it's been an honor serving with you. And in closing, I want to say, regardless who you pick as chairman, I don't trust anybody more than Guy Barker to handle our finances for our business enterprises and our tribal government. So let us do what we were born to do, and let us lead for the future of our people. Gonna get.
Thank you, Chairman Byrd, and thank you, Buddy, for your chance to speak, and thank you for all the candidates, and good luck.
Gift baskets 263 and 326. A lucky winner. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Fry bread winner, sorry. No, definitely. If we have our basket winners, we good there? 326. 326. That was you? Okay, so then okay. 263. 263. We got somebody in the back. There we go. All right. We have both of our winners. Is that all 10 baskets? Again, I'd like to thank our Vice Chair, Callie Bowden and Michelle Newton, for gathering those items and their work with our farmers market to facilitate that. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. And at this time, we're going to go into open forum. And before everyone takes the floor, I would like to extend an invitation for our Saracen Casino Resort leadership, Mr. Matt Harkness and Mr. Jim Burns. These two stellar individuals serve in the capacity of our general manager and our CFO for this property, and they've come down from our Pine Bluff area to come and present to some of the things that have been happening and the future of the property. So without further ado, please give them your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman of the Business Board. Thank you. If I get a handheld mic, it'd make my life easier. Thank you again. Okay. Got it. So we got a PowerPoint to show you first. We can get that on the screen. There we go. So as Chairman Byrd mentioned, my name is Matt Harkness. I'm the general manager. I'm going to tell you briefly about myself. I've been in gaming since 1979. I started out as a craps dealer in Atlantic City, New Jersey. I was 4 years old. I was not 4 years old. I worked in Atlantic City for over 25 years. I went and worked for the Pokagon Band of Potawatomi Indians, opening a property in Southwest Michigan called Four Winds. We ended up opening 2 more properties. I worked there about 10 years. Loved it, loved the people, loved the whole thing. And I'll be honest, I worked in corporate America and I've worked in Native American, and I much prefer working in a Native American environment for a couple of reasons. The most important is that the money goes to people. People get benefit out of it as opposed to people that are blind investors. And I just, me, that makes me feel better. Anyway, so I've been doing this a long time. I came to the property about 18 months ago. It'll be 2 years in October. Jim and I started, we actually interviewed here at the same time for these positions, and we both got hired, obviously. The first day of work was the day before I arrived in Arkansas for the very first time. Got off the plane, met some folks, came down. I started on October 5th. We opened for live gaming on October 15th. So I got there 10 days before the property opened up. And it's been a whirlwind. It's been absolutely amazing. The property is incredibly well situated. You guys, I believe, made a very sound investment in what's going to be a very, very good market for you in a long-term basis. And I'm going to show you what that property looks like now. And some of the things, we're going to talk a little bit about some of the things that we've achieved. And what I can tell you is that it is very, very well situated on the highway. I'll show that on the screen in a minute. But the biggest area for us to draw from is obviously Little Rock. We kind of own the Pine Bluff market. We have one competitor for Little Rock, which is Oaklawn. They kind of own the market that they live in, which is Hot Springs. And we're fighting over the Little Rock market. What you guys bought is right at the termination of one of the major highways. In fact, a beautiful highway that comes right out of Little Rock. We're the last exit, and we're right there. We're going to do some things to improve those things, and really working with the Business Council, the Business Committee, and all these things that we do, getting their guidance and getting their support is what's gotten us to where we are at this moment. And working to do these next programs, the things that we've been talking about at length with the Business Committee, including the second phase and all that goes with that. There's a lot of other things we want to do, because quite frankly, the building's not complete yet. And you'll see that in the pictures I'm going to show you, and I'll show you what we want to do, and we're in the process of getting pricing on this stuff to actually fix it. And if you might be asking, well, aren't they supposed to be building a hotel down there? Yes, we are absolutely in the process of getting it together. Let me give you the timeline. Number one, when we got there, when Jim and I got there, the property for the first year plus that we were there was at a 13% interest rate. And that's a bond interest rate, which is not like your mortgage on your home where you pay whatever percent you're paying, percent goes to the interest and a percent goes to the principal. With a bond, 100% is principal. The entire payment, the 100% is interest. None of it goes to principal. So all you're doing is paying the interest. You get to the end of that 5-year bond, 7-year bond, whatever it is, you still owe the same amount of money. That's what a bond is. So you want to be in a bank loan, which is exactly what happened. And I cannot stress to you the importance for the long-term health of that property that you guys own that we are now in a bank loan. That happened as of January 4th of this year. So since we did that, the savings on interest, when we first did it, until the interest rates started going up a little bit, it's still an incredible amount of money though. It was $85,000 a day less in interest. The interest gets you nothing. So we're in a position now where we can start doing principal. In fact, we just paid $3.5 million down in principal. So I mean, we're in a very, you guys are in a very, very good position with this property. I don't have to sell you on Saracen, but I think it's important you guys know that we're in a very good position. Next slide, please. Thank you. Wait to see the pictures. So the casino entrance, and again, the property had to get open by a certain time. It had to open by October of 2020, which is when we started. So there's a lot of things that just didn't get finished. And you'll see that as like, I don't know if any of you guys have been down there yet. If you haven't, great to have you come down. But as I said, much of it's not completed yet. So this shows what the current, this is actually the current layout. So as you're coming in from the right-hand side, you walk in that little box here is where we usually put a car giveaway, marketing giveaway. But just on the other side of that, where that car is, that's a wall. So you walk into the property, the first thing you see is a wall. And you either go to the right or to the left, down a ramp and into the casino. And as you do that, you're either going into the casino and you're gonna have to make a hard right or a hard left to get into the slot machine area. And please understand, we are in the slot machine business. I've never thought for 1 second in my casino career that we are in anything other than the slot machine business. We have to feed people, we want people to play table games. We're eventually gonna put them up in a hotel, but it's all about the slot machines. So whatever we can do to make the slot machines as interactive and as enjoyable for the people as we possibly can, for our guests, for our customers, that's what we do. Right now, this is not conducive to doing that. People have to find their way around, and quite frankly, it's not a good flow of traffic. Next. Next screen, please. That's what the wall looks like. So as you walk in, this is the only entrance, the only way into the building that currently exists. You walk in, you see that glass wall, you have to make a hard right or hard left. Next screen. So what we proposed to the business committee, and which they've approved, is that we would take that wall down. What you're seeing right there are weapon detectors, but the wall goes away. They will actually get moved further out. And then there's stairs that take you right down into the casino, like most casinos are. You walk in, and there's the slot machines, there's the casino. So that's what we're proposing to do. Next screen, please. That's what it would look like as opposed to the wall being there. Next. And that's a close-up shot. So right now, that's a wall. You walk in there, and there's a lot of walls that I'd love to see go away, and we've been talking to the business committee about it, and I think we're in a very good position to do that. Next screen. And again, this is what it currently looks like, standing on the casino floor, looking at the entrance. Next screen. And that's what it would look like. So it's completely different. Next, please. So the Post is one of our eateries. It's a fast food eatery. A lot of it's to go, but people don't sit in there for a very specific reason. Again, there's a wall. And as you're walking by there, it's really not very inviting. Next screen. That's what it's going to look like when we're done. Next, please. This is the center bar called Crossroads. And again, this is looking at it as you're coming in from the main entrance. Next. And that's what it's going to look like when we're done. Next screen. New highway entrance. Currently, when you come down Route 530, which is the main highway, really the only highway, coming out of Little Rock, you get off the ramp, you drive down about a half a mile, maybe 3/4 mile, and you make a right at the light. You go to a circle, and then you make a right into the property. I believe there's a better solution. This is something that we've been working very hard on with government officials at the state and federal level. Next slide, please. Oh, there it is. No, go back. Go back, you're in the right one. So right now, as you can see, if you look at the bottom right-hand corner of the screen, that's where the ramp is. And right now, like I said, you go all the way down to that intersection, then you go to the circle, you make a right, and you're into the property. It's not the perfect situation. So what we've proposed, and what we're in the process of getting finalized pricing on and final approval, is you come off that ramp, and you'll be able to make a right directly into the property. Next, garage. It rains a lot there. It's very hot there, and we have a very, very big parking lot. Next screen. So what we're proposing is, as you can see on the right-hand side, there's a white box next to where the casino is. We're proposing to do a garage here. It'd be 600 spaces. If you look in the bottom right part of the parking lot, it's about a quarter of a mile from the furthest spot, and we fill up on the weekends. It's about a quarter of a mile from the furthest spot to get to the first slot machine. So that's a heck of a walk. We certainly have shuttles going around, but we think that this would make it so that the 601st spot would be basically right next to the entrance. Next. And that's what it would look like. And you can see there's a vestibule in between where the garage is and where the casino currently is. Next. Okay, so the current facility, and the reason I'm showing all this is very specific. Next. Okay, that's what the property looks like now. So working hand in hand with the business committee, we have picked a construction company, and I'll tell you what that process was. We had a request for proposal, an RFP put out, and we sent it out in conjunction with, did this whole process with the owner's rep that was hired by the business committee to help us, a gentleman by the name of Chris Samples. And we sent out to about 6 or 7 major construction companies that we felt could do the job. 3 of them came back with proposals. In fact, they were the 3 that we all felt were the most capable of doing the actual job. We went through, we had meetings with them, and then we came to the business committee with a suggestion of who we thought would make the most sense based on a lot of different criteria. And that was Flintco, which their main offices, you may know, are in Tulsa. They also have a satellite office in Fayetteville. So they're very used to this area. In fact, they just recently built the Oak Lawn expansion. So what they did at Oak Lawn is very similar to what we're going to be doing, what we hope to be doing, and I believe we're going to be doing in Saracen. It's an addition to the property with a hotel. It's an event center, and it's fixing up a lot of the things that are not quite done yet. So part of the reason I'm showing you this picture here is this is a drone shot of what the facility currently looks like. That's exactly what it looks like. And you see that it really doesn't have a lot that's very descriptive about it. We kind of call it a Lowe's with slot machines in it. And but we think the opportunity exists to improve that. And why that's important is because we're doing well now. We will only do better. We're getting more than our fair share of the current market. And I give a lot of that credit to the fact that we're getting good guidance and we're working directly with the business committee on what these programs are that are doing this for us. We have tremendous investment from the employee base, and we're killing it. We will only do better with these improvements. So if we could, gentlemen, if you could back there, please start running the animation. And what you guys are going to be seeing is a 3D animation fly through of what the casino will be looking like once we're done with construction. You get back up, you missed about the first couple minutes here. We'll go with this. Here's the start. So in the beginning, it's going to be coming off the highway and then into the new driveway. That's the highway there. You can see the big sign. That's what the hotel would look like. You come right off of 530, instead of going straight and hanging the light and making a right, and then going down the other road, Market Street. You're making it right into the property. That's the existing casino there. And this will be the new garage. This is the new entrance into the casino. It's much brighter. The idea of taking all these walls down is to make it more inviting to people. This is the hotel lobby. See the front desk? It'll be absolutely beautiful. It's the lobby bar. The lobby restaurant. Now we're heading upstairs to the second level where the event center is. There's literally nothing like this in the state of Arkansas. That made me Fayetteville. The event center, we're walking in there in a second. That can seat 1,600 people for a show. We'll have retractable seats that come down, and about 900 people for a banquet type setting. And they'll have a fixed stage. You see the fixed stage there. Now we're in a hotel corridor. We're gonna look at a regular room first. There'll be 320 rooms. This hotel can compete with any hotel room in the state. The next room we'll go to will be a two-bay suite, which is basically double the size of a normal room. Give me an idea what the suite product will look like. Okay, so we're very proud of that. We think it's going to look absolutely spectacular. And I'll give you the idea what the timing is. We're going to get what they call construction documents from the architects in October. We're going to get, then probably a month or two after that, we'll get, they call it guaranteed maximum price. And then once we have that, we go to the bankers and we say, and obviously to the business committee, and we say, this is what the whole thing will cost. And this is how we would work that out in terms of the money that we're currently the banks that we're currently working with. The main bank we're working with is Wells Fargo. They're the lead bank. There's 6 other banks in addition to them that are part of the loan document. So we'd have to talk to them, show that to them, and then we'd proceed. So that's where we're at. Thank you. Do you want to take any questions?
I think I'd like to say, extend a thank you to Matt and Jim for their work and dedication at Saracen. Thankful for them to make the trip up here to give of their time and to present this presentation. It is extremely prideful, not just for the team, but for all of the tribe. This is theirs. This is their tribal casino, and it's something that I'm extremely proud to see. And I'm encouraged and I'm excited for the future and the development of the property. So I just want to say thank you again for coming and presenting to us.
Thank you, Chair.
Can we give another round of applause, please?
I'd like to point to this guy too, because like I said, I met him 2 years ago. We came here to interview in this building. Jim Burns, CFO, he's an MBA, he's a CPA. Just an absolutely wonderful human being to work with, and give him 2 minutes of your time.
Well, good afternoon. It is definitely an honor and a privilege to be here. As Matt had indicated, we met basically on the shuttle coming from Joplin Airport over to the casino as we were coming in for our respective interviews. At the time of my interview, I didn't know how on point I was based on the discussions that I've heard today and the emphasis on debt reduction. One of the discussion points we had during the interview process with this business committee was talking about how you build a $270 million facility 12 years earlier, and as of that date, still had $270 million worth of debt. That was something as a finance guy I couldn't understand, and something that I committed at the interview process, if I was given the opportunity to work for you and for the business committee, that would not happen at the Saracen development. And so we're quite proud of where we stand today. One of the things that we did talk about, and through this development and through our ability to get the refinancing done, which the word has been used before, it's transformative. If you look at that picture of what Matt termed Lowe's with the blue building on it, that's the stub of the hotel. If we did not get the refinancing at the time that we did, we would probably still be looking at that stub of the hotel 3 to 4 years from now. It is the previous debt was suffocating debt. It just wouldn't have allowed us to be able to do any additional development, especially in light of the fact that, and I know we've come out of it, but Matt has highlighted this to our team a couple of weeks ago, but we've been open for some 20, 21 months now. And only for about 4 of those months were we operating in any kind of what would be perceived as a normal environment. We had a global pandemic. We had face masks on in Arkansas until the end of March after we opened up. Then we came out of that and we had some really, really good months, some really encouraging months. And that's where, through the leadership of the business committee, and especially your secretary treasurer, we jumped on the opportunity to try to use that performance for those couple of months in order to get this refinancing. And had we not jumped on it at that time and not concluded this deal back in December of last year, if we were trying to do it today, we would not be successful in trying to get the refinancing. So a lot of things lined up for us, and it's through the vision and leadership of your business committee, and specifically your secretary treasurer when it comes to the financing. And I'd like to give credit to Matt Harkness, our GM. It was not only the timing, but it was our ability to manage our way through the pandemic to be able to drive what we call EBITDA as a financial term. If you could drive EBITDA, you could pay your debt. He was able to lead a team coming on, as he indicated, October 5th. I started October 8th. We opened up on October 15th. He was able to lead and develop a team that drove enough EBITDA to get the banks interested. And your business committee got the banks interested and pushed it even harder in order for us to be sitting here today with one of the best financing deals you can possibly have accomplished. Matter of fact, it's award-winning financing deals. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention one of our comrades in arms, Carlton Sappa. He can't be with us today. I fondly term Carlton our Hulk. He's the Hulk of everything Arkansas. And through his leadership as well, we all came together as a team and we're performing quite well despite the challenges that we have faced. And now what we're positioned with is a balance sheet that's ready to move forward. The economic headwinds in front of us, some have called transitory, some have called them extreme. Either one we face, we're ready to be able to face it together. And I'm sure we will come through these headwinds with a much better product, as Matt had just shown you through the fly-through. And we look forward to, at one time in the near future, and I will term near future, let's say more like 7 years. At one time in the near future, we'd like to be standing here before you saying that we just paid off all of the debt associated with Saracen Development LLC. So we're proud of our opportunity. We're proud of what we've accomplished so far, but we have a long ways to go. And we look forward to doing it in conjunction with the leadership and direction of the business committee and in partnership with those that we work with down at Saracen.
Thank you.
Are we in open forum? Thank you. I was about to call a Flossie Matthews and say point of order for the Saracen update, but because this is open forum and it's the Quapaw time. But I wanted to make a motion.
Could you please state your name for the record so we have it in the transcript? Thank you.
Excuse me. Anna Mckibben, Mckibben, roll number 1013, been Quapaw since birth. Anyway, I would like to make a motion to have a junior tribal princess, Quapaw Nation tribal princess. Other tribes have an older princess and a younger princess, and I would like to set some age limits on our princesses to maybe have the junior princess be like 8 to 12 years old and the princess be 14 to 19, and maybe term limits to 2 years. And that's maybe two motions in one, but the first motion is to have a junior Quapaw Nation princess and just kind of coincide with other tribes that have princess sororities and have former princesses kind of help out the other princesses with etiquette and what their duties are to be. And we had a class, and a couple of years ago when I worked here, we used to do cultural activities, and we taught how to do the Lord's Prayer in sign language. A lot of people do before powwows, and the proper way to hold a shawl, what you need to do, for grand entry and things like that. So I think we need to do something like that to help out some of the young girls coming up. That's it.
So to clarify, we have a motion on the floor to create a junior tribal princess.
Yes.
And that's electable, same as our tribal princess and our general council. Do we want to put the ages on that as well?
I would like to have ages on it if that's okay with y'all.
Hold on. Let's at least go with the creation of the tribal princess and the ages. Are you agreeable?
Yes, and I have one more motion after that if this passes.
I hope it's to get them paid.
Oh, well, no, it was actually for a junior tribal princess person.
Like a coordinator or a sponsor?
No,
Or what do you mean?
a little girl who I want to be our tribal princess, junior Quapaw Nation princess.
I gotcha. Okay, so the motion on the floor is for a junior tribal princess up to the age of
13.
13, I hear.
And then the age of the tribal princess, 14 to 18. Because once you get in college, you can run for Miss Indian Oklahoma, you can run for your college's NASA princess or whatever it may be, Miss Indian NEO. We have a tribal member who's Miss Indian NEO, congratulations. So I'm real proud of our girls because we have so many beautiful young ladies, educated, smart, coming up that are going to represent us so well. And I would just like to see everyone have a chance. So I just think it would be more fair if it was limited to 2 years and then.
Yeah. So I want to clarify, just so we're all clear. The motion on the floor is to create a junior tribal princess up to 13 years of age, 8 to 13 years of age, and to change our tribal princess up to 18 years of age. And to make, you're going to have to do that motion.
And to make the tribal princess age 14 to 18 with a limit of 2-year terms.
I heard a motion and then I did hear a second. So discussion? Are we amending the original motion? Am I to hear that correctly? So if we go to discussion and you recommend moving to amend, then Anna would have to be agreeable to your amendment, changing it to 20 years of age.
They're asking me why an age limit, and if you go around to a lot of powwows, usually tribal princesses are high school age, and you know, Oklahoma tribes don't have the best reputation anyway sometimes when compared with other tribes. Having been around all over Indian country, I've kind of been snubbed a bit by some of the other tribes. And I just kind of want us to get up to speed with other tribes. And when you're older, you run for the bigger titles like Miss Indian World, Miss Indian Oklahoma, your college, whether you go to college or not, I'm sorry, but that's how it goes. If you go around Indian country, if you go around a lot of powwows, that's what you see. And I would just kind of like to see our girls not be like the butt of jokes and be treated badly. You are treated badly by other tribes. I can guarantee it because I was Miss Indian USA and I was treated badly because I was from Oklahoma. I was told by some Navajos that there's no Indians in Oklahoma. You would not believe it, but it's bad. And so I would just like to see the tribe come up to speed. So Betty, I'm sorry, but that's the truth. And if you've been around, I've been all over. Martha, you know it too. Martha Moore Barker was Miss Indian USA too. And we represented and we know. And it's fine here in Quapaw. Yeah, it's great, but I'm just saying.
Yes, sir. So in discussion, we have a recommendation for the junior tribal princess to be 13 to 16 years of age, and then open it up for our tribal princess to be 17 to 21, 20.
That's way too old for a junior princess. I'm sorry, that's just, oh gosh. Please call for the question, and if you don't want to vote, vote against it, but I'm not changing my motion. Thank you.
call for the question. And again, to clarify, the motion on the floor is to create a junior tribal princess up to 13 years of age and to
8 to 13 for junior and 14 to 18, I believe I said, for tribal Quapaw Nation princess with 2-year term limits. Just because we have so many up and coming young ladies, and just give everyone a chance.
Linda, we good? Did you get all that?
Please call for the question.
We need a mic. Mike. Just kidding. Aren't we? No, they're not. I don't think so. Make that as the next one. Well, you're going to be coming out of pocket. You're going to be coming out of pocket. Let's vote this first. Are we good, Linda? We're having IT issues. Bear with us, please.
Yes.
Secretary Treasurer's making the recommendation that we just do it verbally, so let's see how this goes. All those in favor of this motion on the floor to create a junior tribal princess and to set the age limit for our tribal princess, signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Ayes have it. Ayes have it.
Oh, can you hear me? Okay, I'm here on behalf of a lot of people in my family and a lot of tribal members that I feel like we need to honor. Today is the 4th of July. However, I don't know if that is really a holiday to celebrate so much for Native Americans, but in here is still left in the room. I would like all the veterans to please stand. Doing that to say this, this year we did not have a head gourd dancer. And as you all know, gourd dancing wasn't necessarily a Quapaw tradition, but it is now. And our people that we need to honor the most at gourd dancing is the veterans, which that's what you have to be in order to participate or have someone bring you in the arena to participate as a family member. So I would like to make a motion that at every powwow, no matter what, we have, because we have a lot of, as you can see here, Native American veterans, Quapaw veterans, not just Quapaw, but all Native American veterans that have laid down their life for us to have the freedoms to be in a meeting like this, or to be in a meeting everywhere, or to even possess what we possess at our homes. Without them laying down their lives, we wouldn't be able to have that. So I would like to make a motion that we always have and honor our veterans with a head gourd dancer that can lead the gourd dancing at our powwows. And my name is Barbara Kaiser Collier. Sorry, I forgot to say that.
So Barbara put forwards a motion, and her motion is at every powwow, no matter what, to always have a head gourd dancer.
Yes.
That is a Quapaw tribal member? You want to clarify that?
No, I didn't say tribal member because we have visitors from other places.
Do I have a second? We have a second. Any discussion?
Okay, I was not at the most recent business committee meetings. My name is Melanie Shawnee. I'm Mike Shawnee's wife. He's the powwow committee chairman, and I think Barbara understood Mike's point in not having a head gourd dancer. Well, he explained it twice, and I'll explain it now in perhaps simpler terms. I'm going to explain now, Barbara, and it is in no disrespect to any veteran, but the gourd dance was brought back and revived by the Kiowas, and in particular, the Kozad family. Mike was trained and learned about the gourd dance under that family. Again, it is no disrespect to any veteran, but it is not a veteran's dance. However, veterans do participate. It is not a requirement for you to be a veteran to dance the dance. My father would not participate in it, and he was a veteran, but he believed that he had to be invited to dance. Everyone has their own beliefs in it, but Mike, as head elected powwow chairman, should have the right to pick and choose who he wants as his head staff. And if he was brought up not believing that you were to have a head gourd dancer, then I don't think we should force him to do that. The drum speaks to all the gourd dancers. When that beat is hit hard, that is the instruction to get up and dance. The men do not sit and wait for one head gourd dancer to get up and then direct the rest of the singer or dancers. If you'll watch, that's just how it is. That hard honor beat, that drum beat, is what talks to those dancers. That's the way we believe. Now, this is just an example. For Thanksgiving, you may serve turkey, we serve ham. Are we wrong for serving ham? Or are you wrong for serving turkey? No, that's a personal preference. Mike is the powwow chairman, and I think we should respect what he has been taught. If you don't like him as powwow chairman, vote him out.
I didn't say that this was, I said, I prefaced mine with, this is not a tribal, a Quapaw, something that we did initially. I know it came from the Kiowas. I know what she said is true, but I still feel like that we are dishonoring our veterans, especially our Quapaw ones at our own powwow, that you don't have to know anything like what she said. I know all of that about the beats and all of that, but you're honoring an individual. You're honoring an individual veteran by having them lead the gourd dance. And whether the powwow chairman, if he doesn't want to have it, then he can still allow the gourd dancers to lead, to have their own head dancer, to elect their own head person. But we still need to have one. The gourd dancers have talked about it, my husband being one of them, and several others, Henry Ellick, Several other tribal members have argued with Mike Shawnee at meetings about it. And just because that's his belief and the way he was taught, that's not the way that I was taught. That's not the way that we were taught in our family. And we have a lot of veterans that would have been, they're gone on now, most of them, but they would have been very honored to have been selected as a headboard dancer. Even though it may not have any meaning to anyone else, it would have deep, heartfelt meaning to them to be honored.
I would ask that you perhaps organize, at one time I thought we had a promenade or Quapaw tribe. Well, yeah, the Gord clan should reorganize, and then the president of that organization should be the one that appoints the person that will lead them or be their head Gord dancer within the organization. And I would really love to put in the book that organization is our host Gord clan every year, and so-and-so's their president or whatever. I think that would be appropriate. Just my opinion.
And just to include more information, it has been met with and discussed amongst the cultural committee to do exactly that, to have a Quapaw Nation honor guard to do exactly what you just spoke on. Are there any other points to be made in discussion? Are you calling for the question? Is he calling for the question, or is he trying to add discussion? Okay, let's get a microphone to him. I'm sorry, Henry. We can't hear you. I'm sorry. Let's get a mic to him.
Mic's coming.
Okay, we got a mic coming to you, sir.
Yes, I'm Henry Ellick, and I'm a veteran here. I was just wondering, traditionally, who said that that was what Mike was taught and whatever. Well, why is it done just this year? I've been dancing for 20 years, and we've always had a headboard dancer. But why is it now brought to our attention? So I have no problem with it now. Again, it's honoring all veterans, and it's true you don't have to be a veteran. Basically, I've been taught to gourd dance, but if you want to dance, you can dance, because you can dance for your brother, uncle, aunt, whoever else may have passed on. That you're carrying it on. That's what this is about. Carrying on the tradition, the culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Henry. Any other discussion? Call it. Yes? Sean.
Hello. I just want to, my name's Sean Ellick. When I was gone from this area and was down in Stroud, went to their gathering every year, they didn't have a head man, head lady, anything like that. What they did is they handpicked certain members of the tribe to represent them as head man and head lady each night. So it might be you don't want to have a head gourd dancer or anything like that, but maybe you can say on Quapaw night, Uncle Henry would be the honored veteran for that night. The next night, do somebody else. Next night, do somebody else. That way you don't have this argument about a head gourd dancer for all 4 days. You can honor different individuals each night as a gourd dancer. That's just something that might ease us up a little bit.
All right, thank you, Sean. Any other discussion?
Right now, I'm not going to withdraw my motion, but there has been some suggestions. Melanie had a suggestion that we formulate, that the tribe formulate, just like we were talking, a gourd plan or a honor guard, whatever you want to call it. But my point is, these are our veterans, and we need to not ever forget that. Never. So whatever you need to do, Robert Rule, whoever Robert is, either vote for.
I'd like you to clarify your motion.
Okay. My motion was to, no matter what, that our powwow have a head gourd dancer, to honor a head gourd dancer, Native American head gourd dancer. Preferably, of course, but not necessarily.
But a veteran?
But a veteran.
Hi.
Good.
My name's Kathy. I'm coming from the Griffin family, and of course, you guys know that our family gives water to everything. We go to powwows all over, and they do have honored veterans that I've seen for dancing. And if you're not gonna have somebody like that to honor, why even have a gourd dance every afternoon? I mean, I'm just saying. Guys have a gourd dance to honor these people, then why not choose one to honor and then the rest of them?
Do you have the motion? We good? No? Still having technical difficulties? Oh, we're ready to call. Okay. So the motion on the floor is that every powwow, no matter what, to always have a head gourd dancer that is a veteran. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Sound like a nay to me. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We're going to put it to a vote on your devices. Should there be a head gourd dancer at the annual powwow? Yes, for, no, against. And if you need assistance, please raise your hand.
Yeah.
Another 2 minutes and we're going to go ahead and cease the voting. For those of you sitting in the back of the room, you need to go ahead and come forward. That way the signal and the sensor can be picked up in order to accurately record your vote.
Okay, I want to congratulate you, Barbara, on that. My suggestion now, I'd like to ask that we appoint someone or take motions or people from the floor that would help to reorganize our Gourd Society. I'm embarrassed that we don't have a Gourd Society that's active and our tribe's big enough that. Okay. Are you a veteran, Brandon? Isn't your name on the veterans list? Anna would like to ask for Henry Elliott.
Not sure whether it's relevant to the conversation at this very moment. Thank you for the nomination. I respectfully decline. So I think that handles your question. Regarding my name being on the veteran wall, since that was brought up, I did not ask to have my name placed on the veteran wall. Most of my family is veterans and it was placed there by mistake. I asked administration to remove my name and they told me that it was literally etched in stone and could not be removed. So my apologies, I did not place my name there. I did not place my name on the list of veterans. I don't know how to apologize for something I didn't do. I did not place my name on the list of veterans. I was the secretary for the reformed Quapaw Gourd, it was referred to as a club and it was referred to as a clan. That Jim Greenfeather assisted in reforming. There's I think currently 3 living officers. I think there's currently 3 living officers of that organization, as well as a few other gourd dancers in our tribe. And I just wanted to tell everyone, if you all want to reform that, I think that's great. But I think that we should involve a few elders from our tribe, Henry Ellick being one of the primary ones, as well as Bill Griffin. And there should be some acknowledgement of the things that happened in the past. I didn't ask to be a gourd dancer. Jim Greenfeather told me I was going to be a gourd dancer. And I didn't ask to be placed on the Veterans Wall. I do appreciate the nomination, but I respectfully decline for those reasons. Thank you.
I'd like to make some requests or maybe vote on people for the committee, maybe a 5-member board. So if they vote on something, it wouldn't be a tie. I was thinking Henry Ellick, Bill Griffin, Blaze, I don't remember his last name. Okay. Blaze Fagan. I see some veterans in the crowd. Kelly Flanagan. Who else are some veterans? Chester Jimerson. Mike Mckibben, yeah. Ron Teal. Johnny Quapaw.
8,
Buddy Richards.
9.
I think, was there a motion on the floor to have a gourd society? I make a motion for the Quapaw Nation to establish a gourd society with 5 members.
We have a motion on the floor for the Quapaw Nation to establish a gourd society and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. A gourd clan is established for the Quapaw Nation. Thank you.
Can we make nominations for the gourd?
There are several
I have the microphone in my hand and my brother wants it.
There are several folks that are not in attendance right now.
Maybe when we have another board, general council, we can get members. Isn't there another general council coming up in September?
Yes, but it's set for specifically the Constitution amendments.
Okay.
I want to thank you all for voting for our veterans. And if this gourd organization, gourd society is successful in creating it, then that'll take care of the whole problem. They'll have their own head person and there won't have to be anybody go out and search for any, and that'll take care of the whole issue. So thank you all.
Because there's still, I guess, a gray area or a question mark as to how that's even going to be formed. I mean, I know it's been created, but the members of that society or clan, I would recommend the cultural committee be involved somehow, some way in that, because it's my understanding they've already been planning, making preparations to do that. So what I would recommend is having them carry forward with those appointments for the next year. And then next year will come and it'll be on the agenda for, I guess, election. Is everybody okay with that? Yes? Okay. Okay. Means?
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Mckibben, and I spent a lot of years watching my dad in tribal politics. I'll keep this as brief as possible. I know everybody's ready to go. Tribal politics, I watched him. He had to have thick skin because, and I know everybody up there knows you got to have thick skin to do this job. And I'm bringing this up just because the DDA, you know, way back when it was established, they were voting themselves outlandish salaries at the time and outlandish bonuses. And, you know, I am not doing this for my brother-in-law, but, you know, to say I don't have a dog in the hunt is a lie because he gave me a beautiful niece. You know, when I was sitting back there and listening to some of the campaign stuff and saying, you know, General Counsel should approve salaries and things like this, I have information here that shows, you know, some of those old DDA minutes that shows when Lloyd was the Secretary Treasurer of that $125,000 salaries and $40,000 bonuses. And, you know, those, you know, I don't know. He was up here just saying in his campaign a while ago that he'd never taken that kind of money, but those old DDA minutes right there. And I know Lloyd always gives us the hypothetical scenario that he will pay the money back when everybody else does. And I don't see anyone lining up with their checkbooks, old DDA people lining up with those checkbooks to give their money back. So, and, you know, I really mulled this over a lot to do this, and it's difficult because Lloyd does have probably the most tribal knowledge in this room, but, you know, he did take those salaries and bonuses at that time, and I just wanted to put that information out there.
2007.
That's when it was approved. Yeah. Those were approved in 2007. And I will still stand by my statement. Anyone that wants to write there any bonus they ever got, I'll write you a check for that bonus. I drew new salary, and I've said that statement for years. I'll write you a check for that $40,000 bonus that was approved. If I step up and write a check, I'll write one right with them. Because I'm no different than anybody else that receives a bonus from this tribe. Yep.
I'd like to make a motion to have Mia Forbes as the junior tribal princess.
You what?
Proper to call for the nomination. Is that something we want to open up for nominations? So I'm being told it's supposed to be taking place next year, is when it becomes active.
Why waste a year? Look at this beautiful little girl here. She has done an outstanding job as our little head lady. It's the first time we've ever had a head lady, and she has stayed up every night, missing sleep, and she will represent us beautifully. And yeah, a lot of people have left, that's right, but it feels like most of us true Quapaws who care about the business are still here. So, we're the ones who truly love our tribe. We're the ones who know each other. We've been here all of our lives together. We've grown up together. And Mia comes from a true Quapaw family. She's precious. She's been brought up right. Her mom has raised her to be as Quapaw can be. And she's been dancing since she could walk, and she has conducted herself like a real lady all weekend, and she will be an outstanding little princess, I guarantee you.
So would your motion be to appoint Mia Forbes this year?
Yes.
And then next year have it a nomination process?
Yes, on the agenda next year. But I feel like Mia could be made junior tribal princess by acclamation today.
Can you make that motion
I'd
again?
like the motion, I'd like to amend my motion to make Mia Forbes the junior tribal princess by acclamation today.
And
then have a junior tribal princess on the agenda for next year.
second discussion? All for the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All those opposed? Passes. He called for the question.
Is it okay if Mia says something?
Absolutely.
Hello, my name is Mia Forbes and I'm 9 years old. I have enjoyed being head little girl this weekend. And I'd be honored
This is what gets me when we act ugly and our kids see this. You know, it's really sad that we can't get along even over a junior tribal princess and people are up here yelling. It's really sad. Yeah. So we love you, Mia, and I think you're going to be a great tribal princess.
I think it's wonderful, and I commend that Mia wants to do this, but also I think we also should have looked at this as there's other 8-year-olds that may have wanted this opportunity that didn't know this was going to happen today. So I'm just saying that, Anna, it's not real fair. No, they didn't know to bring their 8-year-old.
All righty, Hawaii, O-gah-pah people. My name is JP Barker. Now, if you can see me in all my splendor and glory, you can see I'm quite a tall guy. And I know a thing or two about growing pains, believe me. Now, it's very clear that our tribe has been growing. We have more members than ever, we have more employed members than ever, and our tribe is making more revenue than they ever have. There are going to be problems that arise from this. Now, what I'd like to preface and propose is something that many other tribes do to help with these growing pains. Many other large tribes, whether it be, you guess, I don't want to say any of them, have what you call a TARO office. Now, a TARO office stands for Tribal Employee Rights Office. Now, once again, Tribal Employee Rights Office. This office in these tribes is established to fight for you, the most important people, members of the tribe that work for the tribe for the betterment of the tribe. Now, what does this office do? They fight and advocate for you to have better employment rights or first employment rights over non-tribal members. They fight for you to have quality pay, which I know everybody wants. That's a very hot topic. They are fighting for you. They're on your side, fighting for you to be paid as best as possible. They're also fighting for you to have quality of life and fair and equal treatment in the workplace. And aside from employees that are tribal members working specifically tribe, if you're an independent tribal member who owns a business and would like to conduct business with the tribe, they ensure or fight that you as a tribal member are the first company for that specific job that would be hired, rather than hiring out to somebody not tribal affiliated, not tribal related, and not a tribal member. Now, there's a lot to learn about this, but I would like to move to motion that our tribe create and establish a TARO office, a tribal employment rights office, so that they can fight for you, the tribal members, for all of those benefits. Thank you.
We have a motion as well as a second. Any discussion? Let's move to discussion.
Howie, my name's Heather Dismuke. I moved here from Washington State, and I've actually worked with a TARO office with the Nisqually tribe. Their TARO offices are phenomenal. They advocate for tribes. You do not have to deal with any biases. And they not only advocate for the tribal members, but other tribal members or other people from other tribes. I apologize. I wasn't expecting to come up here. But to advocate for our people and actually have people apply for jobs without biases is really great for our nation, because our attrition rate in this area is ridiculous. The amount of employees that rotate through our companies, through Downstream, through the tribe is ridiculous. We need to advocate for our tribal members. We need to advocate for their spouses. We need to advocate for caregivers. And having a TARO office would be phenomenal.
My name is Ben Waters. I see 3 tribal directors in this facility right now that are tribal members and directors here at Downstream Casino. Shouldn't they be advocating for their tribal members for better pay, better jobs, in preference? Everything you're saying that this TARO office does, these tribal directors should be doing already. The next question I have is, you mentioned that if you're a tribal business owner and you wanted to do work for the tribe, you would get preference, that this TARO suggestion would give you preference to get these different bids for different said jobs, you know, that come up. If you're sitting on the BC committee, wouldn't that be a conflict of interest? Would that be a fair situation?
The point of the TARO office is to not be influenced by members of the BC or the tribe. They are independent, and they would assess the job and choose the tribal member that is most capable of doing the job within a fair and reasonable price, market value price. Their job is not to take specific interests from individuals in the tribe. They choose the right person to do the right job for the right price, as long as they're a member. That's the picture. As long as you're doing the right job. If there's other multiple competing companies, then that's up to tribal member companies. Like, for instance, let's say you make a mess in the bathroom of the community system, in the community center, and we have to go hire extra plumbers to fix that problem. And there's multiple businesses that are tribal owned. It goes to the person who can substantially, or finish the job appropriately for the best price. And they would, of course, go for tribal members first and say it's between 2 tribal members. Typically, they would say, okay, who can do that job for the best price? They don't say, oh, you're brother of so-and-so, let's choose you. They say, best price. It's a fair market, a free market for the best price. That is why there's a TARO office who specifically is in charge of this, not other family members. I admit that there's always problems in this world, but this is one step forward towards trying to make it fair. That's all I'm in for.
Hey, JP.
Any more discussion?
JP, I was just gonna let you know before you guys vote on, like, I think it's great. We'll pass it and get it done. We have kind of currently been working on this for a couple months now. We've turned some stuff over, just trying to get the job descriptions created. But I mean, go ahead, pass a motion, hold our feet to the fire. Like I said, we kind of got tied up with a whole bunch of other stuff and this kind of got put on the back burner. I will take the hickey on that, but we are currently working on this. This is something that we want to do and make happen for everybody.
I'm just a little confused what a tarot office is because I know we got HR departments, all that, and we have preferential hiring for Native Americans. So I'm curious if you, yeah, and there's all these people already in place. So it seems like I worry about levels of bureaucracy that now there's somebody else trying to tell somebody and work together. So if you can explain a little more, because I'm confused.
So I know, of course, HR in various different levels of the companies, they have probably, of course, give first choice or so on and so forth, try and help travel members first. This is just an independent office, more or less. And correct me if I'm wrong, anybody who knows slightly better, not claiming to be legal advice here. An independent office that is main goal is to be as unbiased as possible to try and essentially ultimately hold their feet to the fire and the rest of the tribe's feet to the fire to help people become employed or help the employed tribal members in every aspect of their professions. If you're not educated on it, I would hope you look at it almost, truth be told, not to talk down on our tribe, but I'm really shocked we don't have one. Most large tribes in the state of Oklahoma have one. It's very common. It helps in nepotism. It helps in problems. I mean, for instance, even if I was, that you guys, the tribe needed good, and I was supplied just a breakneck bottom dollar price, people are gonna tell me you're nepotism because my brother. They're not gonna like that, even if I'm doing an absolute astounding service for the tribe. So what this tarot office does is help say, we've vetted everything. He's giving a fair market or a great price to the tribe for a service which we need. We've basically, it's checking all the steps.
So to add some color and clarification, a tarot office in more situations than not, we are not unlike other tribes where, of course, we have an HR department, but we've got like 7 different HR departments scattered across 4 different states, managing thousands of employees. The tarot office would be a third-party centralized office that is meant to regulate every single HR office and employees to make sure that they comply with tribal preferential hiring practices.
So my name is Rob Weaver. I wasn't going to talk about this part, but I'm glad you brought up tarot. My businesses are part of 40 different nations' tarot departments. And I think personally, it would be outstanding. I'll give you an example of what tarot could have helped with us. When our prior chairman fired me from every group, they fired Native Care, RWI, from the tribal member plan, all of those things. They let me bid only after I got everything, only after everyone else got it 12 days before me. And they knew what the price they were looking for. And I was told they were not vetted properly and everything else. It was a mess. Callie may remember the meeting that where I came and I was pretty upset about it. I took some of it out on her, so I apologize. It wasn't her fault. But the Tribal Employment Rights Office is something that I've seen. One of the best in the nation actually is, I've seen 2 or 3 in Washington State that do really well. So whatever you're doing, Zach, on that, I would love to know more about that in the job descriptions, because I've worked with I'm literally part of 40 different tribal nations, tarot. And the number one thing I think they can do is they can help level the playing field between families who are fighting. And if this member of a family doesn't like this one, or perfect example, if he owns a company and his brother's the chairman, and we're all worried that, oh, they picked him because of whatever, we can always go to the tarot department, which the tarot departments typically don't report to the normal business committee type situation. They typically report directly to general counsel. So, or the highest governing body. And that's what's important because they're supposed to equalize things. So I rise in support of that.
Any other discussion?
All right, then I'd like to make a motion to move to establish a tarot office for the Quapaw Nation.
And we have a second. And we've already been in discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any abstention? The ayes have it. We have a tarot office that's been established. I can tell because this is something new to our tribal government and to our nation, our enterprises. We will continue as it develops to communicate that outward to everyone. And before anything gets set in motion, we will definitely communicate that as we proceed forward.
Can you hear me? Thank you. We heard from the Compensation Committee, their detailed analysis, the rigor that they went through, and all of their efforts are greatly appreciated. I know I greatly appreciate it. I would like to make a motion to, let me help describe it, and then I'll state the motion at least as I've drafted it. And that is a motion to amend the October of 2020 motion to limit the compensation's authority from recommend and set to recommend only, so that we can proceed to a vote today on those recommendations. So let me just try to read the recommendation and then obviously open it up for discussion. I make a motion to amend the October 2020 motion to the Compensation Committee's authority to exclusively recommend Quapaw Nation Business Committee compensation limited to salary and benefits to the Quapaw Nation General Counsel. And the Quapaw Nation General Counsel will vote on those recommendations today, July 4th, 2022. In the event the new salary and benefits are not passed by the Quapaw Nation General Counsel, current compensation continues until the next compensation recommendation is presented and voted upon by the Quapaw Nation General Counsel.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I don't know if Alan's still here, but this is fine, and this is kind of where we knew this was going to go. And I do appreciate all of your consideration on this. So I know a lot of you have not had a lot of time to absorb all this information that we presented, but all I can say is that we had everything and all these different tribes, all the different private business, and you do need to pay people properly to protect your assets and continue the flow of money for all the tribal cultural, the different committees, all these things are going on. So we had, like I said, nothing to gain. We just put together the data for you. We knew this would probably happen and be a motion, which we are 100% fine with, because it's the proper way to do it. So I would ask you to actually consider the numbers that we put out, and those numbers are fair based on the data.
Yeah, she's gonna have to reiterate it again.
So I think I understand, right? And I think no issue with what you're saying. I just think that we maybe need to reword the motion in order to have it be actionable today, because I think it might be out of order, because that was a motion that was made in a previous. So basically, like we either need to augment the scope, not the motion.
You see what I'm saying? Yes, so just the action only, but not tie it back to, so that's what I was talking. I was like, is this out of order from like a Robert's Rules perspective in terms of business? Like, so you can just move to amend a motion from a previous business meeting? Can't. As you know, this has been a very unclear motion, and I think we've seen some of that today with the motions being said and not being clarified. We want to make sure that we're wording the motions correctly in the right way and make sure that we understand the impact and what's going to be done about what's being asked of the tribal members so that we don't end up in this position, and that's all I'm saying. So I have no issue whether, Yes, I understand that it's clear in the motion, just making sure that it was within Robert's rules because that's what we're governed by here. So that's all. I'm not trying to pick apart.
Thank you. So right now, the motion as I read it stands unless there's more discussion. And it sounds like there will be. So the question was to reread the motion. Got to take my glasses off, sorry. So I make a motion to amend the October 2020 motion to the Compensation Committee's authority to exclusively recommend Quapaw Nation Business Committee compensation limited to salary and benefits to the Quapaw Nation General Council. And the Quapaw Nation General Council will vote on those recommendations today, July 4th, 2022. In the event the new salary and benefits are not passed by the Quapaw Nation General Council, current compensation continues until the next compensation recommendation is presented and voted upon by the Quapaw Nation General Council.
So go ahead, Roman.
Point of parliamentary procedure.
Yes.
This is just to clarify. I don't believe, and Alan, maybe you could help me clarify on this. Once a motion has been voted on, it can no longer be amended. What would need to happen is that motion would need to be rescinded since no actionable items have been taken on that motion yet. It could still be rescinded, or that can't be undone. That's what it has to be. It has to be actionable items that can't be undone, which this can, in the current state that we're in, can be undone. So my understanding is that it needs to be rescinded, and then a new motion would have to be voted on, presented and seconded and voted on.
What you're alluding, it's called a motion to reconsider, and you cannot bring a motion to reconsider after the conclusion of the meeting, and meeting minutes have been certified in the following meeting. So in July of 2021 would have been the certification for the motion. It's a motion for reconsider. It's a motion to reconsider is what you're trying to do, or what you're alluding to. And you cannot bring a motion to reconsider after the conclusion of a meeting. And since the meeting minutes were certified in July of 2021, the motion that we're currently trying to amend cannot be reconsidered nor amended. What you would have to do is bring a motion, a main motion, to, like you said, rescind the original description and redefine.
Okay, so you're saying to rescind?
I'm sorry, may I please also discuss this? I think we have a lot of confusion, and something that would clear it up would be to watch the video, because what the Compensation Committee is stating, the set, I believe our meeting minutes actually state that it is to create and establish a compensation committee for the elected officials of the business committee. And that in itself is what the meeting minutes say. That is the official record. So the word set's really not even, not applicable to what we're all discussing. So we're all talking in circles here. So we can either, I would suggest watching the video really quick, or we can go off of what I just said with, I believe that is what the official meeting minutes say, or we can go forward with just doing another motion. But I think we can all get there.
Look, I mean, what we said as far as needed adjustments was to clarify the implementation mechanism, which I think is what you're trying to do, which is good. So I just want to be clear, if we rescind the motion, you're effectively giving up the oversight of the pay of your business committee, right? So now you are now it was like the first time we had done oversight, and then now we're going to rescind it, okay? So if you do that, please reinstate the compensation committee, but clarify the scope, okay? And the action on the outcomes from anything that they do. That's all I'm saying, because we need that oversight.
And that makes sense to clarify the authority without stripping away the good components that were established with the compensation committee. So if we could, I don't know if it's possible to watch that video.
IT, can you please set that up?
Absolutely. Fabulous. Thank you. The third thing was something that I thought of after there was someone else that came up here and made a motion. For our business committee members, I would like to make a motion to elect a small committee to do some research and come up with salary amounts for everyone on our business committee. I completely agree with all of our business committees members should have a salary for the two reasons that were discussed before. So I will make a motion that we have a small committee of tribal members who will do the research and come up with reasonable amounts that's equitable for the salaries for our business committee.
We have a motion on the floor to create and establish a compensation committee for the elected officials of this tribal government. Do I have a second? I have a second by Mr. Mercer. Any discussion? We have a question.
This is just the committee to be able to come up with reasonable amounts.
We would have to work out whether the compensation committee then reports their findings to the Constitution Committee. I can tell you that we've already engaged different firms that do industry studies that to provide us with a range. Nothing has been decided, nothing has been put forward, and we're still in the information collecting phase of this study. So I wouldn't have a problem with having the compensation committee conduct this study and then recommend it to either the Constitution Committee, who will then present it to General Counsel, or before that, they can the Compensation Committee can present straight to the General Counsel. There's a couple of different options how we could go about that. Tracy.
It was a sort of thing that our families told us if we were asked to serve, that we would serve at the will of the people. Floyd, JR, all of us have served. We did not ask for any compensation at all. We were to serve the people, and that was what we were about. We were thanked in various ways, but it does make it difficult. Later, when I was started out, we did get some compensation for mileage and that sort of thing. Things have changed over the years. We didn't have much money, so we couldn't do a lot. But even so, there could be some control. But what I'm trying to say is, based on O-gah-pah ways, if we serve in a capacity, you serve the people. And so people shouldn't go into office expecting a lot of money. So I'm gonna get.
Thank you, Grace.
I would just like to say that we've come a long way to begin with. And with all the businesses that we have, it's a full-time job now. You know, when I served the small time that I did, I got the stipend, but I was coming here every single week, and I figured it out one time because somebody made a remark about how much we were making, and it came out to 11 cents an hour. So I call that contributing to the people, but we're not there anymore. This is a full-time position, and I personally think that they should have salaries. Just my opinion.
Thank you, Betty. Any other discussion?
As I said previously, I've been around a long time. Back in the 80s, when I was tribal administrator, I presented to the business committee, or to the general council, I guess it was, a wage scale, because as the time progressed, when I started working for the tribe in 1974, there was 2 people, and the business committee volunteered, just like Grace said. They volunteered their time, but they had jobs. They had to have jobs to support their families and to be able to survive. And so the 2 of us, Lloyd and I, that worked in the office, we did everything that we were asked by the business committee at the time. As time progressed, though, and went on in, like I said, in the 80s, I presented to the general council, at least for the 3 officers, the secretary, the chairman, and the vice chairman, to be paid a salary, because as time progressed, we went from 1 program, and of course, these were all federally funded at the time, to 16 programs, which were all different in different fields. But there was no money to pay very much, because, you know, one grant might be $4,000, one might be $12,000. They were just small amounts. So you had to put, even for salaries, you had to put, you know, you had to work for 2 or 3 different programs every week. So anyway, to say all that, now we have big business. Ever since we started our big bingo, and we got convenience store, and then we got Downstream, which was JR's dream, and another convenience store, and on and on and on. Now we're a big business, and these people have to have salaries or some kind of remuneration in order to support their families. So please consider, you know, I don't know that there needs to be a committee, because the Constitution should come in and take over some of those details if we ever get one, which we've tried 3 times to get one. And, the tribe now needs to be, all of us needs to study about what a constitution will do for us. I know that the resolution has sufficed all these years and that's what the elders had and that's what they started. That's what they had back then. But I was thinking when Flossie was talking about naming the building, that John Barry's name was up there next to Robert Whitebird Sr. Robert Whitebird Sr. started this whole federal funded government for the tribe. If it hadn't been for him, and he worked out of the trunk of his car. I know that because I've seen him do it and started a committee years ago. So we progressed into a big business. These people are taking care of big business decisions almost all day, every day. And you can bet that they do it half the night because they're answering their phone calls if they answer them, or text messages and on and on and on. So being on the inside of the scene, I know what they have to do and they deserve to be paid for it. So please consider that as you make your decision.
Thank you, Barbara. I do like the idea of having a compensation committee, just because I don't think that those recommendations should come from us, the business committee. I think that should, the best way possible to be an unbiased third party with this study and then present it back out to General Counsel and or the Constitution Committee to be included in our draft of the Constitution.
That's a good idea. I have been an employer before. We owned grocery stores, and I know you have to compensate people to get a good job done, and you've got a full-time job, and you need to be compensated for all of the work and the hours you put in. And if you don't pay somebody, they're going to take it somewhere, or as we've been seeing, what's come out of it is they get really handy with it after they're in there too long. So I like the compensation, but I want to hear from the board or the committees or what the companies that you've got working on it too. But I think we need to keep a compensation committee of some kind to oversee bonuses or anything else. Not just a one-time thing, but just to keep a compensation committee such as that to keep going.
Any other discussion? So just for clarification on this motion being put forth by General Counsel, there's a motion on the floor to create and establish a compensation committee for the purpose of recommending and setting compensation for the business committee. I have a second. Oh, still discussion?
I think it's J.R. Matthews again. I've served up here at different capacities, and I've worked around the country. I've known many, many tribal leaders around the country, and most tribes that have large casinos do pay their business committees, and they pay them very well because it is the #1 money generating entity that we have, and it needs to be taken care of. As you have seen, the graft that could occur is because it's never verified. And with you setting the salaries, you setting any compensation, you setting any bonuses, takes it out of their hands. And that's why I would agree to this. And I think this is something that we need.
Thank you. Mr. Mercer.
I would just like to say, I worked for Michelin Tire Company for 37 years. And I was over the Tuscaloosa plant for construction and development of new designs. And they paid me a salary. I was on call 24/7. So this committee is on call 24/7, 365 days out of the year, most likely. And so I feel they should be adequately compensated. Check what the private casinos pay, other tribes pay, and let's get them a fair and decent salary so they can commit themselves to the business of the Quapaw people.
Okay. So all of those in favor for creating a compensation committee signify by saying aye. All those opposed? The ayes have it. We got a compensation committee. And we'll figure out we'll figure out the parameters and the guidelines and the bylaws for that committee moving forward. And we'll be sure to share it with everyone in our tribe and our citizens. And we welcome your suggestions, so please reach out.
I just want to say thank you to IT for playing that. Thank you, General Counsel, for bearing with us and getting through that. I really thought that might be the best thing to do, is just let you all listen to it for yourself. According to our meeting minutes, I went ahead and just pulled it up to make sure. It does state, and this has been approved, the motion that has been recorded is to create and establish a compensation committee for the elected officials of the business committee. Now, with saying that, I didn't want to muddy the water with these, long motions, Weena. So I just wanted to get us back, to ground zero. And then from what I understand, now a motion would be made by General Counsel to either accept what they have presented or go back to the drawing table. Gunagay.
All right, so can you please read it again? I know, I'm barely.
Okay, the official October 2020 meeting minutes make a motion to create and establish a compensation committee for the elected officials of the business committee.
Okay, so the problem still remains that it doesn't talk about how these things get approved.
That's through General Counsel.
Okay, well, we also have bylaws that we've passed. And so I want to make sure that everybody knows, like, this is a cork that needs to be put inside the, put back inside the bottle. It's very hard. So I think it would be easier perhaps to just disband the committee and then either reinstate the committee with the new scope and then motion to accept or deny so I'm just saying, I think that would be easier. I'm just trying to get us to a good point, because it's not just the committee, it's also the bylaws. It's not just amending the resolution or that motion, but it also talks about our bylaws, and our bylaws talk about setting. Okay.
Alternatively.
So I think the most important thing at this juncture is to stop gnashing our teeth over what we did, October of 2020. And all we got to do is figure out the best and the most efficient way to move forward, okay? So I have one question. I am perfectly happy to make a motion, okay, to rescind October 2020 and immediately replace with a new motion to continue the compensation committee and limit that authority, okay? Or do they, okay, because what I want to do is rescind. I want new with authority definition, a little bit more clear, and immediately go to vote to accept or decline the compensation committee's recommendation. And I think those are three separate things. That's a question. Sorry, it came out as a statement.
Just as a suggestion as well, you could probably just move to clarify. the scope and nature of the committee without having to disband everything.
So let me try. I make a motion to clarify the authority of the compensation committee so that they exclusively recommend salary and benefits of the Quapaw Nation Business Committee. Can I go on to accept or decline, or is that a
Recommend to whom?
Quapaw Nation General Counsel?
We got that?
How often? If we're hashing out all the details, let's just
Annually.
annually.
Good.
Can
Please
you
don't ask
repeat?
me to repeat that.
Repeat, please. Because then a year from now, we're still going to be looking at video from today. And yeah. And can I just say, I was 2 months into my chairmanship when we called this meeting. So please bear with me.
We might be here so long we'll appear in the video at the same time, like a constant loop, time machine.
One question, the verb, it's not rescind, it's to modify. Clarify, thank you.
Clarify.
I make a motion to clarify the October 2020 motion. To retain the compensation committee, limiting their authority to recommend salary and benefits for the Quapaw Nation Business Committee to the Quapaw Nation General Counsel annually.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Call for the question? Okay, I have a call for the question. And do we want to put it on the screen? Let's go ahead and try this verbally, see what happens. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Any abstention?
Abstain.
Abstain. The ayes have it.
Now can we immediately go to a motion to either accept or decline the compensation committee's recommendations to the Quapaw Nation General Counsel?
Motion to accept recommendations from the compensation committee's
recommendation
to the general counsel. We have a second. Any discussion? It's in the affirmative, so it's to accept.
Vance Gilmore. We are at a fourth of what we had this morning. Is it possible to add to the called meeting this issue? It just doesn't seem fair to handle it right now.
Hold on. So when I don't disagree with that. What I think the issue is that our governing resolution specifically states in order to amend the resolution, you have to call for a special meeting for that purpose. Means that you have a single subject rule on that meeting. Therefore, we can't start adding other things to the agenda whenever we reconvene in August. It has to be specifically for that purpose.
I would also just like to say one thing. I heard something, I don't know who said it, but you know, my grandmother is like 95 years old. She got hot. She's not going to sit here forever. She cares. Okay. I just want to point that out. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
I just have a suggestion. I do agree, and My mom's almost 80 years old and she's half Quapaw, and she stayed here for several hours and she couldn't do any more because we're back. There's lots of us who did that. And I remember when we had 40 people at the other, in many of our meetings. Would you be amenable to, Mr. Chairman, on the day that we have our special meeting, if we concluded that meeting and started the second right after for this issue?
In order for me to call that, I'll need a written request. I believe that's the language of the governing resolution.
Or I thought it was 30% of general council.
Or it's 30% of general council.
So I move that we have a second meeting directly after to address this one question, since it's such an important question. I did. I moved to do that. Is there a second?
We're in the middle of the motion.
Oh, we are still in discussion, but that's a suggestion to maybe fix it to where we can have enough people. Maybe people can actually think about it.
No, I think that's a good recommendation.
Hold on.
We're still in discussion.
Sorry, I'm reading this right now, and it actually does have to be a written request of 30% of the members of Quapaw Nation. So it would have to be a written request. The governing resolution states that it would have to be a written request, 30% of the tribal citizens, not general council. Yeah.
Can I make a quick comment on this? Because we discussed this thoroughly. And, okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now? All right. So, is this better? All right. So we discussed this thoroughly about voting, and we knew that probably it was going to be this way and it was going to get voted on. It is correct. There's only 100 and some people here left. And general council itself is only, there was 400 and some or 500 here. On certain things, hopefully the Constitution Committee moving forward, you see the discussion and, how are we going to make this right? And with the big talk of voter suppression and things like that, you're talking about, we do have people scattered across the United States now. It is on the 4th of July. People do have family commitments. So there's representation that's not even here today. So it is important to be here. I've been here a decent number of years, but there's years I cannot be here. So all I want to do is say that so that everybody thinks about in that future. And as the Constitution Committee continues, really important votes, there probably should be more than one annual vote, just like when they vote for these people. There probably should be one every quarter, because we do have a lot of things going on that are very important so that everybody can have a voice.
So here's what I'm thinking is modifying the motion that I just made. And that we basically say, we're going to vote on it in the next Quapaw Nation General Council meeting. And the reason I'm saying that is because in my mind, that means current compensation continues until we have sufficient tribal members available to actually vote on it. Unless somebody wants to make a motion to put forth the resolution for another special general council and coincide with the same day.
Just a point of information here, what everybody voted on and what's going to appear on the ballot at the special general council is that there's a trigger that's going to go into effect that's going to control the business committee's pay, because what if it's affirmed? And if it's affirmed, we're asking the business committee to remove themselves from all governing bodies over our entities. So the importance of doing this right now, in my opinion, is to avoid that fail safe. We built that in so that the business committee's pay does not get disrupted, that they could have a continuation of income. So in your decision, I'd like you to consider that in holding off to the next special general council. In my opinion, I don't think that that's a good idea.
I just don't think there's going to be any more people at a special meeting than there are right here now.
Yeah.
So I'm not amending the motion. Move to go to a vote to either accept or decline the Compensation Committee salary and benefits recommendation to the Quapaw Nation General Council.
You have it written.
Don't forget abstention, please.
No, I think calling for the vote. Calling for the vote.
We're going to call for the vote to approve or reject the recommendation from the Compensation Committee.
Yeah.
Or you can grab this one.
Okay, we're getting ready to open the poll. I just want to say thank you again to everybody that has been here. It has been a long day, and your patience and understanding as we go through this. So the motion is to accept the compensation committee's salary and benefit recommendation for the business committee to the Quapaw Nation General Council effective immediately. So if you vote yes, you are accepting what they presented today. If you vote no, you are against what they presented today. And then if you abstain. And it's going to be a 5-minute poll. Gonna go. Okay, okay, it's been restarted. If you see the wrong question on your voting device, please raise your hand immediately. Okay. They're having to restart the base, whatever that means in IT language. Just bear with us, please. We will reset.
Could we possibly clarify that? I'm not exactly sure what I'm voting on here. If we vote no, does it stop their salary? Okay, okay, that's what I wanted to know.
Just to clarify, Betty, if it vote a no vote, it stays the same. Compensation stays the same.
I just want to make sure that that's entirely accurate. My papers are in the back. I had to go get my clicker. We don't have a clause in our resolution that states that. We didn't do an up or down. So I think basically, can we clarify that? Is that doable? No, they're not going to be able to do that at any rate. And what I'm saying is, so our recommendation was to provide the numbers, the structure and all that, right? The whole thing that I went through. What we didn't say is if it fails, because we didn't have a fails, we didn't have a vote. It was just setting it, right? If it fails, does that mean that they get paid what they are now? Which was something that was never provided like an accurate oversight number? Or do they get paid nothing? That would be a problem. So they keep the current salaries that the business committee appointed to themselves. Okay.
Okay, we're going to post the question again. The gentlemen have given us the thumbs up that it's been addressed. So it's going to go again on the screen. So if you guys could vote.
Mine just not lit.
I didn't say thank you, but I came up.
It's not scrolling it, but it said it took it.
That's why I don't want the yay or nay.
There it is. Now it's received. Try it again. Just keep hitting it until it says it. Get your 3 on it.
It's not, we got 3 of them. 4.
Mountain range. Not picking it up.
Thank you for your patience. If you'll just bear with us again, there's a base station that we are getting. For real, where's paper ballots? Third time's a charm. Here we go again. So try it one more time. Alan. There are some devices that the question is not scrolling across. However, if you will just vote 1, 2, or 3, and then hit send, it will still reflect your vote. It will still count. Yeah, you want to make sure it says received.
No, I'm coming back up there. Yeah.
Can I get rid of these two? All righty, now I'm officially full.
Once again, it may be necessary to move forward if you're in the back, just to make sure that you're within range. The polling has stopped.
Okay, we have the results. 157 votes for a total, and it looks like the motion to accept the Compensation Committee's salary and benefit recommendation for the Business Committee has been rejected or denied.
My name is Blakeney McCandless, and I just had a couple of questions. There's one individual in particular that apparently had an agenda of her own today, and that was very meticulously planned. I was. But one of the many motions that she made today, she wanted the junior princess to be the same, voted on at General Council. So if we were going to do that, then we probably should have had accepted nominees from the crowd. And I just want to say that I have no bias because my child is not old enough to even do this position, but just the way that it was presented was not very professional, and I would be embarrassed if I was the daughter of a snake.
Hello, my name is Elisa Petrie, and I am with the Buffalo Clan. I just have two quick things to point out. I know everyone kind of wants to get out of here. Number one being, I work in human resources for the Quapaw Nation on the governmental side, and I can stand before you and tell you that we have a little over 300 current active employees. Out of that little over 300 employees, we have approximately 95 to 100 that are Quapaw tribal member, which is approximately about a third. With that, I believe it's about 40 to 45 are caregivers for a tribal member, kids or a spouse. So we do follow that preference that's in our handbook. It's also a resolution. It can be found online. Second of all, many people have left. Yes, we all have family that are here or absent, left, whichever. That does not make them any less of a true Quapaw than anyone in this room. Thank you.
My name is Ben Waters. I just got a few questions. Forgive me, and if you could help me along, I'm unfamiliar with your language and Robert's rules. First and most importantly, I want to thank the daycares, the director of the daycares, Joita Smith, for all her hard work and dedication. And I have one concern with Downstream Learning Center. They do a great job with my kids and I'm sure everyone else's kids. However, the nutrition plan is insufficient. I just want to, if I could show everybody this picture of what they tried to feed my she was 18 months old, it would be ideal, but unfortunately I can't do that. I would like to show the chairman. So I'd like to make a motion to make a more age-appropriate menu at Downstream Learning Center. Maybe to diversify the menu a little bit. 2-year-olds can't eat BLTs. You know, it's just not practical. So how that goes, I just make a motion to make an age-appropriate menu for our child care facilities.
Do we have a second? Discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes and a more age-appropriate menu for our child care facilities will happen. Thank you, Ben.
The next question I had was for our business committee regarding the presentation for Saracen. I know you're waiting on hard bids to come back, but I'm sure you guys have a projected cost, a projected budget that for the cost of that renovation. Do you guys have a projected number yet, or you just wait on hard bids?
With the current cost of building materials, I think the projected expense is going to be about $165 million, which we've built into our financing facility, and it'll be set to, we'll be able to pay it through cash flow for the next 3 to 5 years. So it won't have to be financed.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sydney Griffin. I had a question that's been bothering me since this morning. You mentioned this morning that we had reaffirmed our tribal nation reservation land and that brought back tribal nation sovereignty, and that was in October of 2021. And that would affect how we would do criminal prosecutions here on the land and how it would either be strictly the tribal jurisdiction or federal. But as of June 29th, so about 5 or 6 days ago, the Supreme Court overturned McGirt versus Oklahoma, which held that Oklahoma remained Indian country, and that's what gave us the exclusive rights to prosecute like crimes. And it basically shifted the jurisdiction back to the state. So I wanted to know how that was sort of playing out or what was being done about that.
So I appreciate that question. And to clarify that, what she's referring to is the Castro v. Huerta case, and it was a Supreme Court decision that gave jurisdiction to state in order to go after and prosecute non-Indians committing crimes on Indians. And historically, anytime crime occurs within Indian country to Indians, that has always been a lane that is specifically reserved for federal authority, and to a lesser extent, tribal authority as well under Tribal Law and Order Act, under Violence Against Women Act. So now what this has done has created a concurrent jurisdiction scheme, a concurrent jurisdiction regime, to where there is now federal, state, and tribal. And the practical, or where the rubber meets the road, is that our cross-deputy agreements, our cross-deputy arrangements that we have in place with all of our city, county, and other local authorities, those still remain in place. What we're going to see now is more the potential for our docket to actually decrease on the tribal court side. because states will have the authority to investigate and prosecute for those crimes. And there are, because it's still so new, relatively new, there are still things that are evolving and developing in that area. But I want to ensure everyone that's still in the room and that lives within the community and within our reservation that we are committed to working with our state counterparts. And I also want to say that we have incredible relationships with our local and county law enforcement agencies, Ottawa County, Miami, Commerce, and then of course we also do the patrol for town of Quapaw. And so I would say that we are better positioned and better, a better response than what you're going to see to the west or to the south, because we've made those relationships. And all of the other, what I would call reservation tribal nations, they have multiple counties within their jurisdictions, and that creates a burden and it's cumbersome on their ability to respond to those crimes. We have a different scenario where we're only 54,000 square acres, and we have good partnerships with BIA. We have good partnerships with all of those county and local officials. So that continues to ensure public safety within the Quapaw Reservation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Gracie Good Eagle. Yeah, can we bring a mic? Bring a mic to her.
Hooray, hooray. My name is Grace Good Eagle, and you'll be pleased to know I'm not here to make a motion. I am here, though, to represent our elder committee. And in the resource book, you can just add us because the elders are available to you, business committee, and to the community. There are several elders, and this last year, we really haven't had a chance to meet because of COVID and most recently the heat. We just didn't want to risk getting our people out there. However, the meetings that we did have, we had the paramedic, Kyle, through a grant, he's able to check on people. And find out about that service if you don't have it already. And then we also had Patty from our Quapaw library, because she spoke to us because we were involved with the Aid to America, the Association for Native Americans. They were doing something where they wanted stories from each tribe in this area. So we wanted to tell our story. And so there were some who did, and we're going to continue that effort. We want stories of our people and have that recorded somewhere. And the youth have had their programs, and they've invited the elders to be with them because they want that intergenerational relationship. And we do want to have that as well. They're fun. I mean, their games are good. They have cakewalks too. We did have a dinner in December, which was really nice. And thanks to Downstream, again, we had a wonderful dinner. We listened, of course, with interest to the committee reports because we're interested in what is happening with our people. And we will keep that up. There was the report on Saracen. The elders made a trip down that way a couple of years ago, and we could see the construction going on down there. And so we've seen it from a distance. Who knows, we may make a trip someday. We're currently working on a trip, we hope, a day trip or overnight trip in the fall. And they are working on it, And if we can get that done, all of us are still concerned about COVID. And so again, that we're wanting to be sure everybody is safe. So we're a resource. We're here and we love you. Gonna get. Either way, this is my daughter. This is Dawn.
Gonna get, Gracie. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. I'm Billy Bertram. I am our Youth Programs Manager, and I just wanted to give you a courtesy reminder. Today is the last day to register for Camp Quapaw. That is open to all youth, 7 to 18. They don't have to be Quapaw. They can still learn our ways. I also want to thank our committee who helps us plan that. As a program of one, I could not do it without them. And that is Callie and Michelle, Linda Davis, Everett Bandy, and Jeremy Olson. And to all of our volunteers who take time out of their schedules to come help us. I'm sure I'll forget all their names, but they're very helpful. We appreciate them a lot, and we could not make this work without them. The kids have a great time. If anybody wants to volunteer or just show up for a day to see what we do, we'll be out at the community building from July 18th to the 22nd from 9 to 3. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, would you entertain a motion to adjourn?
I would entertain a motion to adjourn after I make these remarks. And I want to thank all of the individuals that are here that are not Quapaw. There are individuals in the room who have given of themselves their time, their July 4th, to help us facilitate our meeting, to allow us to be able to come together like this. And I think we owe them a round of applause for sticking it out with us. Would anybody like to close us out in prayer?
I just want to make just one quick announcement. When you return your, thanks, Josh. When you return your voting device, you need to go back to the line in which you checked in to receive it so they can check it back in. So once again, thank you guys for your patience with us today, and God bless each and every one of you. Safe travels.
Yes, Miss Amy. Okay, we have a tribal elder who would like to give our benediction. So if you could please stand as you are able and give her your respect.
I'm going to pray. Father God, we just thank you, Lord, for this day. We thank you that we had a good day today. I thank you for all the elders. I thank you for our business committee. I thank you for all those that are going to be voting, that get to come out and vote. Lord, I just ask that you put a hedge of fire protection around our people and those that came to visit, the drummers, Northern Cree and Meskwakis. Father God, I just ask that you just protect all of us tonight, Lord. This is our celebration for the independence of us being just Native Americans, Father. We just thank you, Lord. We ask that we go in peace. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Gonna gay. Now I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
And do we have a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed? Any abstention? Put me down as an abstention. The ayes have it. We are adjourned. Everyone have a safe celebration tonight. Safe travels back